BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in Bronzebourne.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Welcome to the second day of action here at Sports City. Beautiful shot overhead, we can see there, adjacent to Manchester City's Etihad Stadium. And of course, we are ready for track and field action. More medalists to be crowned today, particularly in the field, but starting off as well with the 100 metres in around half an hour's time. And first thing this morning, for the next half hour, will be our focus discus. They appear to have had all the athletes ready to go, so before the 10 o'clock scheduled start time, they've started a little early here, so they're in the first round. So this is women's discus B final and ambulant discus final as well, and then we have two pools of women's long jump qualification. Initially, there's also a third pool coming up later at 11:45. So that is what starts us off this morning. And then, as I say, 10:30 for the women's 100 metre final, unusually early that, and 10:35 men's 100 final.
Regional athletics arena. This arena as is the whole complex, a legacy of the 2002 Commonwealth Games. And we welcome you to day 2 of the 2025 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. The field programme gets us underway with the women's discus and ambulant discus already starting. There will be two pools in the women's long jump starting shortly, and Pool A will incorporate the women's ambulant long jump final. The track programme gets underway at 10:30. Yesterday saw several championship titles decided. Sophie Hamilton of Loughborough took the women's javelin title with a PB, and it was a tremendous return for Sophie, who missed last season. The men's javelin won also by a Loughborough student, Ben East, and it was his third consecutive victory here at the BUCS Championships. Will Fisher, Cardiff Met, took the ambulant men's long jump, and then a third Loughborough student, Zach Davies, took the shot put title. He now has 2 indoor titles and 2 BUCS outdoor titles to his credit, and he retained his title with a PB. He threw a PB to take the title last year, so extremely consistent there from Zach Davies. And the seated men's shot, the champion there, Cardiff Met's Kieran Jones.
So just having a look at the discus B final. First of all, the ambulant discus final, we've got 3 athletes involved. We've got Freya Howgate, who's very experienced competing at BUCS across multiple events. So she is a Loughborough student. You've got Ellie O'Halloran of Sunderland and Abigail Birch of BUCS New University. So the 3 of them going for the medals here, and they'll be calculated on RASA point scores afterwards. Just to update you at the moment, we've had 1 round, so obviously just the 3 of them that will go through quite quickly. 1988 best for Freya Howgate, Ellie O'Halloran second at 18:12, and 12:27 for Birch. So yeah, as I say, calculated on point scores afterwards by virtue of the different classifications that we have in para-athletics. So that's just one of the field events that is currently underway early this morning. We were hearing from Michelle Caron, one of the University of Manchester team captains who's involved in the long jump qualification, and she was saying that her build up to a 10 o'clock start, if you think backwards, could be as early as 5 a.m. wake up in order to get some food in, other activities, Bible studies as well. So moving on to looking at the discus B final that we've been viewing here for the last couple of moments. A final coming up later, just to mention, that is at 11:50, so that will feature the likes of UK silver medalist Zara Obama-Kinwa. But in this B final, we have 8 athletes. And it's led at the moment by Hayley Elliott. So she's a Scottish athlete representing University of the West of England. And she has a best so far of 35.49. Katie Ennis of St Mary's in second, 32.96. And Jasmine Waters of Sheffield, 29.51. So that's the top three at the moment. Not everyone has registered a mark yet, though. So the A and B final split helps everyone to get 6 throws, including beyond the top 8, and both the A and B final, and then an aggregate result is produced once everyone's had 6 throws across both finals. So it's out of fairness for competition, really. It's an unusual situation, but one that if you've travelled a long way especially, you'll be very grateful to have that full complement of throws. So looking there at Ellie O'Halloran in the Sunderland colours, so they are kind of rotating through the Ambulant and discus B final athletes. So in total we'll see 11 throwers. And for the sake of repetition, but many people may be watching today who weren't watching previously, but the medals obviously most likely to come from the A final, but there are times where we have seen medals come from the B final. Probably unlikely in an event like discus, where we'll see athletes with PBs of 10 metres and further in the A final, but in something like the pole vault, it can be something like 20-30 centimetres further. We did see, especially if they improve in the competition, of course, so we did see Adam Houle get a bronze medal in the pole vault, having won the B final. And of course we've seen Mohammed win the 5,000 metre B final faster than the A race, which is a slower tactical race, and it happened that he was seeded in the B final because he hadn't run a 5,000 metres in some time, similar to Jessica Judd. So looking here at Abigail Birch, as I mentioned, 12.27 previously. By the way, Ellie O'Halloran just then, the measurement improving to 18.51, and you can see all those measurements on the Roster Athletics website and app. So just waiting for that measurement to come through. Freya Howgate improving also in the second round to 21.01. So quite big gaps between them, but don't forget, we will need to wait for the point scores afterwards. They are different classifications. Freya Howgate T37, or F37 in this case. Ellie O'Halloran F38 and Abigail Birch F41. So this is Holly Abbott of Leicester there. She's already got a personal best of 18.16.
radio stage of the discus semi-final. Elliott, University of West Elizabeth, opens up with 35 metres 49. Haley Elliott, the 2024 Scottish bronze medalist and Scottish youth silver medalist. The second place is Mary Katie the Southern Under 20 champion. She has opened up with 32.96, and then those two throws. But third place, Aneka Decker.
Jasmine Waters of Sheffield here. She's gone out to 29.51. She wasn't the top three, but it's been pushed down by Micah Dickert of Cambridge. 30.84 has now gone into third place. Kayla Borgards of Cambridge. We'll see quite a few of the throwers doing multiple events, and with the addition of the B final and no qualification, we have some large fields, so in some cases that might aid doing multiple events, and not particularly tiring as well if you're just doing the 6 throws compared to if you were doing, let's say, 3 rounds of a track event or a long distance event.
I couldn't punch in anymore there, I was laughing too much. Sure. I've got one in already.
So still Haley Elliott, Jasmine Waters and Katie Ennis now into third place. So 35.49 for Haley Elliott, Jasmine Waters of Sheffield 33.28 and 32.96 for Ennis of St Mary's. And we're still in the second round, but shortly we'll be moving into the third. Micah Deckert here, last throw of this second round, already with a personal best of 30.84. So while this is going on, there's also pools A and B of long jump qualification. And in those, so far no one is near the 595 automatic mark to make it through to the final, which is quite high for BUCS competition, considering there are only a few people with PBs over 6 meters. So the best mark so far, Amelia Watling 550 and Lucy Kirby 534. So something mid 5 meters is probably going to be good enough to make it through to the final, given that we're only in the first round of qualification. We've still got another pool to come up later at 11:45. But the big contenders in this, for whom they'll hope to get qualification out the way quite quickly, they include Molly Palmer. Palmer, who is a personal best of 6:47, so one of the best in the UK. She's got 3 BUCS medals and 1 gold, but one surprisingly came in the 60 meters indoor earlier this year, improving her PB to 7:32 to get that bronze medal. And that was quite unexpected, but unfortunately sometimes we see that the explosiveness of dabbling in sprinting does produce injuries. It's happened to the best, including Keely Hodgkinson, when she's tried the 400 meters. And yeah, Palmer appeared to have an injury that ruled her out of her main event, the long jump indoors. But she did win this outdoor title in 2023. Cleo Martin Evans, though, this I believe is the last BUCS for the Birmingham City University student, and she therefore won the indoor title. Might have won it anyway, of course, but Martin Evans has 4 BUCS medals and 3 golds. And then you've also got Ruby Jurgis, who has 4 BUCS bronze medalists, usually behind the pair of them. So she'll be hoping maybe she can climb higher. Certainly I've seen Molly and Ruby, and Cleo's posted about her being at her last BUCS, so expecting to see all of them. Seen Steph Jones in action as well for Edge Hill. She also got an injury that ruled her out of the indoor competition, but is a previous English schools champion and this year's Northern Indoor Long Jump champion. And she has jumped out to a little over 5 meters, 5:27 so far. We just saw the jump there of Hannah Wallace of Strathclyde, the maroon vest, a moment ago. She's gone out to 5:88, so that's the best jump of qualifying so far by some 38 centimeters with that measurement. So Wallace, who was 4th indoors, improving on 7th indoors the previous year. She's also won the Scottish long jump title this year indoors with a personal best of 6 meters. So breaking that 6 boundary for the first time. And that's a mark of a good athlete at this level, or good athlete generally, a great athlete at this level. And when you're getting to 7 meters, that really is world class. And that's what Jasmine Sawyers did to win the European indoor long jump title in Istanbul 2 years ago. So only a couple of British athletes have ever gone over 7 meters on the women's side. Shara Proctor holding the British record, 7:07, when she won world silver medal. Of course, Proctor now retired. Jasmine Sawyers has been injured for some time. Lorraine Ugan as well. So whereas we had huge depth, Abby Rosaru retiring as well. So whereas we had huge depth in women's long jumping in the UK, it's now sort of changing a little bit. And the door is open really for someone like Molly Palmer to try and win UK titles. Alice Hopkins winning the UK indoor long jump title and making it to the European Indoor Championships unexpectedly. Best UK long jumper this year is Funmi Olajide, who was taken to the World Indoors in Nanjing, her GB Senior Major Championship debut, 6:67, her personal best this year. Molly Palmer, 6:47, new personal best in Iceland in January. So Hannah Wallace's mark still the best, 5.88. That's 7 centimetres off the automatic mark that Palmer and Martin Evans will probably manage. So looking here at Sophia Meller of East Anglia. Athlete from Guernsey with a seeding mark coming into this of 4.95. Looks like Caitlin Clark of Stirling this. Stirling having a good championships. They've got 2 athletes in this long jump qualification, Erin Hall and Caitlin Clark, who hasn't yet registered a mark so far. Comes up now as 4.82, so that's just outside what's needed at the moment. 4.83 is required in order to make it into the top 12. And as I say, that's without Group C, and it's been great to see 3 pools of qualification for a field event. So this is Delia Belgrave of Brunel. Again, registering her first mark here, so huge number of athletes involved in long jump qualification. Of course, they're aiming for just 12 places, but we've got 20 athletes in B and C, and then 19 athletes in Group A. So that's 59 in total, which is really high. So this is Laura Buchan of Edinburgh. No mark in the first round for her. Five athletes didn't register a mark in the first round, including Jess Lee of Loughborough, who would be expected to make it through to the final. She's ranked 6th overall with a personal best of 6.06. We see a lot of multi-eventers doing the long jump as well, so keep an eye on some of the heptathletes too. So I'll just mention that at the halfway point in the women's Ambulant discus final, Freya Howgate still leading 21.01. Ellie O'Halloran improving to 20.40 and Abigail Birch to 13.20. At the halfway point in the women's discus B final, Hayley Elliott is on 35.49 from Jasmine Waters 33.28 and Katie Ennis 32.96. So they'll resume with the 4th round in a couple of moments. So back to the long jump we go. We got 3 athletes over 5.50. Just as I'm talking, by the way, the athletes have come out for the women's 100 final, which is 10 minutes away, or thereabouts. So really excited to that. And suddenly people have started arriving. Isn't this a bit early for a Sunday morning? People want to see the 100 final. I did wonder whether we'd get people out of bed. Maybe that was the idea. But, well, they've left it close. You know, if you're stuck in traffic and you're aiming to get here at 10:30, arrive at 10:20, you might miss the race, because not often too late with these, although maybe a matter of minutes or so, and some things even go off early. But I'm sure that will improve the atmosphere. Some people obviously watching on the back straight because they know that they'll be closer to the first couple of events of the day. Looking here at Amber Hughes of Sheffield Hallam. Thought it was Nottingham Trent because pink vest there, but Slightly different kitch. Anyway, she's got 4:45 so far. Has Amber Hughes, so that's in 21st place. Looking for 12 spots in the final as always. That looks like a Durham vest there. So we have 2 Durham athletes in this, and it's Cassia Brown we're looking at here. 4:39 so far. There's clearly been a push for some athletes who perhaps often take part in sprint events or have done athletics at some point to try the jumps to see if they can make it through to a final, which is much easier than in the 60 meters or 100 meters indoors or out. This is University of Manchester's captain Michelle Caron, who we were talking to earlier, and in the end she would have had that early start, 5 AM. 3:71 for her so far, so she's in Group B. So at the moment 4:97 would make it into the final, and that's without the third group coming up later. This long jump qualification is going to go on for some time. Cleo Martin-Evans is in Group A, and Ruby Burgess in Group C. Molly Palmer just having a look along these lists is in Group C as well. So the 2 of the big medal contenders aren't going until later. You can almost guarantee, unless there's a major issue, they'll be well over 4:97. So yeah, as I say, I think it's going to be around mid 5 meters, maybe around 5:30, 5:40. Watching here, Jasmine Poulter of Southampton, 4 meters 30 so far. We don't have an indication of the wind just yet. It isn't too strong at the moment, but just as I say that, I'm sure a few gusts will appear to prove me wrong. Neve Moon of Coventry. Again, one of the vests that we don't see very often, but good to give everyone a shout out. People really have poured into the stands in the last few moments, and they're already filming the athletes warming up for the 100 final. It'll be the women's final first in 5 minutes time, so do stay tuned for that. And of course you can have a look at the schedule on the Roster Athletics website and app. It's also downloadable off the BUCS website too. Staying with this long jump qualification, 5:88 remains the best mark so far.
So we come to the final of the women's 100 metres. And lining up in line 1.
So there is Cleo Martin-Evans, who won the title indoors. This being her last BUCS and looking for her 5th medal and her 4th gold. Personal best 6:36. So should be fairly straightforward for her. Didn't quite catch whether she got the white flag or not. 5:23, so not representative of what you would expect from her and she would need to improve to make it into the final. I'm sure she is very capable of that, though.
Representing Loughborough, 2024 semifinals silver medalist, English bronze medalist, Amelia Gittins. Representing the University of London, England.
But to the track we go as we see what's coming up later. This is the final of the women's 100 metres. And what a final this always is. It's so unusual to have it early in the morning, but it's a very exciting lineup. Annabelle Honey of Loughborough going in lane 1, English schools finalist last year. Lois Garland, the Scottish athlete, Scottish University's 200 metre gold medalist last year. Aaliyah Sibbons won this title in 2022, perhaps the favourite. Jennifer Aduwu has looked good though for London South Bank University. She was 4th indoors, personal best of 11:59, ranks her 2nd overall coming into this. Amelia Gittins alongside for Loughborough has looked good so far through the rounds. English schools bronze medalist, then Karen Mayindu, who beat Aduwu in their semi-final. Scarlett Thomas-Wright of Birmingham, and Olivia Fowler of Edge Hill, who's made a BUCS final at the 8th time of asking. Here we are, the women's 100 final. Long hole for the athletes, but eventually they're underway. Simmons driving her way through, chased down by Aduwu and by Mayindu. It's close, but Simmons now away and clear. She has another BUCS gold. 11.83 for Aaliyah Simmons into a -2.4 wind. She does what she did in Chelmsford in 2022 for Bath. Well, Jen Aduwu though, what about that? Gone up there, just behind Sibbons, knew she had to chase her down, and she was beaten as well by Mayindu in the semi-final. Close between them again. Aaliyah Sibbons though was always likely to be the favourite. Can't have been easy though for these sprinters. They wouldn't have been that thrilled with such an early start this morning. You know, you have to work your way back a few hours in terms of preparation, call room, warm-up, and breakfast as well. And the semi-finals were late in the day, in the evening yesterday. Let's see if we can get another look, perhaps back at that race. The men's final, of course, coming up in 5 minutes' time. So I mentioned coming into it, the semi-finals yesterday, Karen Mayindu was close to her new personal best, in fact. 11.74 in the semi-finals, behind the top qualifier, 11.65 Olivia Sibbons, which rubber-stamped her herself as favourite, the European under-23 semi-finalist. So Sibbons is in 3, then Aduwu, the tall athlete in the blue and white alongside, and then it's the kind of turquoise of Mayindu nearest the camera. You can see here, Mayindu starts well, but Aduwu behind Sibbons. A reversal of the order in the semi-final. Sibbons unbeaten throughout, though. So Aduwu doing really well to improve on where she went wrong, if that's not a little harsh to say, in the semi-final, and getting that silver medal. So in the end, the medals go in the order to the rankings coming in. Sibbons, Aduwu and Mayindu, and Sibbons, yes, 0.3 of a second faster on PBs than anyone else, was always expected to claim the title again. Men's 100 metre finalists now making their way round, and it's always the case though with sprinters that win gold at these championships. You hope for big things next. Aaliyah Sibbons, she As I mentioned, she made that European Under-23 semi-final, but would have wanted to be in the final and would have wanted to have an opportunity for a medal. She did then win gold in the relay, and we've got a few athletes who've won European age group relays at these championships, and all about trying to make the most of being on those pathways. Getting on UK athletics relay programs as well, in order to try and get funding, especially after you leave university. But obviously some great athletes who've won the title in the last few years. Joy Eze winning this last year, and obviously going off to the European Indoor Championships, which was fantastic for her. Alison Bell, medal winner indoors and out. Brooke Ironside, we hope to see in the 200 metres. Leonie Ashmead, winner of this title in 2023. Perhaps hasn't pushed on as much as would have hoped. Hannah Breyer, winner of BUCS titles going back to 2022. Of course, has been part of GB Relay Quartets, but in World Indoor Championships, it was the 4x4, in fact, having moved over to that distance. So we're just moments away from that men's 100 final. We're focusing back with the long jump. Still 5.88, the best from Hannah Wallace, which does surprise me that still no one is within even 30 centimetres of that. Dalia Belgrave improved to 5.52, Amelia Watling 5.50. Those are the best three to this point. Looking here at Jess Lee of Loughborough. No measurements so far, but hoping to get something registered here. Cleo Martin-Evans 5.38. But that probably going to be good enough, but she's 6th overall with 2 pools currently jumping.
Please presentation.
So the men are ready for this 100-metre final. Seanan Yugu has looked strong so far for Loughborough. Is he the favourite here? It's not as clear as the women's 100 final. We've got Ashley Avis in lane 1. And Avis, who won silver indoors behind Lorenzo Paisan of Loughborough, who didn't make it through to this final. That was over 60 metres, of course. Corey Lynn Richards, who was the Northern bronze medalist over 60 metres. He equalled his personal best in the semi-final of 10.66. Tevon Innes looking to rubber stamp himself individually, having been a key part of Brunel's relay quartet over the last couple of years. 10.48 at best for him. Harry Taylor of Loughborough, another big contender. 10.48 at best. Silver medalist over 200 metres and 60 metres at BUCS in the past. Henry Christa for Newcastle, he's looked good. 10.49 his PB for the Southern Under-20 100-metre champion. Then Seanan Yugu alongside someone who's won a European Under-20 bronze medal in 2023. 10.30 his best, so more than a tenth faster than anyone else. Of course, that's only on paper. And Joshan Venkatasamy, gold medalist in the relay indoors and bronze individually. And Jaden Arthur also for Loughborough, second ranked overall He was at 6th outdoors last year, personal best of 10:44. The men's 100-metre final. So now underway and close at the moment. Taylor going well and Yogu starting to come through, as is Arthur. It's so close on the line. Here comes Yogu. 10:86 on the clock again, into a minus 2.2. Well, Yogu, he had a bit of work to do midway through that race. Is that going to be rubber stamped? Jaden Arthur was also coming through quickly on the outside. So waiting for that to come through. Sean Yogu Olapra confirmed as the champion, and he loves it. And he's running down the track to celebrate as well. So yes, in the end, like Sibbons, unbeaten through the competition. Always a mark of a great champion. So waiting for the full confirmed times to appear. And you can watch them on the Roster Athletics website and app.
And those three go straight to presentation, please. Then the 1, 2, 3 from the men's competition go to presentation. And we're still waiting, I think, for the medalists from the women's 100, Adia Simmons, Jennifer Dulu.
So those presentations will happen shortly. The athletes will soon have their medals. Still waiting for the full confirmed result to come up. So have a look at Yogu from lane 6, Arthur from lane 8. Innes also closing in. So Innes there taking the silver medal and Arthur getting the bronze. So 2 Loughborough athletes on the podium. And for men's 100 metres, that's really impressive. 3 Loughborough athletes among the front 4. And Yogu gold, Innes, then Brunel silver, and Arthur Loughborough bronze, just ahead of Harry Taylor. So 10.95 for Arthur, 10.97 for Taylor, just outside the medals there. He looked to have had the best start, did Harry Taylor. On that replay angle, though, it looked very, very close. It looked closer than 500ths of a second between gold and silver. So, women's long jump qualification continues. Hannah Wallace, I know I've mentioned this a few times, but I'm just amazed that no one's got near that 588 yet. Maybe I have different standards. Maybe I should lower my expectations a little bit just for an understanding of this level. But look, hey, it's an early start. I think that's probably the main factor. And that makes it better for the later athletes in some ways if they do start close to 2 hours later. Jess Lee, 5.66, so we were expecting her to improve given she's 6th ranked overall, and of all the athletes involved, all 59 of them, and yes, she is now 2nd best overall. I'm sure that will be good enough. Cleo Martin Evans, though, 5.38, has slipped down to 8th overall. Well, if you're a Manchester City supporter, you'll enjoy that view. Other clubs are available. Been lots of support on the chat for those 100 metres. Lots of support for Jennifer Aduwu as well. Naomi watching. people supporting Tybon Innes as well in that 100 metres Genesis supporting. So this was the men's 100 metre race. The final this morning, Sean Anyogu of Loughborough, the European under-20 medalist, getting gold here, 10.85. Goes into a minus 2.2 wind for Anyogu, 10.90 for Innes, and then Arthur just ahead of Taylor, the two Loughborough teammates. Not the first Loughborough inter-team battle that we've seen this weekend, of course. Stephen Awur before is also watching those 100 metre finals, the previous champion here last year. Aaliyah Simmons winning gold in the women's race, just as she did in Chelmsford in 2022. And quite big gaps that for a 100 race, certainly compared to the men's. Iduwu from Mayindu, second and third. So Ambulant finals coming up next. So results on the Roster Athletics website and app. So a few Ambulant finals this morning, long jump, discus as well. We have 3 athletes involved here. One of them, Maddie Down, is a guest. Maddie Down, who competed at the Paralympics, she also was at Commonwealth Youth Games. So India Oates, Maddie Down and Kitty Branch. Maddie Down looks like she's got a great start and is storming away with this one. Not eligible for the BUCS title, but look at this time on the clock here. 13.54 for Maddie Down. So a few tenths of her personal best, but into a minus 2.5 wind. Oates and Branch, therefore. What a handful of BUCS points they will get for Loughborough. It's the only university competing for BUCS points in that final. In the Ambulant discus final. Last time we looked, Freya Howgate was leading. She still is. They're into the final round now. 22.01 for Howgate. Ellie O'Halloran 20.40. So no improvement since we last checked in at the end of the third round. Abigail Birch, same with 13.20. This is her final effort. .13.82 showing as a personal best from this year, so perhaps that could be a target for this final round for Birch. So that concludes the discus final, and results calculated on point scores afterwards. In the discus B final, A final of course coming up later, 11.50, just over an hour's time. Hayley Elliott leading 35.49. So going into the final round now. 8 athletes involved, all getting 6 throws. Holly Abbott here of Leicester, 29.33 PB already in this competition. Needs 21.86 to improve positionally.
In second place with a 4th round throw of 35.86. meters of 30, and KTM is currently in third place with a best of 32.96 from the opening round. And in terms of the Ambulant women's discus, looking down, that has now finished.
20.93, small improvement there. This is then Lakeisha Evans in 7th place for Bangor. Big gap up to 6th place, so really she's going for personal improvement. Already with a PB of 21.86. And yeah, many of these athletes involved in this B final will just be glad to get the opportunity to compete, be part of the team, get 6 throws in. Some will have other events as well. And trying to break 25 or 30 meters here. So continuing the final round, Kitty Burton of Aberdeen has 28.98 so far. No measurement there for Evans. Hayley Elliott leading the way, 35.49 for University of the West of England. So obviously she'll go last in this final round. So to the track for the men's Ambulant 100-metre final with Rio Booth, Travis Anderson, Joel Mattox, Cameron Thors, Thomas Young, Leon Cerning, Freddie Wallace and William Bishop. So Tom Young expected to thrive here. The Tokyo 2020 Paralympic champion Cameron Thors, gold medalist last year, in 4th place at the moment. Young first across the line, 11.55 into minus 2.6 win there. And he was flanked by his teammates as well, Leon Cerning and Joel Mattox. 4 Loughborough men in this race. Again, big lot of points for them. So results again calculated on RASA point scores afterwards by virtue of different para-athletics classifications. Back to the final round, women's discus B final. No improvement so far in the 6th round. This is the final throw. Hayley Elliott, University of the West of England, 35.49. That came in the 1st round. She has 2 other valid measurements, 34.14, 32.05. So in the circle, trying to maintain the balance, build the momentum, get that rotational acceleration going. And discus has landed between 30 and 40 metres. So similar to before, doesn't look like it'll be any distance improvement though. There we are, what was that, 32.92? That was 32.62 was the previous measurement for Waters. So that concludes 33.92 it is for Elliott. That concludes the discus B final. A final comes up in just under an hour's time. So next action will be heats of the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase on the track, starting on the far side in a couple of minutes. Just a few behind schedule here. Women's long jump qualification continuing though, as expected, because there's so many athletes involved, of course. So we saw the women's 2K steeple yesterday. Again, we have 2 heats. Again, it's the top 6 that go through to the final tomorrow. Well, here we are then, underway with the first heat of the men's steeplechase. And you might notice straight away, as I did, that in this we have Tommy Bridger, who won the 3,000 metre title indoors, as well as this title over the high barriers last year. And Bridger, personal best, 8:41.35. He was one of the Birmingham students who was out in the US recently, so Franklin Philadelphia is where he set his season's best of 8:49.33. He has 2 other BUCS medals beyond those titles I mentioned. So he was 2nd here in 2023, and he also got the silver medal behind Ethan Hussey, I seem to remember. It was a fantastic battle between the 2 of them. That was last year's BUCS indoors in Sheffield. Interesting to see. No Luca Minale, wondered whether he would be involved. Also seen the likes of Adebayo of Bath involved. Going back further, I should say. Sorry, Jonathan Hopkins winning a hat-trick of BUCS titles. Of course, he went on to represent Wales at the Commonwealth Games a little bit more recently. And Alexander Chewton as well. So there've been a few dominate these types of events. Having a look at other contenders in this race though, we've also got Steve Kerfoot of Loughborough, ranked 3rd overall. He has a personal best of 9:12.23. He's done one 3,000 metre race, his only track event this year. 8:37 was the time, so pretty close to his personal best over the flat. The man who was 5th at the England Under-23 Championships last year. Now incorporates senior and under-20s into the same event. Also in this we've got Alexander Sproston of Loughborough. He was the England Under-20 champion last year, 9:13.99, his personal best. Looks like he's the first of the Loughborough athletes there in second place at the moment. Oh no, in fact it is Kerfoot and then Sproston in that particular order behind Bridger in the red of Birmingham. And then just making a move there is Jamie MacDonald of Exeter in around 4th place. We've also got Tom Brinkley of Bath on his inside wearing 3:44. And also in this group is Patrick Kelly of Leeds Beckett towards the back in the purple vest. And the other Birmingham athlete at the back of the pack is William Nuttall. One other athlete in this race is Matthew Looney of Oxford. Just having a look to see if there's anyone I haven't mentioned. A little bit of drift of this. Alex Ludlow of Surrey as well. George Morris of St Mary's is mentioned on the start list, but I can't see St Mary's vest out there, incidentally. But we can see here, Bridger looking in fine form out front, leading the way from Kerfoot and Sproston. And MacDonald. Nuttall has made a move up there, as you can see, into 5th place. And Brinkley occupying at the moment the final automatic qualifying position. Four laps to go, 4:20 into the race.
Steve Kerfoot and Alex Sproston. And then we have 2nd and 3rd. The Exeter student, Jamie MacDonald, expecting one of the 6 automatic qualifying spots. He was finalist last year. Now this is the certificate cap. 3 laps to go.
So clock ticks over into 6 minutes. Same order as you were. Bridger, Kerfoot, Sproston, top 3. One kilometre to go now. So around 6:10 there as they came through. Ever so slightly untidy there through that water jump for Patrick Kelly. Comfortably inside the top 6 though, as you can see the Bath student Tom Brinkley has dropped off there, unfortunately. GT runner saying, come on Brinkley, my Ginger King. He's currently in 7th place.
go in the sixth automatic qualifying spot. So two upper athletes in there, two Birmingham athletes, Exeter and Leeds Becky.
So as ever, Loughborough and Birmingham the last few years really have been quite strong in steeplechase, but always really strong in distance. And yeah, Birmingham were quite disappointed with their indoor showing just because there are a few athletes missing, like Tyler Billiard, Will Barnicott, Eleanor Strevens. They had to bring in a few reserve athletes as there were some injuries in the sprint events too. Loughborough, I suppose it's hard to be disappointed when you're Loughborough because you always get a huge handful of gold medals. Bridger doesn't look like he's broken too much sweat really at this point, 8 minutes into the race. So it's going to be 8:07 at the bell. So these six now really comfortable. There's a good 30-40 metres gap behind them, and I think Sproston just realising that as he looked behind there. McDonald's made a good move though. He's almost into second place here and will be off the water jump. Brinkley making up a bit of that gap now, but not quite going to be enough, although he has really saved something for the latter stages. He's going to be much closer at the finish than he was with 1 lap to go. Fortunately, he's going to be outside those qualifying for the final. Second heat coming up in a moment's time. Second heat then of the men's 3000 steeplechase now underway. Again, it's top 6 going through. We saw Thomas Bridger of Birmingham win the first heat in 9:24.91. His teammate William Nuttall also making it through in that group of 6. And it was a personal best, in fact, for Nuttall, as it was for Patrick Kelly of Leeds Beckett, 9:25.67. Jamie McDonald of Exeter, and 2 Loughborough athletes made it through as well, Alexander Sproston and Steve Kerfoot. We have some more Loughborough representation. You won't be surprised to hear in this one, it's Matthew Knack and Frederick Cooper. Also in this we have a Birmingham athlete, Joshua Geddes, Jack D of Marjon. We saw a couple of their runners yesterday, just narrowly missing out on progressing. Alex Stewart of Bristol, Thomas Dugray of Cambridge, he's the fastest athlete in this. He's second ranked overall with a personal best of 9:01.71, so knocking on the door of sub-9. His PB had been 9:07 until recent race in Franklin Field, Philadelphia. So good 6 seconds off there for the Swiss athlete, who was third last year behind Tommy Bridger and behind Terry Forden, who's not here this year. So same club though, was a Cambridge 2-3. Oliver James of Durham, also one of the fastest athletes in the field. He was 5th last year. This is his outdoor season opener. He's 7th in 2023, so maybe he could improve a couple more places and get on the podium this time. As expected though, Dugray leading the athletes out. 2 minutes into the race, 6 laps to go. Also in this, Alexander Wilson of Southampton, Luca Hamblin, St Mary's, Jonathan Davis of Bath, Henry Yelling, Leeds Beckett, and Alex Stewart of Bristol. So let's see who's supporting. Ed Parker says Jonathan Davis is about to change the sport forever. So I make it Davis at the moment just in what you might call a chasing group, but there isn't much of a gap there between them, and I think Geddes is about to maybe close it, or maybe not. Remain steady. Lots of support for Luca Hamblin as well. So that support coming from Isaac Fell and from Ewan Supple and Matthew Pickering, possibly Sam Marnie as well. And support also for Cesar. Not sure who Cesar is in this race. From Danielle Nunez Perez, who's watching, and a fall there involving Geddes. Now there's time left in this race, and the athletes aren't going too quickly at the front, but 2 of them came together there as they come through in around 3:15 through the first K with 5 to go. So 3:15 would obviously be something like 9:45 pace. It's pretty leisurely for most of these athletes and kind of neutralizes it and allows those with the lower PBs to remain in contention, or higher PBs you might say, in terms of time. 9:01.71 Dugray, but others around the mid-9 minutes. Dugray leading them out, line astern, single file here, coming through now with 4 laps to go. So having a look to see who's behind him, you've got Henry Yelling of Leeds Beckett and Oliver James of Durham. And then also in this leading group is Alex Stewart of Bristol in 4th place, ahead of Luca Hamblin of St Mary's. He's in 5th. So still this group of 7 athletes led by Thomas Dugray. Oliver James moving to the front, looking stronger over that water jump. For the penultimate time, of course. Down this home straight, James of Durham, Dugray of Cambridge, Yelling of Leeds Beckett. And then making a move, Frederick Cooper of Loughborough, Luca Hamblin, St Mary's. 8:13 at the bell. Matthew Knack also in this group, and Alex Stewart of Bristol. So Matthew Knack is the one in 7th place at the moment, 6 going through to the final. So Oliver James now looking really strong on this final lap. Personal best 9:14.71. So this last water jump could be important for Knack. Hamblin in a good spot around the outside there, out of trouble. Hamblin, Knack, Stewart all fighting here behind James. This is going to be very close across the line. I'm not sure Knack quite has enough. He's going to be very close between him and Hamblin across the line. They're all pushing. Dugray nearly run out of it as well. Oh, goodness me, they were slapping and pushing their way across. Yeah, if we can.
So now we are ready to the presentation of medals for the Ambulant 100 metres. This is a full race from long brush, 50 metres, 45, 50 brush.
So let's have another look at what happened here. So watch out for Nuttall on the inside. This is earlier, so it was he who had the fall there, and well, other athletes doing reasonably well just to avoid maybe he was just put off his stride by just pushing the other athlete slightly out the way. He wanted to get himself space. He was trying to do something that would benefit him in the end. It was Geddes, Joshua Geddes, that was in that last heat, if I'm not mistaken. So next on the track will be at 11:30, women's 100 hurdles heats. So the men's pole vault B final underway. I'll just mention the athletes involved. We'll just let this play out for a few minutes. It's a long day today. Lots of action happening. So we got Will Reed, Dylan Tierney, Cesar Alvarez. So that's who the cheers were for from Daniel Nuthier Perez. We've got Samuel Leconte, George McKenzie, Zach Fern, Alistair Mackay, Oliver Early, Dan Richardson. So bar at 4:06 at the moment. And this is the main action that'll be happening for the next few moments.
Another presentation for you, this time to the Ambulant women's longer. The gold medalist from category is the 3 meters 83. Your Ambulant winners longer champion. And I have to say, with no work you, Googling Deborah's name and seeing her fantastic story. It's a story of overcoming adversity. Brilliant. Next, the Hornwall League final underway. William Reed will lead the bracket, has opened up with 4-0-6, as has Dylan Tierney and Cesar Avare. They have all hit 4-0-6. Will lead in the under 20-year-old contest in 2024. Dylan Tierney is going to be a house student. The outdoor contest in 2023, and the target next student, Steve Alvare, third at the World Championships this year. Another presentation for you, this time to the Ambulant women's longer. The bronze medalist from University of University, which is the third continuous question, Abigail Burke. The silver medalist from Dublin is in the 20-40. The gold medalist from Australia is in the 2201. The winning Ambulant District World Champion, Albert. The medalist for the Ambulant Women's District World. So here we go, we need one of the women's hurdles, sprint hurdles.
So first heat of the women's 100-metre hurdles. So Hickling, Morgan, Blaszewska, Paula, Heggie, Fry, Francis and Campbell. Abby Paula, as expected, BUCS indoor gold medalist earlier this year, storming away with this one in 13.28 into a minus 2.2 wind. So top-ranked athlete and favourite to win the title once again. She won the UK indoor title earlier this year as well, an athlete who went to the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow a year ago in the pentathlon. Heptathlete by trade, but this, over the last couple of years, has been her best event. Went to the European Under-23 Championships for it a couple of years ago in Finland as well. Championship record holder, and now Welsh record as well. Indoors 8:09. After the 8:11 BUCS Championship best performance, that won her the title in Sheffield. So 4 BUCS medalists and 3 gold. Also won the shot put last year. Shot put indoor silver last February indoors, as well as the hurdles title there. So yeah, 3 gold, 4 medals in total, I make it. I'm looking for a 5th here.
Happy Paula's time was about 13.21. 2.9, my apologies. Craig Morgan is second place, Karen Campbell in third. We're going to compete for 4 in the women's sprint hurdle. It's good, making their way down to the start.
So it looks like the bar's gone up to 4:36. We're going through second attempts. And next athlete having a go here. I was going to say athlete 304, but it's not mentioned there. 1304 is mentioned, so obviously 3 digits available on the board. Dylan Tierney of Sheffield Hallam. Vaulting there in the background. Teammate George Heppenstall, former winner of the pole vault title at BUCS. Traded it with a couple of years with Oxford Jake Watson. Dylan Tierney, believe this is second attempt then, 4:36. Well, unfortunately unable to execute there. Obviously ideally able to hold fast to the pole as it bends, gets his feet up to 12 o'clock. So you're watching live coverage of the second day of the 2025 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here at Manchester's Regional Arena, adjacent to Manchester City's Etihad Football Stadium, of course, and the whole complex part of the 2002 Commonwealth Games. So, gosh, that's nearly 25 years ago. It will be next year. And yeah, great to have BUCS here for, I think this is the 3rd year now we've been here. And obviously Sheffield retaining its place for the indoors. This is what the final looks like. Obviously got started 10:30 this morning on the track. Sibbins and Anyogu for Bath and Lupper respectively winning the 100 titles. Thomas Young we saw impressive in the men's 100 Ambulant. We just started with the women's 100 hurdles heats, of which we've had just one won by Abigail Paulett so far. I can confirm, by the way, men's 100 meter Ambulant, the RASA point scores have come through. So Thomas Young, the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic gold medalist, won the title here with 11.54 at best, from Leon Cerning of Loughborough 11.71 and Joel Mattix 11.91. So Loughborough 1, 2, 3, and 4 Loughborough athletes among the top 5. So Abigail Paulett winning the first heat at 13.29 from Grace Morgan 14.48 and Erin Campbell 14.69. Let's move on to heat number 2. Again, just the winner going through to the final, straight to the final and no semis. 4-time qualifiers across all 4 heats. Noah Moundus of Greenwich, Danny Hales of Birmingham, Bella Marshall of Sheffield, Eniola Ajagbe of Nottingham, Isabel Walton, King's College, Scarlett Whittaker, Liverpool, Yasmin Awakwe of Loughborough in the second heat of the women's 100 hurdles. Hales, top-ranked athlete here, 13.49 at best. So big chance of a medal here for Danny Hales come the final. She was 4th last year and multiple times a finalist, 4 times a finalist in fact. Hales looks like she's going to win this heat. Actually coming through on the outside here is Awakwe. Very close between them. I think Yasmin Awakwe just got there on the line. 14.36 though. Still decent time. And it'd be faster. I think Hales would be faster there if she was second than Morgan, who was second in the first heat. 2 more to come.
The official winning time, 14.35. Is into a strong headwind. And in the next locals, currently on hand is the steering efficiency competition with best before test. 74.36, that's 3 failures at back height. So that concludes the B final of the next mobile competition. The A final due at 14:30 this afternoon. And the competitors in heat 3 of the winners. 100 meter hurdles, making their way down to start. The women's discus semi-finals due at 11:50, and Justin Paul is going to go very shortly, 10 minutes early at 11:40.
So we'll keep an eye on the chat for the rest of the day to see who you're supporting. Just let us know, just keep it going. I know someone earlier was saying that the chat was quite sleepy early in the morning and that he was breaking his back keeping it going. Let's see, who was that? I think it might have been Local Boys, which might be Jack Johnson from Birmingham. Chaos Cat 79 saying that was an impressive time from Paula in the hurdles, 13.28 into -2.2 win. Absolutely right, and Abby Paula, one of Britain's best sprint hurlers. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Obviously, Cindy Sember has been in her own league for, well, best part of a decade in some ways. But, I mean, she's probably entering into the later few years of her career. Best performance in the sprint hurdles this year in Great Britain has actually been from Marcia Say, who's been out in the US. So, yeah, someone who came through UK age group competitions and then has been studying out in America. That was in Texas, 13 seconds exactly. So that's quite something to beat. So we're going to have a look here at the lineup for the 30. By the way, the pole vault B final has concluded. More on that in just a moment. Results on Roster Athletics website and app. Here we've got Sophie Hogton, Newcastle, Amidat Ibrahim, Kingston, Ariana McGee of Bath, Bryony Mavell, another heptathlete. Seen loads of heptathletes get medals at these. Obviously Paula, O'Dowda, Jodie Smith as well. Sophie Doherty, Sheffield, Kira Holt, Birmingham, and Neve Davenport, Manchester Met. So Kira Holt, perhaps the athlete to watch here. Previously went to the European Under-20s for Great Britain, 13.66 at best. And no Sophie Doherty, DNS lane 6. So Holt from 7 in the red of Birmingham. Big cheers though for all the athletes. It's McGee and Bavell going well. So Ariana McGee here, very strong. Kira Holt closing in. 14.07 into -2.2 wind for McGee. Again, big chance of a medal for her. She was 6th outdoors last year. Same position indoors. 13.78 her personal best. She's around 3/10 off it here. So we were expecting, by the way, Etienne Morn. Looks like she's coming up in the final heat, hopefully, because she was the champion last year. Let's have another look here then. So McGee in the blue from 3, Bavell in the African violet alongside, and then Holt in the red of Birmingham. Watch here how Holt closes. Great speed between the hurdles. Holt, the specialist hurdler, overtaking here Bavell, the heptathlete. Third set of athletes being led out by reigning champion Etienne Morn of Newcastle. Of course, Newcastle won this title as well as the 100 gold medal with Joy Eze, who's not here this year, but it was a fantastic double for them. We hope to have quite a few athlete guests today, as we did yesterday. We heard from David Chapman, the 200-metre indoor champion of Leeds Beckett. We heard from Stirling president Angelica Operinde. Bath 800-metre bronze medalist Basil Rock, not racing this weekend, unfortunately, is injured. We heard from both of the Manchester captains, Michelle Caron and Lorcan Fallon. So 5 guests in all, and hope also to have 5 today. We've got Onyeka Oko, the 400-metre hurdler, coming up at 12. Sophie Warden, Edge Hill athlete from 1. Has been one of our best guests in recent years. Eni Ajagbe, who's in these hurdles heats, will find out how she found them at around 2:20 half an hour after that. Be interested to hear from Newcastle's Lenny Saville on their success last year and how they are probably the noisiest club consistently over the last few years, even if I guess Loughborough by volume and Edge Hill by enthusiasm. We'll try and battle them for that. And then we'll have Emmanuel Sassagna, former BUCS medalist and now helping out with a management role at University of East London and also a content role with his track and field talk. at 5:30. So yeah, another 5 guests hopefully today, and then should have another former BUCS gold medalist, Cam Bailey, at 12 tomorrow, and Ty Brockley-Langford, who won the 1500 title indoors. She'll join us for the women's 1500 title, so really looking forward to that. Well, it looks like we're again underway early in the discus, so this time 5 minutes early. Discus A final, which includes Zara Obama-Kinwa, UK silver medalist here last year. Personal best of 56.06 this year as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. We know that we'll also have the third pool of long jump qualification and the first pool of men's long jump qualification, so third for the women's. Very interesting to see, by the way, if the indoor champion Cleo Martin-Evans can make it through to the final at her last BUCS, because yeah, I think it was 5:36, not really her usual sort of distance, and therefore she's in 8th place overall with one pool still to go. We know that we also have one heat remaining of the women's 100 hurdle, so lots happening. Didn't look like anyone cleared at 4:36 in the pole vault B final, so the result was that 3 athletes, all on 4:06, Will Reed, Dylan Tierney and Cesar Alvarez. Final heat women's sprint hurdles: Etienne Morn, reigning champion; Freya Doherty, Erin Williams, Bevan McCaffrey, Niamh Moon, Mariam Mafor McPessa, Caris Mari, Jasmine Hatch. So only the winner going through straight to the final once again. Etienne Morn right on the inside here. Watch out for her in the navy vest, being chased by Freya Doherty and by Erin Williams. So Doherty and Williams will have to wait. Morn is safely through, 14:07, and didn't have to be at her best there.
Back to the women's discus. We are in the second round. Here Maxwell, currently in second place, the Glasgow University student. She took her third, second, Scottish University title this year. And she is also the Scottish student record holder. Birmingham University, Alina Dada in second place, third place.
Support there for Cerise Myrie from Stephanie Carr, who's watching on. Myrie, who was in that last heat. So it really is all happening. We've now concluded those women's sprint hurdles heats, so we can have a look at our finalists. Should be able to anyway. Indeed we can. So we already knew that Paulette Morn, McGee and Awakwe won their heats and are through to the final, but the others who'll join them, Kira Holt and Bryony Bavell from that third heat, even though Holt overtook Bavell, they both make it through on time, 14:30 and 14:47, and then Grace Morgan and Freya Doherty from the first and fourth heats respectively make it through. Danny Hales unfortunately was second in the second heat, doesn't make it through to the final. Well, she'll be disappointed with that for sure, because she was ranked second overall. I make it on time. A 4-timer finalist would have had a medal opportunity. Was just beaten in her heat. And unfortunately on this occasion, yes, Yasmin Awakwe making it through to the final. It just wasn't one of the faster heats. But anyway, that wraps up the sprint hurdles until the men get underway in 10 minutes' time. Just looking at the women's long jump third pool, 5:06 the best mark so far, but only 4 athletes out of 20 have registered a mark so far. I mentioned the men's pole vault B final, the A final coming up at 2:30, featuring the likes of Adam Hoole, Andrew McFarlane, some of the medal contenders along with Will Lane, so we'll watch out for that later on. Of course, here though, we have the discus, having seen the B final one earlier. This A final now includes Zara Obama-Kinwa. I mentioned her credentials already. 53.01 she's gone out to in the first round. We're now in the second. Kira Maxwell's in second place on 45.47, and Caitlin Rimmer on 44.51. Waiting for Sinead Dutoit, twice a BUCS shot put medalist, here to register a mark. No measurement in the first round. We're looking at athlete wearing 1002, which is Sinead Dutoit. So, as expected, big gap, 7.5 meters between Obama-Kinwa and the rest.
So, 6 athletes making their way down to the start of the 1 3, led by number 7 hurdle, to 12 o'clock.
So you're watching the second day of action here at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships in Manchester. And Onyeka Oko has joined me in the commentary box, someone who's represented Great Britain at European and World Age Group Championships. What's it like being at BUCS to you? How does it compare to some of the other championships you've been to?
It's pretty much all the same. Like, at the end of the day, it's the same race. We've got to go through the rounds, the same procedures. So call room's the same time before the race. So it's just a bit more practice for the future, and it's quite early to be running rounds.
Early in the season, or early in the day?
Yeah,
Lots of ways.
Tomorrow morning's final 11:25. That's quite early. Well, actually, 4 hurdles, we're quite used to it.
Yeah, I think you're often thought of as people that can wake up early. Throwers and four hurdlers, or multi-eventers, definitely. They definitely don't mind waking up early because they don't sleep anyway.
No.
I don't think they do. They're too busy thinking about, how was my javelin? How was my shot put? How's my hurdles?
Yeah, they have a lot going on.
There's too much going on. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to watch some sprint hurdles in a moment. You said that you haven't done these for a good while, but you still enjoy them.
Yeah, under 13s, under 15s is probably the last time I did it. Was never really that good at it, so.
So it might have been actually shorter than 110.
Yeah,
at
so
that level. Yeah.
I think I went up to 80.
Okay, so we're going to watch 3 heats here. Top 2 going through to the final. No semi-finals. So again, that's something that you have as well. No semi-finals. Is that correct?
No semi-finals. Yeah.
So do you prefer it that way?
I've never ran 3 rounds of the 4 hurdles, so
it is fairly unusual, yeah. I remember there was an England Championships here, and actually they were expecting 2 rounds, and they arrived to say, actually, you're going to have to run 3 rounds because we've got 2 more athletes than were expected. So that was a bit of a nasty surprise for them.
Yeah, that definitely would have annoyed a few people.
But then I think from a viewing perspective, just trying to sell it, when you do have semi-finals, you get more of an idea, because the semi-finals is often where the competition ramps up. So from heats to heats straight to final, you don't always get an idea of who's going to triumph. So let's have a look at this lineup. McNichol, Hull, Kuda, Moncur, Wheels and Clemens in this. So we don't have some of the athletes who have triumphed in recent years like Tom Wilcox. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in these. Moncur and Hull, 2 multi-eventers here. Hull doing very nicely here. So Adam Hull of Heriot Watt from Craig Moncur. Looks like they've made it through to the final. 14.92 on the clock. Obviously, these are the higher hurdles than the 400. What do you make of that then? Nice, good race there. A few clattering sounds for a bit of atmosphere there of those hurdles.
Yeah, so great race from Hall. I'm pretty sure he's a decathlete, so his primary event, but really good, strong showing. Sully from Loughborough, have to mention him. He came through quite strong last 2 hurdles, so 15.22 for him. Think that might be a good time. I don't know what his PB is, so.
Yeah, so what, Moncur was it? Yeah.
Sully from Loughborough, so 3rd place there. I
think that'll still be a good, so still might make it through. But Hull, he's got 5 BUCS medals in 4 different events. So, if you include 60 hurdles and 110 as 2 different events, they sort of aren't. Long jump and pole vault as well. So that's super impressive. And so Callum Holder and Ruben Hedman looking strong. No Dan Goriola, because obviously he won outdoors and indoors the last couple of titles. And no Tom Wilcock, who got the last couple of silvers. So a big opportunity. How are you feeling, though, ahead of the 400 hurdles?
Quite good, yeah. Yesterday was a bit interesting. I didn't get out. Well, I've looked at the video and I didn't get out as well as I thought I had. So that's just a bit or something to take in for tomorrow. I've seen my lane draw. I'm excited. So just got to get out a bit harder, hold on, and finish strongly. Hopefully the wind dies down a bit tomorrow morning. I don't think, looking at the forecast, it's supposed to, but we get it both ways. So should be a good race.
Do you feel that? Because we were discussing that, actually, the wind in the 400 yesterday, and sometimes when you have a wind in your face early in the race, it can be a bit off-putting, even if you get the advantage later.
I always think it's easier to have the tailwind down the back straight. It allows you to go as fast through 200 without trying as much. And then, you get to 350 and you start feeling the lactic anyway, so a little headwind you know, I don't think it makes too much of a difference, but some people might think differently.
Interesting. Have you ever done any field events?
High jump, yeah. As an under 17, I jumped 186 off no training.
Oh,
so.
nice. That's much better than David Chapman. He'd only done 160.
He's quite a tall guy, so I would have expected him to jump a little bit higher.
Yeah,
but
maybe he should have continued it. 186, did you say?
186,
yeah.
yeah.
Nice, okay. Yeah, I mean, that might get you into the final here.
I think you needed 191, 193
okay,
yesterday.
enough, yeah.
I'm rooming with Louis, who's one of the Loughborough boys that made the high jump final. So I was joking with him that maybe I could jump 2 meters, but we'll have to see, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So you never know with time dedicated to it, of course. Yeah, well, you get a lot of decathletes, as we've just seen in the sprint hurdles. You occasionally get them in the 400 hurdles. I mean, Karsten Warholm is an example of someone. I think it tends to be something that if you're multi-skilled, then you can definitely do 400 hurdles.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Will Hoddy from Loughborough, he's a decathlete. I think he's the only one in the 400 hurdles final tomorrow. So I think that does show, even like university level, that decathletes can also be quite good for hurdlers. I mean, he ran not too much off of his PB. He was definitely one of the closest to PBs yesterday, in quite challenging conditions, I think. The wind wasn't playing ball, at least in my opinion. So, yeah, I think, and even like Anna Hall yesterday, I think it was yesterday, she ran 54.4 in the 4 hurdles, and obviously she's a heptathlete, so men and women both seem to be good quite 4 hurdlers.
So just looking then at discus final, so we are at the halfway point pretty much. Zara Bamba-Makimwa leading the way, 53.01. Kira Maxwell second, 45.47. Caitlin Rimmer third, 44.51. Pole vault A final getting underway later. We have got still 2 more heats of the men's sprint hurdles and long jump qualification. So Molly Palmer involved, 6.12. So I think that might be the first jump over 6 meters. Yes, it is indeed. First jump over 6 meters, first person over the automatic distance. So she's looking good for the final. Obviously, you're here with the Loughborough contingent. Were you watching the indoors at all earlier this year?
Yeah, so I was competing as well in the 400. So yeah, I wasn't too happy with how I raced. Wasn't in entirely great shape, but I know a few of the guys did really well, exceeded expectations, and as a team we did really well indoors.
Always do, I guess, if you're Loughborough. Yeah. Yeah, Molly Palmer, she obviously is a long jumper, but you know, sprang a bit of a surprise in the 60 meters because she got a PB, big PB, and a bronze medal as well. So that was quite unexpected.
Yeah, definitely not too much of a surprise to me when I see them guys train in the morning. She's quite fast, so maybe 7.3 was a bit of a surprise. I think that's what she ran, 7.31, 7.32.
Yeah.
So that's quite quick, especially for a long jumper, but not surprised. She does have that speed.
Yeah, but she's in a good position in the final at the moment because the other main competitor, Cleo Martin-Evans, is only jumped 5.39 earlier, so it's really, really close as to whether she'll make it in because the third group is still going. Back to the track for the men's sprint hurdles second heat now. And we'll keep an eye because 2-time qualifiers is quite difficult to make it through if you're not in the top 2. So at the moment you need 15.88. So just bear that in mind. There's quite a big gap there between 15.22, third place. You were mentioning Suleiman Wheels. Is that how you say it?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, love that. McNichol, Durham, 15.88 versus 15.22 for Wheels of Loughborough. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that because in this we got Stephen Bates of Loughborough. Know anything about him?
I know a couple of guys he trains with.
Okay.
That's as much as I can tell you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Who are they?
I'm pretty sure he trains with Sully. I'm also 99% sure he trains with Sammy Locke, who's 2 years younger than me, so a junior still. 7.45 long jumper.
Nice. So also in this we got Varesh Rajakumar. It's been some support for him on the chat. And then as well, looking at lane 5, we've got Ollie Hector of Cambridge. Morgan Williams leads Beckett, Alistair Mackay, Strathclyde, George Whittaker of Sheffield Hallam. So, yeah, 3 heats in total going straight through to the final. So actually not that high in terms of participation in this event. And Just wondering as well, I think that means we're missing Callum Holder, who would have been the favourite coming into this, and Ruben Hedman. So 2 previous BUCS medalists in the past, as well as Goriola and Wilcock not here. So there's a big opportunity for someone, if you consider all of the students who could have run this year, something like the top 5 aren't involved. It's a case a little bit in the 400 hurdles where actually the depth, people putting their hands up to do 4 hurdles at BUCS isn't that high. So, I mean, maybe throughout your career you've seen that as an opportunity, whereas, you know, if you were doing 400 flat, you would have had to go through 3 rounds and you probably would have had, tougher competition at the sort of level that you're running.
Yeah, so last year I was sort of eyeing up running the 400 instead of the hurdles, because I hadn't really hurdled much. But then I did a little bit of hurdling and I was like, I probably stand a better chance of medaling in the hurdles than the 400. And I think that sort of shows your point that the depth of the 4 hurdles not being as strong as the 400 does make it a bit easier to get a medal. And I did come here last year and pick up a silver, so I think that does kind of show your point.
And one of the things about those who've done 400 is that you've been often to relay, to championships for the relay with a lot of your rivals in particular. You know, you've kind of been part of a team together. You know, sort of the likes of Jake Minchell have done the same, Sam Lunt, other 400 hurdlers. So you know these people quite well, don't you? Both from individual races and from relay squads.
Yeah, we do definitely. The 4 hurdlers and the 400, I think we do kind of all know each other, like in some way. So Jake, I've been racing him since under 17. Sam, I've raced the last couple of years as well. So out them hurdlers, and then a couple of the 400 guys I've raced quite a bit. So yeah, it does show that.
So it looks like we've only got 6 athletes in this. So actually, although qualification is quite tough, 4 of them could make it. Stephen Bates, Varesh Rajakumar, Ollie Hector, Morgan Williams, Alistair Mackay and George Whitaker. So top 2 making it through to the final. We know that 12:88 is the target time if you're outside the top 2. 15:88 should say. So Bates' personal best of 15:13. He's run a windy 15 flat this year. Looking good at the moment, but Ollie Hector is also going nicely, as is Morgan Williams. It's going to be Williams from Bates to the line then in 15:28. It's a race that chopped and changed a little. We had kind of 3 different leaders at various points, and it just kind of shows that you have to just keep that rhythm right until the end.
Yeah, I think Morgan will be quite happy with that win. I know he's a high jumper mainly, so don't think he high jumped yesterday. So yeah, just hurdles for him this competition. So he'll be quite happy with that. I don't think the time will be, I mean, it says it's a tailwind, but that might be the first tailwind we've had all weekend. So
I think it is.
So I don't know how, must have been swirling at the right time to get that reading. But he'll be happy. Yeah, he did seem quite happy. Little celebration crossing the line. So yeah, he'll be happy through to the final later this evening.
The final actually coming up, I believe, tomorrow. It's finals.
Quite a nice break.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, another opportunity for him to get a medal. The top high jumpers at Leeds Beckett are nicknamed the Bouncy Boys. Have you got any nicknames within Loughborough, or is it all very serious performance oriented?
I think the only nicknames I can think of off the top of my head is Coops, Alex Cooper.
Oh, that's terrible.
So
that's the best one.
I can't think of.
It's okay.
I mean, and then yeah, in my training group, Lucy Matthews, Lucy Matt. So like we just don't. With the guys I train with,
it's a bit more serious, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe we're just not as exciting as the other teams.
That's okay. So no, we've got Stephen Bates there. He's through to the final for Loughborough. So yeah, he's got that rest, just the heat, the final. That's pretty straightforward. It will be ideal actually for people who are doing other events along with the hurdles. Confirmed time there, 15:44. So actually no one from that heat outside the top 2 makes it. Very close though, 15:88 versus 15:89 for Ollie Hector, who was 3rd there. That's a bit unlucky. And then this third heat coming up in a moment. You said you've done high jump. Have you done any long jump?
Probably before COVID, so like under 15s. No, I was just not good at it, so that won't be getting seen, I don't think. I joke about how I could do all these different events and be good at them as a joke. So I've joked saying, oh, I reckon I could jump 7 meters in the long jump. I don't think I'm doing that, but I like to have the confidence to be able to do it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We've only got one athlete, as I say, who's jumped 6 meters, and yeah, it's interesting. These qualification marks are set very high for a reason. But the long jump participation is huge. You've got 59 women in the long jump, over 3 pools, yeah. So I think the last couple of years we've had 3 pools, but obviously everything else has just 2 pools. So are you surprised by how many long jumpers there are relative to the other field events?
I feel like long jump is quite a popular field event, I think, because the 100 is what is the most popular event here, I'm pretty sure. Most people in the 100, and I guess the long jump in its simplest form is running and then jumping, like in a straight line. So it's probably the closest field event to the 100. So I think that might have something to do with it. But yeah, I'm not too surprised. I think the marks are a bit down, mainly due to the headwind. I think I'm seeing a couple readings, minus 1.9, minus 2.8. So it is a headwind. It doesn't seem to be reading that strong, but I can see the trees just behind the grandstand on the first bend, and they're moving a little bit. So
I love that. It's always like, oh, I can see someone's shorts are just fluttering about. Yeah, I love that.
So yesterday I was looking at the wind flags, so I can see over on the back straight, they don't seem to be gusting. It is showing a headwind, but I know yesterday they were gusting a little bit, swirling. I did a walk round when I got here in the morning and couldn't tell you which direction the wind was going. It just felt it was always in my face.
Fair enough. Well, this is Olivia Fowler just jumping there. She made a BUCS final at the 8th time of asking. So that's real persistence there. You know, tried multiple events, got through to the 100 final, and it actually clashed with long jump qualification. So that's why she's been put in the 3rd pool. But yeah, we're seeing actually, you know, some people who in previous years, 1st, 2nd years, might have been just off the medals. They have a real chance of improving and finally getting on the podium. It's nice to see that trajectory, isn't it? Someone that you know that's just missed out.
Yeah, definitely.
Getting on the podium. Okay, so we have one more heat of the men's sprint hurdles. Ryan Wells, Ben Ince, Tom Palmer, Sam Nissen, Stephen Simmons, Archie Street. Ben Ince, the Loughborough athlete in this. 15:88 still the target time if you're outside the top 2. So long hold again, the athletes now underway. Ince going well for Loughborough, as is Simmons in the navy vest of Kent here near side. So it's going to be Simmons from Ince here across the line, just dipping there 14.74 into minus 1.8. Yeah, nice run there. Ben Ince again. Do we know anything about him?
I know he trains with Jersey, so Team Jersey. Shout out to them guys. So it's the same group as Daniel. So yeah,
Daniel Gorilla.
Daniel Gorilla, yes. So he's a not student, but he trains in Loughborough with Team Jersey. Yeah, Ben will be happy with that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Ryan Wells 15:09. That will be good enough for the final.
15:09, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. We'll smash it, because 15:22 and 15:88 without that result coming in. So that will be good. It's just updated, 15:09 and 15:22 in the end. So yeah, Ryan Wells of Warwick and Sully Wills of Loughborough making it through as the 2 non-automatic qualifiers. So you'll have 3 Loughborough athletes there. Happy with that?
Definitely, yeah. I'm sure Emma, who's not sitting too far away from us, yeah, she'll be quite happy with that.
Emma Wiltshire.
We've had quite a good competition so far. I'm pretty sure everyone, except a couple of people, have made it out of 1st round. So that's definitely a strong first day and a morning of the next day for us. So yeah, just trying to build up on that momentum. Team's been really good. Everyone's been getting on quite nicely, and that's sort of what you want at these championships.
For sure. So what happens away from the track, kind of like before, after, you know, are you having team meetings and stuff? What's going on?
So on Wednesday, I believe we had a team meeting, and then we've not really had one since coming to here, but and then it's just sort of, we've been in the hotel, like free reign, obviously not doing anything silly that's gonna harm our performances for the day after or 2 days after that. So for me, that's been, I brought my PlayStation, mainly because I have I'm not racing today, so obviously I'm on the mic right now, and then I've got some treatment after, and then I'll be going home, back to the hotel to get ready for tomorrow morning.
What are you playing on PlayStation? FIFA?
Yeah, FIFA and college football. I thought, FIFA, I don't play it too often. Did get shown up a bit by my roommate, and then college football, I thought that would have been an easy win, and it wasn't. So not doing too well at the moment. Hopefully can change with that a little bit later.
Love that. Who do you play as?
For which one?
Well, FIFA stuff.
Oh, FIFA, Arsenal all the time. So big Arsenal fan.
I might have guessed that. There was some worries after yesterday's result, though. Not the best result. Arsenal losing at home to Bournemouth for the first time.
Yeah, so I saw.
Sorry to rub it in there.
So I saw that we went 1-0 up, and I was, gassed. And then saw the result this morning, and I saw it was 2-1. I completely forgot about the rest of the game. Saw it was 2-1, and I was like, doesn't bode well for PSG on Wednesday, I believe it is. So hopefully we can turn it around. I don't know who we played in our starting 11 yesterday, so
it was a strong starting 11. Yeah, it did feature Saka and Odegaard. Yeah.
So that doesn't make me too confident. But I mean, we beat not PSG. We beat Real Madrid, so if we can beat them, I'm sure we can beat PSG.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's not the main focus at the moment, anyway. So just looking at the long jump then. In the latter stages of qualification here, we're waiting to see if Cleo Martin-Evans will make it through. She's still in 10th place overall, but it's such a big field, of course, with 59 athletes. Just having a look at this third group then, which got underway about 20 minutes ago, and they are currently in the second round still. So some way to go to see if Martin Evans can make it through. Ruby Jurgis of Lapra, she's had 3 bronze medals, I think it is. So a chance of her to improve on that. 4 bronze medals, in fact. So I'm sure she'd love not to have a bronze this time, even if that is very consistent. But yes, let's keep a close eye on this. We've got Manchester student watching here. Molly Palmer still the best with 6.92. Amy Hughes 5.93, and she retired, so maybe deciding that was good enough to make it through. Emily Thomas 5.77. In the discus, we're into the 5th round now, so Zara Obama-Kinwer leading the way. 53.01 in the first round, no valid measurements since then. Sinead Dutoit of Lapra, 46.50 in second. Personal best that's showing us. And then Kira Maxwell, 45.47, still in third place. What are you looking forward to generally this weekend, Onyeka, other than your own event?
I think just watching all my friends compete, I really do enjoy watching everyone compete and everyone do well. It sets good vibes for the weekend. So obviously all the Lapra guys, we did really well yesterday, and I think that just sort of sets the tone. And I think my theme for this season is positivity. My training group, if they're listening to this, they've been saying to me, oh yeah, Onyeka, you've been so much more positive this year. And I think it's just trying to look at the good side of things. And I think that really helps when other people are doing well. It helps you look at those good bits instead of the not so good bits.
And do you think that's something that you, judging by what you're saying, that you dwelled too much on in the past, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. My last 2 seasons haven't been what I wanted for multiple different reasons. So I think this year I'm trying to take all the pressure off myself and just come and have some fun. So this weekend for me has been yesterday. I had loads of fun, even if I didn't race as well as I wanted to. It was really good fun. It's definitely nice to be back having fun racing, and I just want to take that momentum and that enjoyment of racing and warming up and going through the cool room and getting out onto the start line, and everyone's watching, and I just want to take that all the way through to the rest of the season.
And obviously, while you've been competing over the last couple of years, your sister has reached the Paralympic Games, right, Didi? And that is after really shining at BUCS level, getting multiple medals, certainly in multiple events, sprints, high jump, long jump potentially as well. But and anyway, you know, I'm sure you're very proud of both being out there competing in the same sport and reaching international level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she was Birmingham, so rival uni, so a little bit there. But no, it's been really good that to compete at the same level as her, because growing up, she was silver medalist at English schools, and I didn't make an English schools till really late, so it was quite, so like growing up, that's sort of what I was looking towards. And then when I started getting age group vests, she was then looking, oh, okay, how can I get to that level as well? And, you know, we talked quite a lot. Actually, leaving here yesterday, we was on the phone, and she was telling me this, that, and the other about my race. And she's never done the 4 hurdles, but she knows what she's talking about, and everything she was saying was right. I hadn't looked at the video yet, but when I did go and look at it, I was like, oh, Didi, I was thinking to myself, yeah, you were right about what you were saying.
That's very polite, because if my sister tried to give me sort of life advice about something she didn't know about, then I wouldn't take it seriously.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, she went to Paris for the Paralympics, so
exactly, yeah,
she knows a thing or two.
Ruby Jurgis then here, looking to make it through to the final. Didn't get marking in the first round, so this could be quite an important jump. 4 times a bronze medalist is Ruby. Personal best of 6:12 this year. So one of those bronze medals, obviously indoors earlier this year. She was 4th at the England under-23s last year. It's really difficult to tell from the naked eye, obviously, across the field. Lucas Javilas supporting the jumps athletes for Loughborough here. We're just waiting for this measurement then to come up. This is the second round of qualification, so should have one more jump to come. Has come up now as 5:57. Again, should be enough. 5:38 needed at the moment. It pushes Cleo Martin-Evans, defending champion, down 1 place. So this is really kind of nerve-wracking at the moment. We thought mid 5 meters would be good enough. Should be good enough for Ruby, but it's quite nerve-wracking at the moment. Another Loughborough athlete, Millie Gull, who I believe is a housemate of Georgie Ford-Wales and Abby Paulett and Mel Coxon as well. So
yes,
that's quite an impressive house. But yeah, discussed that with both of them at UK Indoors, and they were saying, yeah, it's quite nice how you can come home from your competition and just sort of discuss it with someone who knows what they're talking about. A little bit like what you were saying about you chatting with your sister about your race. Must be quite cool for them. But then again, there are lots of Loughborough athletes where, you know, high quality athletes live with one another. I think it's always been the case.
Yeah, so
I'm sure it has.
In my house, quite a sporty house. So there's me, Alex Houchin, who did some commentary indoors with you.
That's right,
yeah, he did say some good stuff about me. So if he was here today, I'd be saying some nice stuff about him. Tilly and Millie, who are both on the 1s and 2s for hockey. And then Lara and Tom, Lara plays the 1s for squash and Tom powerlifts.
That's fascinating. So you've probably learned quite a bit about their other sports through them, have you?
Yeah, definitely. So I knew kind of what squash was before I came to uni, but now I know a little bit more about it. And powerlifting is, Tom will like come home and say what he's been doing. I'm like, that's crazy.
First heat of the women's 200 metres, Alice Woodhouse, Emily Kerr, Anna Douglas, Ellie Wickens, Isabella Wigley, Aaliyah Sibbons then. So Sibbons, who won the 100 metre title, doing the 200 as well. That's pretty rare to double up in that case. Let's see how she does on the outside. 100 may be her favourite event, but yeah, she was unbeaten in the 1 and maybe didn't have to be at her absolute best, so should be able to get through qualification quite easily. Top 2 going through automatically. It's very close for this second spot. Watch here on the line behind Sibbons. I think Woodhouse on the inside just got there. 24.73 on the clock. It was a really good battle that for second place, but yeah, interesting. Onyeka, we don't see many people double up with the 100 and 200 metres because 6 races in a few days is a tough ask.
Yeah, it definitely is. I was saying to a couple of guys this morning about, what if my team needs me for the 4x4 heats this afternoon? Then, 3 races in 3 days, that's a lot. But yeah, 6 races, and, the 1 and the 2, they're fast. And I think you can't you can't take for granted, even if you're at the top of the rankings, you can't take for granted that you're going to get through the heats easily. You still have to, at least run to 50. I know Harry Taylor, he was saying to me, his coach told him in the heats, you got to run to 80 at least, and then you can start shutting it down. And I guess that's what we saw the Euro under-18s of J. Cody Jordan. I mean, he started easing down a bit too early, and then he paid the price for it. So even for someone like Aaliyah Simmons, who comes in as quite a strong contender for the title, she's still got to run the heats, at least to 150, 180 quite hard. And then, I mean, as she was coming past us, she looked quite relaxed, but I'm sure she was, giving it still a good go. And I mean, 24/7, that's no slouch, into a slight headwind. So yeah, she's giving it a good go. And now for her, it's just, recover. Semi-finals, I'm pretty sure, are tomorrow. So she's got the rest of the day to recover, get herself right for tomorrow morning, I'm going to guess it is. So yeah, she's got quite a bit of time.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm still surprised to see her doubling up, but yeah, she's won this title in the past, so probably trying to do something different, something else to try and raise the bar a little bit more. So we've got men's long jump qualification as well. Best mark so far, 6.72 Louis White, 7.15 automatic distance. You were mentioning Louis, I think, earlier, but or might have been a different Louis. But 6.72, they're in the second round of qualification, so they're going through that quite quickly. There are 17 athletes in this first group, and also there are 3 pools of athletes. So we're reaching some business ends here. Try and keep across everything. There are, guess how many heats there are of the women's 200 meters? It's it's going to be loads.
14.
10 actually.
10, okay, that's not as many as I was expecting. So yeah, I guess the 100 was more popular than the 200.
Yeah, absolutely. And a few people doubling up anyway. So yes, at the moment, at this very early stage of long qualification, with only one pool, 5.88 looks like it would make it through to the final. Just looking at the discus then in the closing stages, so no measurement there for Zara Obama-Akinwa. She's confirmed as the champion though, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete here representing Northumbria, so rare gold medal for them. Sinead Dutoit getting Loughborough a silver, adding to her 2 shot put silvers in the past, and Kira Maxwell getting the bronze for Glasgow, 45.47 for her, concluding the discus final. In the second heat of the women's 200 meters, so this is interesting, we've got Jenna Duwu as well, who was the silver medalist in the 100 meters. So how long have we had since that final? Well, we've had 2 hours, we've had ages.
That's more than enough time.
Yeah, we have. But interesting that they're both doubling up. So Hart, Jodgy, Hill, McConnell, Ostrich, Aduwu and Mooney. Feeling like we need to whisper more, not get in the way of the starters. It's like being at the golf. Not that I often go to golf. So good start there right on the inside. I think that's for Amelia Hart. But watch out for Aduwu in the blue and white right on the inside. Was very good over the last couple of years. Really pleased to see her get a BUCS medal and get that second place. Coming through so strongly here. Really impressed with the gap, given that she has done the 100 final already today. 24.51 into a still wind. She didn't need to use that much energy, given that she's just run the 100 final earlier.
I think it sets you up quite nicely. I think if you can come to the heats and you can run well, and 24.5, that's a good time. Well, there's only been 2 heats, but that's fastest for at the moment. And I think it sort of sets the standard for everyone else. I mean, there'll be a couple heats still in the call room, and they'll have the opportunity to watch what's going on outside. If they do or not, I don't know. And then the other heats that are still warming up, they might be looking at roster thinking, okay, what do I need to do to get an automatic qualifying spot? And for everyone else, I guess if you're in second or third and you're looking at who's at the front, and you'll be thinking, oh, okay, if they're slowing down, then maybe I can slow down. And that can change the way that non-automatic places, what time you need to get through. So I mean, I have nothing against running a heat strong. That's what I did yesterday. For me, it was about getting things right for today. It was my season opener, so hadn't had the opportunity to get that practice in before today. So yeah, I've got nothing against running fast in the heats.
Was that your intention planned kind of quite early on that BUCS would be your season opener, or is that just the way it's happened?
Yeah, I think so. So your under-23 trials are at the end of next month. So, and I think our focus is trying to get that training in, because 50 flat is a fast time to have to run, especially when I haven't ran anything close to that for 3 years. So yeah, I think the focus is to try and get the training in, and if that means opening up late, then so be it. But I think BUCS is quite a nice place for me to open up, because I get the day off for today. So it sort of makes it, I can run hard in the heats and not feel that in the final tomorrow.
Looking at long jump qualification here, so at the moment still it's the case that 5:38 and Millie Goal in that position, 12th overall, having been in the B group, so she can't respond obviously. And actually 4 athletes have made it through at the moment to the final from Group C. It's kind of what you'd expect, 4 from each roughly. Molly Palmer and Amy Hughes though at the very top, and that might be because they've had the later start that we've had some of the best performers later on. You know, they've started nearly 2 hours later, and that might be a factor in better jumps.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what time the long jump, actually no I do. It started at 10, so, and I know for high jump their call room is an hour before, so I don't know what it is for long jump, but I'm going to assume it's more than 20 minutes that it is for track. So that means, you know, you've got to be here early, and that means it's an early wake up, and you know, some athletes might be fine with waking up, you know, 4 or 5 hours earlier than they need to be here, but some might not like that, and it might affect your preparations. It might mean you're not right on the ball.
This is Lucy Lane of Warwick, 4:75 so far. Most of the athletes jumping into the minus wind. It's interesting, is it here? I'm just wondering whether they can only jump in one direction, but I think they can jump both ways. So it's interesting that they have gone with that. Then again, it does mean all the marks are wind legal. But yeah, slightly surprising. That would be another reason actually that no one else is over 6 meters, thinking about it. This is Josie Bastin of Manchester, 4:35 for her so far. So yeah, again, you know, some athletes are a metre off what they need to make it through to the final, but getting the opportunity to compete and have these 3 jumps. But as we're getting closer to the conclusion of this 3rd round, we're seeing that more and more likelihood that Cleo Martin-Evans will make it through. So next 200 metre heat coming up shortly. There's only about 6 or 7 jumpers left to go here, I make it, in the 3rd round of qualification. Back to the track though. 3rd heat, women's 200. So interesting then, no Brooke Ironside, who won the title indoors the last 2 years. Sibbons top ranked, then Aduwu. No Harita Badra, who was also on the entries. Athlete to watch out here is probably Jasmine Wilkins, another who's been to the World Under-20s. That was last year. So Hempton, Ahmed, Wilson, Mello, Wilkins, Ojigbani and White. So Jasmine Wilkins looking very strong for Birmingham. I'm sure she'll be a key part of their relay quartet as well. Big gap again between 1st and 2nd. Isabel White in that 2nd spot just about. 24.67, minus 2.9 wind this time. 2nd fastest heat so far. Again, you know, maybe once you've seen another athlete be dominant in their heat, you say, well, I want to do that too. I want to stamp my authority as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think I like to think to myself, this sport's 90% mental. So I think if you can put a good performance out, and especially after someone else has put a good performance out, and then they're going to look at that potentially and think, oh, they're in good shape, you know, the semi-finals could be tough if we're drawn in the same heat as each other, or even the final could be tough. So I think, back to my point where I was saying earlier, I don't see an issue with running heats hard. I think it can sort of show yourself what shape you're in, and you know, show others what shape you're in, and that could make a difference later on.
For sure, and the opposite carries a lot more risk, as you brought in that example of Jake Jordan, yeah, at the European Under-18s, I think that was. But then he made amends, I seem to believe, at the World Under-20s anyway. So yeah, sometimes the earliest age group is the good example of a time where you can make a mistake and make amends in the future. Watching men's long jump qualification at the same time as the conclusion of the women's, so obviously they're on the two runways next to each other. This is Hannah Lounsborough of Swansea, 480 so far for her. So as I said a moment ago, just a few jumps remaining. And she is one of, I think, Amelia Heasley also still to go in this third round. Some athletes have retired knowing that this may be all they need. So I think that Cleo Martin-Ems is just going to hang on at her last BUCS. There's been no change at the moment. Only a couple of athletes that could knock her out. So top two going through to the 200 metre semi-finals. As mentioned, those semi-finals coming up tomorrow, 11:35. Then the final at 1:50 tomorrow. So for a sprinter, actually, those aren't too bad gaps. It's just that people may as well be doing other events.
Yeah, I think if you're doing other events, it's definitely quite a hard timetable, because 3 days seems quite nice, because most, like British champs, that's over 2 days. So if you want to double up, you're going to have a hard time doing that.
Ruby Jurgis there improving to 589. So yeah, that's third best that we've seen in this group. Much better, closer to 6.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that. Good way to go into the final.
Yeah, so if I haven't lost count, we're on heat 4 now. Christabel Amponce, Emily Rawson, Zainab El Touni, Lois Garland, who was also in that 100 final, Esme Bourne, Charlotte Longdon, Alice Tyler. Lois Garland maybe a little bit stronger over the 200. Personal best 23.92. So far, contenders we've seen win their heats: Aaliyah Sibbons, Jenna Duwu, Lois Garland next, Jasmine Wilkins the last. It's really nice to see all the contenders one by one here. Garland, you can see racing out the blocks. You can tell that she's the athlete that we picked out before the race for the University of Highlands and Islands. The Scottish athlete here really was a great change of gear there, and comes through strongly into the home straight. She's done all the hard work at this point. Again, big gap to second place. El Touni of Bath also through to the semis. 24.9 there, just easing up across the line. But you could tell there she was desperate to get a really strong start and to build that gap early on. That was good to watch there. Another athlete who was in that 100 final.
I think you're saying about her start, really good start it looked like on the live stream. I think it helps having people, you know, 2-3 people outside of you. For me anyways, I think of it as, I'm going to chase you down. And I'm sure that's what Lois Garland would have been thinking. I want to be ahead of, I want to make up that stagger 50 meters in, and that will be her focus. And once she's done that, that's one thing ticked off, and then she could focus on the second half of the race. And she started trying it down just in front of us, around 20 meters away from the line. And 24.90 into a little headwind while shutting it down, it does show to be quite a good performance heading into tomorrow's semi-final.
Yeah, and she's travelled far from the University of the Highlands and Islands, which is right up there in Scotland. So, we still have heats 5 to 10 coming up. And yeah, I'm just continuing to keep an eye on that long jump, because I know it's quite close, and the idea of a champion not making it through is quite a high amount of jeopardy, but it looks like things are all good. We did have a champion not make it through. It was the men's 100 metres, Lorenzo Paisan of Loughborough. He was the winner in the 60 indoors, didn't make it through to the 100 final. So even though sometimes there's differences in abilities, yeah, to have a champion not making it through, he must have been a bit disappointed with that maybe. But Loughborough, of course, did do really well in the 100 metres, and you know, Loughborough's sprints have improved quite a lot in the last couple of years, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I think short sprints from, I'm only a second year, so this is going off memory. I don't think they have been the best in the last few years since COVID. So to have gold and a bronze, was it? Yes. Yeah. I just about missed the 100 final. So yeah, to have a gold and a bronze outdoors, especially ahead of Brunel, have to say that one, is quite good. And I think that from a recruiting point of view as well, it sort of shows Loughborough to be, okay, we can do jumps, we can do long sprints, we can do hurdles. Now we're in the game for the shorter sprints, and we can challenge with universities like Brunel.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, with Sean Anyogu winning the gold and Jaden Arthur with the bronze, with Tivon Innes of Brunel in the middle. So that's quite a good relay team, because you've got all at least bronze medal. Anyogu, Arthur, Paisan and Harry Taylor, all at least a bronze medal at BUCS this year. And there's probably others there I haven't mentioned. So that looks like a great relay team. And Brunel will have to go some to beat that. So Tyler Panton has graduated. Obviously, they've got Innes, who won silver. They've got Jason Kalala. They've got a few other athletes, but Loughborough looking very strong. And if they're strong in the men's 4x1, you know, and they're already strong in the other relays as well. Real depth in the 4x4s usually, of which you may be part of course. Yeah, I'm hoping. Yeah. I've been told I'm not running the heats, so hopefully that does mean I'm running the final tomorrow evening, which I love a 4x4, so excited for that. And who else could feature in a Loughborough 4x4? So Alex Cooper, of course, so yeah. Fastest through to 400 semis today. Ellis Cameron. Haven't spoken to him before. I don't think so anyways. But he did what little celebration that I did last year over the line. Well, I say celebration, I didn't think of it as that. Put his arms out. So yeah, he ran quite well yesterday. So, and a couple others. Ezelibe, Kutya, Fife, Waffles, Rogers, Richardson, Walton, heat 5 of the women's 200. Maddie Waffles going well in the red of Birmingham. Kinga Kutya, BUCS 4x2 gold medalist indoors. Going nicely here. It's going to be these two. Waffles from Kutya across the line now in 24.94 into a minus 2.3. Yeah, I think Maddie will be happy with that. She raced at Loughborough a couple weeks ago. Really strong headwinds. It was apparently only a minus 3.4 or something. I was sitting at the finish line. It was definitely stronger than that. And yeah, 24.9 is an improvement on what she ran there. So, and that's 4th fastest I think through to next round at the moment. So she'll be happy with that. And you know, that's job done. Heat 1. So hopefully a good lane for the semis. And I'm assuming that's what she's going to be thinking. You know, just get through the heats. That's job done. Semi-finals tomorrow morning, and it's just a nice way to set up. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Madeline Wappers is often someone who's doubled up, but here just concentrating on the 200 metres, so that may well be a good decision. So, Onyeka, it's been great to chat to you. Tell us something about you that we don't know, apart from the fact that you've been playing PlayStation on your downtime. Is it PS4? 5? PS5. PS5, yeah, top of the range. So I think probably a couple people have asked me since I've been here, have I brought my camera? I haven't. So for those that don't know, I do some sport photography and now learning videography. So just to have another skill, and I get bored quite easily, so I like to learn new things, and that's something I decided to learn. Yeah, that's probably why you're here, isn't it? Because stop you getting bored. Yeah. Well, stay with us for this last heat, for this next heat, and then we'll let you get on and support your teammates. You said you got some treatment coming up as well. Yeah, that's been in about 35 minutes. So okay. A couple of the, well, I say a couple. Luke, our soft tissue therapist,
I missed an appointment last week. Completely forgot to tell him I couldn't make it, and he's been at it all weekend. Obviously, all jokes. So got to make sure I'm on time.
Harita Badra does actually, the seeding's slightly different for these 200s. Maybe it's because I ordered them in personal best and didn't count the fact that obviously the seeding is based on performances over the last couple of years. Harita Badra has been an important part of Loughborough's 4x1 relay quartet, but she also got a bronze medal indoors behind Poppy Malik and Brooke Ironside. Neither of whom are involved. So good opportunity for her to get another medal outdoors. So we'll put her ranked third overall behind Adua and Sibbons on PBs, which hers is 23.9. So that race coming up in just a moment's time. Looking here at the men's seated discus, one of the field events that's currently underway. So Adam Donaghy, F47, 57 event athlete, and Kieran Jones, F34, both in this. They're into the 6th round now. So Donaghy, 23.31. We're looking at here he's a guest athlete, in fact, Cardiff Mets. Kieran Jones, 17.01 in the seated discus, which is a final. So good to see the expansion of competition to include the seated events as well. Should see some wheelchair action, I believe. I should see there was some warming up this morning with Loughborough coach Joe McDonnell.
Joe McDonnell, yeah.
So Harita Badra, Amelia Large, Helena Jelenska, Sarah Long, Angelique Aberley and Serena Thomas then in this. Let's have a look here. So Sarah Long going well here for Queen Mary alongside Aberley, but leading them both now is Harita Badra. But it's close on the line here. Badra from Aberley, 25.01.
Really strong finish there from Angelique Aberley, who went to World Juniors in the summer for the 400 meters. I'm pretty sure it was the 400 meters. So guessing the 200 is not her main event. And that would explain why, hitting the 150 mark, she started motoring down the rest of the home straight and, ate into the gap that Harita Badra had made in the first half of the race.
Yeah, that's right. I think a 400 PB certainly was coming to BUCS indoors, 54.66. Yeah, she was in Lima for Mauritius. So, yeah, same nationality as Joshan Venkatasamy, who we saw in the men's sprints there, but also won the English schools title last year. So, yeah, interesting to have athletes who've represented different countries as well, as we've sometimes seen in the last few years. So current events that are still ongoing. Discus finished with Obama Kinwa, Dutoit and Maxwell, the medalists, as we were saying. Women's long jump qualification is finished with Molly Palmer best overall, so looking good for that final. And I know, yeah, Lucas Sevilla is often here for the jumps. You've got some good coaches here, haven't you? Obviously Emma overseeing the team, Emma Wiltshire. Who else have you got here? Karen, what's her name? Pole vault coach.
Oh, Rooney.
Yeah, that's it. Often overseeing, obviously, you've had the likes of Owen Hurd, Sophie Ashurst in recent years.
Kate Rooney.
Oh, yeah, I knew I said it wrong, yeah.
Just came to me. I just had a brain fart trying to think about.
Yeah, same, I know.
Put me on the spot a little bit trying to think.
I know. Femi Akinsanya, is he still with Loughborough?
Yes, he is. I'm pretty sure I've seen him. I've not seen him
I
at the
think I've
track
seen him.
yet. I don't know if I've seen him at the track yet, but I know he is around in Manchester. My coach, Di Green, not here. His partner's just given birth, so...
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, so he's well-deserved, well-needed weekend off. I'm pretty sure he's back in to coach the rest of my group on Monday. So not taking too much time off, apparently.
Well, it's been brilliant to chat to you. Congratulations to Di Green while we're there. Wish you best of luck for the 400 hurdles on Yeka Oko, who's been with me for the last few moments. Yeah, and hope for more success for you and your sister and your family, your university. I'm sure there'll be plenty of that.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
live coverage of the second day of action at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics. Let's have a look at the chat now. So Dave Dunbar supporting the University of Worcester athletes. We've seen a couple of those so far. Obviously, smaller contingent than some of the powerhouses, but always like to shout out some of the smaller universities and watch them progress. And Chaos Cat keeping an eye on Molly Palmer earlier. So, yeah, it was a fantastic performance because she obviously missed that long jump after that injury after the medal in the 60 metres on the first day of the BUCS indoors. So 6:12, a really good result into that headwind as we see the athletes warming up for the next heat of the 200. So this will be heat 7 of 10. Full results on roster. Seated discus final finished with that effort from Adam Donaghy that we saw in the last round, 24.72, so quite a big improvement, over a metre further than he had gone early in the competition. He's a guest, and Kieran Jones is the BUCS athlete. I'm not sure how it works when there's just one athlete. Obviously, there's only one person that can get the gold medal, but sometimes we see in athletics that if there are less than 3 athletes, then medals aren't awarded. It just becomes a competition. But yeah, I'm not too sure on that myself. We're looking here at Millie King of Loughborough, who's going to go in lane 5 in this 200 heat in a moment's time. Women's discus has concluded, just looking along. Women's hammer will get underway. That'll be a B final at 1:30, so not too much going on in the field because they rattled through the first pool of men's long jump qualification very quickly there. Nice look at the far side of the stadium along this lineup with Berry Orr, Olivia Mensah, Millie King, Shayna Asamoah, Tess McHugh, Kirsty Treglan. So just the 6 athletes. It's possible, very unlikely, but possible they could all qualify here. Millie King going very nicely. And Tess McHugh of Salford. Shout out to another one of the local universities. I was at their track the other day. It's going to be these 2. King from McHugh, 24.70 across the line into a still wind. McHugh, 24.31 at best. Faster, in fact, than King's 24.66. Well, he did wonder whether McHugh would enter the 400 metres, which is perhaps her favourite event. 52.89 she's improved to over the last couple of years, which is a really impressive time at this level. Jeff Whiteman always makes the joke that Tess McHugh sounds like a snooker player, and it's a joke I found funny the first time, and still makes me giggle a little bit, but Jeff Whiteman does tend to repeat his jokes quite a lot. One of his favourites is that the athletes are shown a green card, which means that you can live and work in the USA. So the music stops. Heat 8 about to start with Michelle V. Wamba of Brunel, Ashley Watson leads Beckett, Lee J. Griffiths of Warwick, Oxford's Gabriella Barclay-Agupong, Jemima Lee Durham, Angelica Operinde of Stirling, who was with us yesterday, their president, Tomi Olatona of Nottingham Trent, Susan Folorunso, Northumbria. Top 2 going through to the semis and 4-time qualifiers. So Michelle V. Wamba with the fastest personal best here, 24:32. It could be close with Susan Folorunso, 24:61. Let's see how they go. Looks like it'll be these two, but Ashley Watson, who got a personal best in the 100 metres yesterday, also looking good and challenging for a place in the top 2. She's going to be in 3rd place behind Folorunso and our winner Wamba. 25:32 there. Stronger wind this time, minus 3.3.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling
Scarlett Thomas Wright. In 7th, representing Keele University, Emma Jo Muskin, and completing the line of Winchester University, Madison O'Gorman. Heat 9 of 10, women's 200.
So heat 9 of the women's 200 metres. This lineup is Ayomide Cole, Aaliyah Archer, Ines Green, Phoebe Yim, Izzy Tustin of Cardiff, Scarlett Thomas Wright of Birmingham, who is another who's doubled up, was in the 100 yesterday, Emma Austin of Keele, and Madison O'Gorman of Winchester. So yeah, probably looking here at Scarlett Thomas Wright. She was 4th indoors over this distance, Southern Indoor 60-metre bronze medalist this year. There've been some big gaps between 1st and 2nd place in some of the earlier heats. We've seen winners, including Jasmine Wilkins, Aaliyah Simmons, who won the 100 metres earlier, and Harita Badger as well. Lois Garland, the Scottish athlete, Jenna Duwu, who's the silver medalist in the 100. Let's see how Thomas Wright does from lane 6. Izzy Tustin, the Welsh athlete in lane 5 as well. Great start there by Tustin. Thomas Wright in the red of Birmingham, nearest the camera from Tustin. So 2 going through to the semi-finals. Automatically then, Thomas Wright looking good. Tustin in 2nd place. Cole of Exeter in 3rd, and then it's Green of Nottingham. 25:37. Sophie Warden of Edge Hill has joined once again. How are you doing today?
Not so bad, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. This wind we were just talking about, really strong. It's minus 3.3 there. But I guess that's kind of expected, but it's been consistently strong in the athletes' faces.
It has, yeah. Certainly for my triple jump yesterday, it was rather a challenge trying to make the pit of pushing into the wind, but at least it's been fairly equal for everybody. There's nobody that's sort of getting an advantage or a disadvantage by it gusting at all. But yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of athletes that have been surprised by how strong that wind has been.
One athlete who's done really well, particularly for Edge Hill, has been Olivia Fowler. Obviously, we've seen her kind of improve the last couple of years. You know, started off with the heat was really good. I think it was one of the fastest heats that she was involved in.
It was, yeah.
It was around 12:03, you know, close to her personal best. And some of the later heats, the athletes were just determined to run a really quick race to qualify, and she made the final, which is I think her 8th time of asking that she's made a BUCS final, so must have been really pleased with that.
Yes, I know that she was a little bit disappointed with her time in the final, but that's just the type of athlete that Liv is. She very much demands the best of herself, and she works hard enough that she can demand the best of herself all of the time. So yeah, we were all very proud of her. We were all up early this morning screaming for her and trying to will her across that finish line. But yeah, she did very well, and we're really very proud of her.
Yeah, it was also in long jump qualification, so just missing out on the final there, but would have not been that easy. I mean, yes, okay, it's only a 100-meter race, but yeah, would have not been easy to have had those two back-to-back.
Yeah, to go through all of the rounds yesterday and then to have the final this morning, and then we had another Edge Hill athlete, Steph Jones, who unfortunately didn't quite have the long jump competition that she wanted either. So I'm not sure how much that would have affected Liv. She's very focused, but I think the wind was the major factor for both her and Steph today. Yeah,
it seems like it, because only one athlete over 6 meters, and for example, yeah, Cleo Martin Evans, who's the champion indoors, only with 5:39, only just made it into the finals. So yeah, clearly the athletes were struggling out there. I feel like on the other side of the track, I've only been on the main stand, it can sometimes be different over there as well.
Yeah, it's definitely windier over there at the moment today. I'm not sure it was yesterday, because there was some of the heats in the 100 metres that had like sort of minus 4.3 or something, yeah. I think saw some of them. But yeah, certainly we've been feeling the wind of the jumpers have been feeling it over there, definitely.
What else have you been up to of late? Because as you have like 6 million roles within the sport, so
Yeah, so this is my final year with Edge Hill, so I have been very much helping them prepare for this competition, and I also coach at University of Central Lancashire, so they have 2 athletes competing in this 200 metres, one of which was Paula, who went in Heat 4. Very happy with the run from her, and then we've got Crazies, who is going in Heat 4 in lane 8 later on today as well.
Yeah, so at the moment, I think we've just got 1 heat left of the women's 200 metres, and it'd be interesting to see what the time is outside the top 2. So 25.98 is needed at the moment. So Kirsty Treglan and Cardiff Met is in that position.
Yeah, unfortunately, both of the Edge Hill women just missing out on the non-automatic qualifying spots there, but both of them with final years, so Lucy Fife and Amelia Large really they got out on the track, and I think for some of us who it's final years for, it's tough battling with the emotions of knowing that it is your final competition with the team. It's the final time you're going to put the vest on, and trying to get your head in the right space to compete is a tricky thing that some of us manage and some of us don't.
Yeah, but I suppose you're also kind of buoyed on by the fact that people maybe look up to you, and you maybe have extra responsibilities as well. So yeah, there are some pros within that as well, that you will be the most experienced that you'll be at this competition as well.
That is true, yeah. When we were getting all the information together for everybody for this competition, we had to put date of births in, and I was the only one that was from the 1990s that I went, oh, okay, yeah, maybe after 7 years it's time to let the next amazing generation come through and take over the team and see what they can do with it.
Yeah, I don't think you're blocking anyone's place though. Let's make it sound like that. But no, I mean, there's a lot of pride about being a 90s kid.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, 90s nostalgia is back, definitely. We're seeing it in the track and field stuff as well, that everybody's bringing back the 90s kit that was popular. Yeah.
Do you mean like the Flojo style kits, or what kind of kits are we talking about?
Oh, like the speed suits are coming back in. The speed suits were big in like the 90s sort of thing, and everybody's starting to want the speed suits back now. So
right, okay, because in football there was a simplification of kit for a while, and then we're bringing back kind of like crazy patterns that for a while people thought looked a bit stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, no, certainly at the elite level, if you look at like the Adidas kit especially, they've really gone quite outlandish in the last couple of years, and
like
I think it looks great.
Go faster stripes.
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
Shorts. Yeah, so one more heat here coming up. 25.98 I mentioned is the time to watch out for if you're outside the top 2. So, Kira Patterson of St Mary's, East Anglia's Neve Crane, Sophie Hogton of Newcastle, Paige Cleaver of Warwick, Amy Garrock of Durham, Lucy Fraser of Glasgow, the Scottish Students' Champion, Zoe Dake of Nottingham also is in the 100, and Sarah Maloney represented Scotland at the Commonwealth Games 2022, representing Chester. She just missed out on the 100 final. Can be quite brutal if you are third in your semi-final, as I think she was. Let's see what she can do. She's on the outside in lane 8. Malone does get a good start there, as does the Lucy Fraser. So 2 top Scottish athletes in this, Glasgow and the Chester athlete. So Malone just about going to be leading Fraser. Fraser in the black vest though, starting to come through now. It's going to be these 2 from Dake of Nottingham in third. So keep an eye on 25.98 outside, 24.92 in the end. So I think the fastest time that we've seen is mid-24 out of interest. So Jenna Dewey, 24.49, not bad for someone who was a silver medalist in the 100 metres. And yes, it's shaping up to be quite an interesting women's 200 metres. Very rare that you see someone win double gold at BUCS in the sprints.
It is, definitely. I think part of that is because of a lot of unis try to get as many athletes as possible, so often there aren't the spaces available for you to double up on the events, but it would be good to see somebody be able to do it. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I can't even think of people that have done it off the top of my head.
No, certainly nobody in my time that I can remember.
There was an athlete called Omalolu Abiodun who did it in the men's side in 2015, I think. Wow. But that was his top achievement, actually. He didn't necessarily go on to other things. Whereas you assume someone that maybe would win 100 and 200, you know, they'd be a real international athlete necessarily, but maybe not. But that just shows you, actually, we kind of assume that maybe Some people will win BUCS and then they'll say I've done that, but actually it might be the biggest achievement.
It might be, and also a lot of people will tend to get those achievements in their final year of university, and that's a big transition period for a lot of people. You know, not everybody stays perpetually in education like I do. So I think a lot of people, they're coming towards that point where they're going out into the big bad world, they're not a student anymore, and they've not always got the opportunity to prioritise athletics in the same way that they can when they're a student.
For sure, and around that 23, 24 age group, that is an age where some people have considered, well, I have to start improving or I have to pay the bills somehow. You know, I've only got a certain amount of time when I can consider what I'm actually going to do. Have you got thoughts on what you'll do? I mean, you'll still stay involved in the sport in some ways.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's a weird one for me that because I'm a PhD student that I don't actually finish until October. But that is my academic year done. So at the moment I'm looking into research roles, currently working with Rugby League Cares around mental health related resources for NHS workers. So we're looking at possibly continuing something down that lines or working with the rugby league players, but all mental health related is my kind of area.
So say that again, you're working with Rugby League about care for mental health?
Yeah, so Rugby League Cares is the charity within Rugby League.
Charity, okay.
And they have a mental health programme called Offload that's delivered by current and former rugby league players. And it was originally just delivered to men within the community, and it's then been expanded that it's now delivering in lots of workplaces, but more specifically my area is they're delivering it in the NHS. So there's lots of rugby league players going in, talking to doctors, nurses, admin staff, and being able to give them tools to build resilience, build self-care, all of those sort of things to try and help improve the health of the workforce. So that's my area of research at the moment. That's what my entire PhD is on.
Yeah, I wonder whether you've mentioned that before on these streams, but maybe I just haven't been paying enough attention. But really interesting stuff. Have you always been quite into rugby league in a way, or this is how you've been brought into it?
Well, given that they pay my bills, I probably shouldn't say that I actually grew up watching rugby union, but
so you're from the area, or you're based in the area that is quite a rugby league area. So
yeah, and so although I'm from Lancashire, I've got relatives over in Yorkshire and whatever, so we're very much a rugby kind of family, and we're very much an athletics family as well.
All right, you're across the War of the Roses, isn't it? Lancashire, Yorkshire.
Yes, I am, most definitely. I'm the pink rose in the middle.
That's brilliant. Okay, so. We've seen the women's 200 heats. Moving on to the men's. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who doubles up in this. Obviously, the men's final of the 100 was straight after the women's earlier. So we've got Hindolo Toure, David Chapman, champion indoors last 2 years, Oseret and Eka Rugban, Malachi Broderick, Kayum Abdullahi, Thomas White, Ayomide Eliyera in this one. So David Chapman was speaking to us yesterday. He goes in lane 3. This is a really competitive race here. He's had a bit of work to do, and unfortunately Eka Rugban, who was leading the race, pulling up there. Shame for him. So it's going to be Thomas White second place behind David Chapman, 21.83.
Looks like a minus 1.5 headwind, so not quite as strong as some of the women's races, but it's been fairly consistent. And I think the athlete that pulled up is going to continue across the line, left from Liverpool.
Shame, he was going really well there. He was having a fantastic race.
He ran a fantastic bend. It's one of those things that happens, unfortunately.
David Chapman, similar situation to you. It's his last BUCS, and there's kind of that emotion is weighing on him. But also he's representing a university that doesn't get too many medals, certainly gold medals, so he sees it as quite important to represent. So there's some similarities there. He was saying, and I asked this question to a couple of people, that the best high jumpers at Leeds Beckett are known as the Bouncy Boys. Do you have any nicknames within your squad?
None that are suitable for broadcast.
Okay, that's a very sensible decision you made there.
Yeah, no, we've because we're still a fairly new team. We're probably like David's team. We're not ones that have had a lot of medals. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a BUCS medal. But that is something that the team, as it's growing, is moving towards. And hopefully, in the next couple of years, there will be some medals that I will be able to clap along on social media and celebrate my team as an alumni.
He's also got a Yorkshire heritage, which, thinking about it, is probably one of the biggest counties for athletics.
Oh yeah, Yorkshire's had, I think, of all of the counties, probably the most Olympians. Don't quote me on that because I haven't fact-checked it, but there does seem to be a lot of the big greats, certainly in men's athletics that you think of over time, a lot of them do sort of come from Yorkshire.
For sure. And I remember after the Olympic Games, there was a question asked to me. Someone said, oh, London had this many medals. Isn't that amazing for London? I was like, well, no, that's so obvious. So I think I'd be more impressed if Yorkshire did have the most medalists, just because we know that the facilities are biased towards London. Yeah, well, facilities, jobs, lots of things. So I think representation of different parts of the country is really important. We've seen a few universities that have maybe not always had top contenders. One of them has been Marjon. So that's a university that's based in Plymouth. They've had 3 athletes that have been very close to progressing. So, you know, similar to kind of Edge Hill, and we like to mention people that have maybe smaller contingents. Yeah, Marjon University is short for the University of St Mark and St John.
Well, there you go. That's one that I've not heard of. But then again, most people, when I tell them I'm from Edge Hill University, have no idea where we're from either.
Okay, so heat number 2. Laurie van der Grift, Ewan Jones, Alex Azu, yes, he's doubled up as well. Alfie Mumford, Achuku Edward, Isaac Ogunlade and Malachi Amadi in this. Top 2 going through to the semi-finals. So semi-finals coming up tomorrow, 11:50. Final if you can make it there at 2 o'clock. Well, Alex Alazu's personal best, over 8 tenths faster than anyone else in this field, so you'd expect him to go well here from lane 4. On the outside, Malachi Amadi of Warwick also going well, as is Van der Grift on the inside in the green of Exeter. But Azu puffing his cheeks here, looks very, very strong, shutting down across the line, 22:14. I think he's a
very comfortable run.
Yeah, he's looking to establish himself, you know, individually, obviously the brother of Jeremiah, and also a key member of the relay quartets in the last couple of years. They've had some good battles with Brunel and Loughborough, but yeah, nice for him to establish himself as well.
Absolutely. It's always hard when you're the relative of a well-known athlete. It's hard to get that identity
as you are
for yourself.
as well. Yeah.
Well, both of them, both my mum and dad have represented GB or England at international, so it's always an interesting dynamic. For some people it makes them, for others it's a lot of pressure to deal with, but the pressure certainly did not seem to be getting to him there at all.
Yeah, we just had Onyeka Oko on before, who's you know, he's obviously been to World Under-20s and European Under-20s in his own right, but then his sister went to the Paralympic Games. So, yeah, sometimes if you're at the same level, obviously it's a different generation, but yeah, if you're brother and sister, we've sometimes seen it that one is having a great season one year and the other has one the next year, and I think it's difficult to not compare yourself, really, in that linear trajectory. It could be the same for your training partners, of course. But I think the best way I think of it is like, oh, that's great for them, and maybe next year great for me.
Yeah. I know that certainly within my training group that I have a fantastic training group at Preston Harriers, but specifically with my best friend Megan, that the two of us are very much there with each other through most of the training sessions, and some sessions she'll be slightly ahead of me and some sessions I'll be slightly ahead of her, but then when it comes to the competitive season, we compete in the same events and we are competitive against each other, but we're the first ones after the competition to be straight over giving each other a hug and being supportive, and there's no reason why you can't have both, providing that both people are willing to put their egos aside and prioritise friendship over it as well.
No, that's exactly what you want. And there's quite a few training groups in the UK where the group has grown and grown and grown, and I just wonder how that affects that dynamic, you know, because that's great when you have two of you, or maybe more, a few others as well, but yeah, there are some groups that have grown so much that the coach has many in different places. So to kind of have that, what you were just describing across like 10 people is potentially more difficult.
I mean, certainly between me and Megan, there's only one other girl in our group, Eleanor Noblet, who is a fantastic athlete, who is also one to watch for the future. But we're the only 3 girls, so we're able to support each other quite well. But then the rest of our group is, they're all sprinters or sprint hurdlers, and they're all male, and most of them are masters athletes. They're very, very quick masters athletes, but they are masters athletes. So it's an interesting dynamic, certainly, with our group, but we're competitive, we egg each other on, we give each other a little bit of a hard time when we don't feel like somebody's pulling their weight, but we are also the first ones to be supporting each other when we do well, or when things don't go our way.
Next heat coming up here features George Lagajanos of Southampton, Thomas Henshaw of Edge Hill, Theo Danquois of Bangor, who says he dabbles in American football, Harry Taylor of Loughborough, so he battled against David Chapman for gold indoors, just coming out second. He was 4th over 100 metres earlier, so he'll be desperate to get on the podium, especially when he was the 3rd of the Loughborough athletes in that race and finished 4th. Ashley Avis, he got the silver medal indoors and was also in that 100 final, just out in the medals. Alexander Boswick of Nottingham and Ander Villalobos of King's College. So nice shot there along the lineup then. Harry Taylor in lane 5, probably be quite happy with that draw. Avis just on his outside in the navy. These two then looking very strong. Lagajanos going well, as is Danquois, nearly battling Avis, but in the end Avis closer and closer to Taylor. Doesn't matter too much. 21.87, so that's a really good time for a heat here. And just having a look, I think it is faster than what we've seen. It's 4/10 faster than what we saw a moment ago, and it's yeah, pretty much level with David Chapman, 21.82. So yeah, Harry Taylor, someone who's just finished 4th in the 100 a couple of hours ago, will be keen to make amends in the 200 metres.
Absolutely. 4th is on the grass, always one of the worst places to finish, I think, but certainly has made a statement with that run. And with a stronger headwind than in the David Chapman's race as well. It was a minus 2.5 in that race, as opposed to the minus 1.5 in David's race.
So looking at what else is happening early afternoon, so we're not too far away from the women's Hammer B final. We've also got 2 more pools of men's long jump qualification in the next hour or so. We've got the women's 400 semis and men's 400 semis starting from an hour's time. So yeah, I was saying I kind of like it when you have some medals decided on the first day or earlier in the competition. And yes, it's nice to have a proper finals day, but people get a bit more attention. You know, they get the spotlight on having their moment a little earlier in the competition. I feel like we get the reward for slogging through 1,500, 100 metre heats.
Yeah, absolutely. And also it means that, so for example, I got to go and watch the seated shot put medal ceremony, and I got to actually watch the event for the first time this year as well. So that's another thing, is that we get to see some of the para events as well, and those athletes get the rightful space that they should get to be celebrated, rather than, you know, we'll shove the para events on a different day and have a finals day for everybody else on another day. It's nice that everything is all integrated here and everybody gets celebrated equally.
Yeah, so we have seen more and more para events as well, and there have been more opportunities though for Loughborough really to get more points. So that's sort of quid pro quo. Of course, not biased in any way.
I was going to say, my dad is a Loughborough alumni, so I have to be careful about what I say about Loughborough, but they bring a solid team every year. They're the team that everybody wants to beat. They know that they're the team that everybody wants to beat, and eventually somebody will knock them off the pedestal. I don't think it'll be this year.
Yeah, don't think it'll be in the next decade. No, there is a reason why people target Loughborough University, you know, as a child, as somewhere that they'd like to go and where they know that the best facilities are.
Absolutely. I mean, the funding that they get to open up the incredible sports facilities that they have is wonderful, but There are also a lot of other universities that are now starting to invest in their sports facilities. They're starting to create spaces where you can get athletic excellence, and there's a lot of clubs around the UK that are helping support that as well. So for example, at Edgehill, we've got a track. We don't have a lot of other facilities compared to places like Loughborough, but we do have the fantastic Liverpool, Pembroke and Sefton Harriers that provide their coaching, and we train with their training groups, and it helps foster that environment of excellence rather than it just being the uni students trying to slog it through on their own. So it's integrating it with athletics in the rest of the country, and then hopefully as well getting people to join clubs so that when they do leave uni or over the summer, they'll continue competing at other championships as well.
Heat number 4 then, with Jesse Ossas of Loughborough, St Mary's Liam Roberts, Jonathan Daniel Sofawara of Manchester, Nicholas Camera Surrey, Joel Hoslin of Brunel, Joseph Mitchell Northumbria, and Craig Azizi of University of Central Lancashire there on the outside.
Yeah, he's not happy with that lane draw, but I've just told him that he's got to go and run scared and give them something to chase.
Yeah, we've seen winners from all different heats, to be fair, over the last couple of days. So Hoslin and Brunel, probably the athlete to watch out here from lane 6. Joel Hoslin in the navy vest, running away with it. Here's inside Kamara going well, as is Ossas of Loughborough, who's going to be in second place here. So Brunel from Loughborough in 22.22. Again, a decent time for a heat.
I don't think Craig's going to be happy with that run, but I'm certainly, as a coach, very happy with it, because that's the strongest finish that I have seen from him in a very long time, and that's what we've been working on. So although I don't think he's going to be happy with his time, I'm very happy with that, where that is.
Oh, nice to hear that positivity.
Well, for a lot of these athletes that are competing competitively for clubs, this is only the start of the season. Although it's a major championships, it's very early on in the season for a lot of people. So I'm looking at it from a perspective with Craig of going, I've still got a full season of work that I can do with him. So we've got other championships that we can continue to build towards as well.
Yeah, you know, a personal best in May is a huge bonus for anyone, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
So in this next heat, we've got one of the Sheffield athletes from the indoor relay that was involved in the forward roll situation that picked up the attention of Michael Johnson, among others. It was a very strange set of relays, really, because you had athletes pulling up injured, yeah, both at the start and the end of the legs. And you also had that absolutely bizarre situation with Finn Whiteman, who was the athlete who did that. I've been told, actually, by gymnastics people, it's not really a somersault, although when I kind of searched the meaning of somersault, I was satisfied.
I think so most people that are classified as a somersault. It's spectacular.
As a generic category, yes. Yeah, I think potentially forward roll. I don't know, I only ever done a few forward rolls in my life, so I think it was something that I achieved and thought, never again, really. But yes, and Ollie Clark was the one who handed over the baton. I was kind of shocked as what are you doing? But obviously they got up and ran and won the heat in the end, but were just off qualifying for the final. Will you be involved in the relays then?
I am, yeah. I am going to be running the 4x1 this afternoon, and that is going to be my final race for Edgehill, which I'm trying not to think about too much because I will start crying again. I already cried quite a bit yesterday, so but it's going to be good.
You've often, you've had a decent quartet. Olivia Fowler could be involved. It would be a lot of competing for her, maybe.
Yeah. I think Olivia has made the very sensible decision to not take part in the 4x1 relay, which obviously from our perspective is a shame as a team because she is one of our fastest runners, but she has had a difficult start to the year. but has come back super strong. Like the performances that girl has managed to pull out have been super impressive, and I'm massively inspired by her because she makes me work a lot harder.
Yeah, she's knocking on the door of sub 12. I think is that her? There.
She was
She's
hanging
walked past
around
her.
behind me then, just making sure I wasn't saying anything bad.
Don't be careful what we're saying about people.
But yeah, I definitely think she's got the capability of going sub 12 this year easily.
Yeah, there have been a few athletes that have achieved sub 12 for the first time at this competition.
Which is especially impressive given the wind.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, it wasn't necessarily here, it might have been in Bedford. Yeah, that'll be why. So, yes, Heat 5 coming up next. The athletes not quite all there on the start line. We've got the women's hammer final, though, that's going to start shortly. So I believe I had a look that Katie Head was involved in this. Katie Head, who's a very experienced athlete and would be overwhelmingly the favourite for this hammer final. Often getting some of these technical specialist events a few athletes ahead of the rest. There was some support in the chat for Amelia Fettis, who is also a medal contender, new personal best this year, 56.11. It's her BUCS debut. So Nathan King, Royal Holloway, Pierre Walker, King's College, William Dean of Loughborough, Alistair Phelan of Imperial, Tom Larkin of Nottingham Trent, then Ollie Clark, as mentioned, of Sheffield, and Uzo Herbert of East London, another top Sprints University. Again with a smaller contingent, but still with some sprint medals up for grabs. Already won with Karen Mayindu in the 100 metres, a bronze. So driving away from those blocks, a good getaway there. I think that's Will Dean in the violet of Loughborough there through the centre. Herbert going well in the turquoise on the outside, and then Ollie Clark in third place. Deafening noise here as they come through now with Dean of Loughborough from Clark there getting second place in the latter stages. Minus 3.3 win there though, but 22.2 has been around the mark that we've seen from a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that wind continues to pick up a little bit back to the levels that it was at yesterday, but the athletes, certainly, it doesn't seem to be affecting these gentlemen too much. They seem to be pushing through it pretty well.
So women's hammer final, as I mentioned, just about to get underway shortly. Have actually got underway early in some of these finals. This one here is a B final with A final, in fact, coming up at 3:20. So that'll be the last field action of the day. So they are in the first round now in the hammer. Amelia Appleyard with the best effort so far, 36.78 for Worcester. And Lily Clark of Edinburgh, 36.01. But we're looking here at the sixth heat of the men's 200 metres.
So lining up in lane 1 from East Anglia, we have James Lee. In lane 2 from Cambridge University is James McCulloch. From Surrey University in lane 3, we have Virgil Doe. In lane 4 from Brunel University is Tyvon Innes. In lane 5 from Edge Hill University is our very own Jack McLean. In lane 6, Ross Duffin representing Strathclyde. In lane 7, Sullivan McLadden from Cardiff Met. And completing the lineup, we have Jevon Sutherland from Kent University in lane 8.
Yeah, so Innes already with a silver medal in the 100 metres. That's great for him because, yeah, another who's been part of relay quartets, pushing Loughborough, but here he actually sandwiched between the two Loughborough athletes in the 100 metres. So, yeah, I'm sure he would have been really pleased with that. And yeah, an athlete who I think he's had his fair share of injuries. Just having a look at my notes for the men's 200 metres. So yeah, England under-23 silver medalist, Southern silver medalist, and we were so far seeing quite a few of the main contenders. David Chapman, Harry Taylor, Alex Azu all turning up here. So yeah, now it's his turn to see what he can do. And then a good lane draw as well in lane 4. I understand it is random. The seeding obviously heat by heat, but the lane draw random.
Yeah, so Jack will be quite happy with lane 5 because he'll have been told that he should be happy with it because this is his first season competing in athletics. He's actually a boxer.
Wow. Okay.
So he is new to athletics. He just joined the team this year. This is his first BUCS Championships. So we're very, very excited about Jack. He's coming on really well from where he started in September. He's made some massive progress. So,
but had he done athletics previously at all?
Unless he'd done it at primary school or secondary school, but no, he'd never done it competitively before joining the university team. So we've got a real variety of athletes here, of people that are well versed in the sport and those of them that are just getting started. It looks like a good start from the athlete in lane 4 from Tyvon Inez of Brunel. As they're coming round off the bend, it does seem to be the Brunel athlete that might be in the lead, but don't count out lane 7, which is the Cardiff athlete Sullivan McClendon. But it is the Brunel athlete. He's looking around already with 50 metres to go as he eases up into the line. That's quite an easy run from him there. 22.13 with a minus 3.4 headwind. That wind is starting to pick up, but the times are still staying pretty consistent.
Yeah, really strong from Innes. I mean, he might end up doing, by the end of it, 7 races maybe.
I mean, I'm hoping that Brunel have got a good enough programme that they'll have conditioned his legs for that if he is having to do the full 7 races, but he certainly doesn't look too tired from yesterday or this morning, does he?
No, looks very, very strong. I think they'll be impressed with that. I mean, Brunel have big, big hopes for the sprints, and the thing is that Loughborough have improved, but some other universities don't have the depth either. So, yeah, there's still big opportunities, and obviously David Chapman, though, is the one that's fresh for the 200 metres, and that could make a difference.
We can just see Jack there with his parents enjoying as Olivia Fowler goes over and gives him a hug as well. And that's what I mean, of our team is very good at supporting each other, and we're all really proud of Jack and how much progress he has made since September, and the fact that he's here on the start line and has gone, yeah, I want to go to the National Championships and I want to give it a go. And that is something that we're really big on at Edge Hill, is making sure that everybody's got the opportunity to go and compete if they want to.
There you go. You'll be clipping that up for Instagram, won't you?
Absolutely. That's going to be plastered all over our Instagram page.
Yeah, that's nice. So, as someone who did boxing, do you think it's the fact that the athletics club is, one of the most prominent clubs within the university, or did he sort of approach the team, or how does it work? Because as someone who hadn't done athletics really competitively, as you said.
Yeah, so the way that we do it is that at Freshers Fair we open it up to anybody that wants to apply. We give everybody, whether they've done athletics before or not, the opportunity to apply. We give them 4 taster sessions that they can come down and have a go, and then if they decide it's not for them, they don't have to come back, and if they want to stick with it, they can. But we always try and make sure that it is a supportive, inclusive environment. We don't insist that people have to train with the team. If people have got their own training setups, for example, I do at Preston, so I train with my regular training group and I commute into uni. But for Jack, I think that it was part of the community that we've got, of that we are a fairly prominent team. We're one of the biggest teams at Edge Hill. We've got the most members of any of the teams, and we're very well known. We're very vocal on social media and whatever, so it's kind of hard to miss us. But I think that the team as a whole has got such a nice culture and such a good reputation amongst the uni of being a fun place to be, and we don't take things too seriously, but we still expect the best of everybody. So I don't know. I've never actually had the conversation with him about why he still does boxing. He still boxes competitively, but why he wanted to come and try sprinting, I don't know. But it seems to be something that he is very passionate about and is continuing to make improvements on.
Yeah, I mean, they're quite different sports, really. It's an unusual crossover. I'm not sure I could think really of anyone else off the top of my head who has done that.
Absolutely. I'm trying to get him to have a go at the shot put as well, because I've got a feeling with how good his right hook is that he might have a decent throw in him as well.
Yeah, and you'd have to kind of balance, I don't know, not getting injured in doing quite different types of training as well. Yeah, no, fascinating to consider that. I can see. So, did you say that what year is he in? Is his first year then? or no?
As far as I'm aware, I think he's a third year. I think it is his graduating year, but
His first competition of this nature.
this is his first competition with athletics. I could be wrong, but I'll be honest with me, that they're all so much younger than me at this point that I'm sort of, it all melts into one.
Sure. So I'll take a look at this next heat 7. Jackie Ho of Manchester Met. They've got a stronger contingent than previous years for sure. Yes, Jamie Webb had won titles for them, if you remember that. Has that crossed over with your time? Obviously he was later at Loughborough, but Natasha Harrison has gone in the opposite direction, and they've got some middle distance athletes who are really good. Steve Green, who's from Manchester but is still the Jamaican record holder over 1500 metres from the Commonwealth Games in 1994. I'm sure he'd like to be reminded of that fact. He's obviously very involved in the British Milers Club middle distance specialist group, but he's certainly really pleased to have a couple of middle distance medal hopefuls for a university that doesn't win too many medals. Joshua Martin of St Mary's, Matthew Cliff of Glasgow, Rachel Terre of Liverpool John Moores, Thomas Palmer of Manchester, Joseph Rogers of Cardiff, Matthew Hula of Sheffield, and Marek Wazosha of Cardiff Met. So both Cardiff and both Manchester universities represented here, as well as Scotland. Let's see how they go. So Ter has best personal best in this of 21:29. Coming through like a slingshot through the middle there. Martin of St Mary's in second place. So Ter, lovely running style, very, very smooth here. Through in 22:15.
And that looked like a little bit of an ease up before the line as well. I think there might be more in the tank now when it comes to the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's still something like 0.8 of a second off his personal best of 21:29. Merseyside County champion he is. 21:48 he's run this year. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of the big contenders really turning up. And I think it's infectious whether you've really watched and paid attention to the previous heats, if you see that people are really going out there in their heats, then I think you'd want to do the same.
Absolutely, and I think that the way that the qualification is, with it only being the top 2, it's forcing the athletes to have to go out and put everything on the line, and that's what we want. It's what the spectators want. It's what the people watching the live stream will want. They want to see competitive races. They don't want to see people pulling up with 50 metres to go and jogging across the line. They want to see people putting their all in, and I know a lot of people are critical of the qualification being top 2, but I think that it helps with the excitement of the races, and it makes it more engaging to watch.
So heats 8 to 13 of the men's 200 metres coming up. In the women's Hammer B final, still Amelia Appleyard leading 36.78. Now from Lily Clark 36.01 and Ella Harvey 35.03. So again, this is the B final. In men's long jump qualification, groups B and C. Going on the far side, 7:15 automatically through to the final tomorrow. Oro Adepegba so far with the best, 6:68. And then in the other group, Craig Moncur, 6:84. So he's one of the decathletes who've been in lots of events. He's been in at least the shot put and hurdles so far, of which the depth in those, particularly the men's hurdles, wasn't that strong. So I think he just missed out on the final though. Adam Houle, who won his hurdles heat and is through to the final, is also looking to make it through to the long jump final. Obviously you're quite versatile in the events that you do, but Adam Houle he's won medals in hurdles, pole vaults, and long jump, in his BUCS career. So looking to make it through to multiple finals again, which is really impressive. Sam Ebenine, also he's jumped 6:43 just now, is also a decathlete who did the 100 metres as well. So yeah, some very multi-talented events that we see here, and sometimes they go a little under the radar if they're not top of the podium. but actually they're getting lots of points for their unis, aren't they?
Absolutely, and a lot of them, I'm presuming, will certainly with ones doing pole vault and things like that, that I'm presuming they will be doing decathlons at some point, which will be very exciting to watch, because certainly with the women's heptathlon in a British sense, we've had a lot of very successful female heptathletes, but the male decathlon, we've not really been that strong as a GB team in quite a while, really. But so it'd be good to see some more decathletes coming through and starting to represent GB at the international stage as well.
Yeah, you're right, and actually I think the path from BUCS to heptathlon internationals has been much more closely linked on the women's side with obviously Abigail Paulett, Jade O'Dowda. They're both represented strongly at BUCS, and Eve Emerson has as well. But yeah, you'd be hard pressed to think of a decathlete who's gone from BUCS to international level, partly because some of them are competing in the USA, like Jack Turner, who's one of our best decathletes at the moment. So having a look at this next heat.
So this is heat 8. So in lane 1 is Ethan Craven from Swansea. 2 is Thomas Brooks even from Birmingham. In 3 it's Dickinson from Stirling. In 4 it's Umar Seladen from Bristol. 5 James Fleming from Aberdeen. 6 Vladislav Lejenkov from Exeter. 7 Chima Nduku from Warwick, and 8 is Henry Christer from Newcastle. And the athlete in lane 7 got a very good start there, the Warwick athlete, but it is at the moment the Exeter athlete coming up, making up that stagger. It's going to be fairly even as we're coming off the bend, but don't count out the Newcastle athlete out in lane 8. He is being chased down by the athletes on his inside, but at the moment it is Henry Christer that is going to take the win of this particular heat. 22.4 on the clock and a minus 1.2 headwind, so that wind is starting to dip down. But that's a very strong run from lane 8. Often in the 200s, you tend to see that it's more like the lanes 4, lane 5, where you've got a good visualization of the entire field. So that was a very, very strong run from Henry in lane 8 there.
Absolutely, it was, and was really impressed with how he did in the 100 meters. Because yeah, not an athlete that I really knew much about, but he got 5th place in the 100 meters. His time was just outside 11 seconds. So yeah, so far obviously we've seen 3 athletes that were in the 100 win their 200 heats. So much more doubling up than I thought, actually, especially among the major contenders. But again, yeah, David Chapman will know that he'll be happy to see more doublers, because he knows that he will be completely fresh, especially come the semi-finals and final.
Absolutely, but it looks like it's going to be a rather stacked semi-final, but yeah, that was a very impressive run from the Newcastle athlete there. Newcastle is one of those teams that is growing and is getting bigger. Their sprints are certainly becoming quite dominant in the sense of the northern universities. They seem to be doing really well at the moment, so it's a fantastic run from him.
And I've always thought, obviously, Edge Hill make quite a lot of noise cheering their athletes, they're very enthusiastic, but Newcastle, consistently for the, can I say smaller universities? The non-powerhouses have always been really loud. Newcastle. I'm surprised I didn't get a cheer just saying that on commentary. But no, we're actually speaking to a Newcastle athlete later, Lenny Saville, one of their sprinters. So we're really interested to hear from him about their success, because actually they won 2 gold medals at BUCS Outdoors last year. It was Joy Eze. So again, some fortune there that someone who is an under-20 international sprinter has chosen Newcastle University by kind of being from the northeast, and Etienne Morn, who won the sprint hurdles as well. So yeah, they've done really well, as you say, one of those growing universities, which is a lovely thing to watch.
Yeah, and when you have the Newcastle athletes on later, ask them about stealing Alice Woodhouse from us.
Oh yeah, well. I noticed that. I don't like it when people steal athletes.
Well, to be fair, she graduated and she's gone to go and do a master's. She's from the northeast, so it's closer to home for her. So I think we've agreed that we're sharing custody of her. Yeah,
well, actually, they've lost Asha Root, who was a big Newcastle athlete and is certainly a great chance of a silver medal here. She's gone to Canterbury's Christchurch, but they were still cheering her on.
And that tends to happen a lot, is that, especially when people go and do master's degrees and they go to different universities, you don't, unless they're going to Loughborough, you're not really going to look at them and go, well, we're not going to cheer for you anymore, because you've still spent a lot of time with that person and you're still very supportive, because you know what that other athlete's going through. You know exactly what they've had to do to get there. So it's not something that is severed as soon as they put on a different coloured vest.
Good to hear. So heat number 9, the athletes, well, they're just making their way around the outside, so we'll just concentrate on the field events here. So this is, the B final. We've seen a couple of B finals earlier, including for the women's discus. And part of this is about participation. And Micah Decker, who was in that discus final earlier, who was in the javelin B final as well. So this is her 3rd throw event. And the opportunity's there to pick up points. I wasn't sure, actually. Obviously, in the it even says it on the timetable that all A and B finals, everyone gets 6 throws, which is obviously fantastic. I wasn't sure whether points are available in the B finals for the top 8. Don't know if you know that or not.
I don't, I'm afraid. No, it's not one that I know, I'm afraid. But yeah, I think we've certainly had throwers previously. We've had Tasmin Vale last year who won the B final and who did very, very well. She actually threw further than some of the people in the A final.
Yeah, so probably if you're in the top 8 overall, that's where you get the points, I think.
I think that's the only real fair way of doing it when they're not in the same competition, because as a field eventer, there is a certain amount of seeing somebody else throw further than you've thrown and you being the next one in the circle or on the runway that does G you up a little bit, does make you try a little bit harder. So I think when they're competing at separate times, it is the only fair way to do it, to give those points across the top 8.
So Amelia Appleyard is still the leader. We're into round number 3 now. That's just pretty much kicked off. Lily Clark and Ella Vo-Harvey second and third, 36.01, 35.03. Quite a few of the athletes were also in the discus and javelin finals yesterday. So 13 athletes, or 14 athletes in total. Kayla Borgards hasn't registered a mark, but this is her 3rd event so far this weekend. And hammer's such a tricky technical event to get right that often people don't really peak until well after BUCS level, in fact. You think about everything that goes into it, you think about the lack of competition opportunities, mainly perhaps even training specialisms, an area where you're allowed to throw the hammer. I'm sure it's quite difficult to get into even at BUCS level potentially. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of places in the UK, a lot of tracks now that either don't have throwing cages, or if they do have throwing cages, for example, at University of Central Lancashire, we can't do any of the long throws over the winter because we share the infield with rugby and with American football, so there's a safety concern of us making big holes in the floor that they might hurt themselves in it. So it does limit, certainly for universities like University of Central Lancashire, that it's harder for them to develop the long throwers, just simply because they don't have access to those throwing cages over the winter. But hopefully that is something that a lot of athletes will be able to overcome even by continuing within their club settings as well, because there's a lot of very good club level throws coaches. Certainly I know Kingston upon Hull have got a very, very strong young throws group, sort of the under 13s, under 15s that are all starting to come through. So hopefully the future generations are going to be dominating the throws a bit more. Yeah,
it's a good point actually. We've seen athletes win medals for Hull in the hammer, and not many other events apart from the Morgan Harrison brothers. So yeah, as I say, just got into the 3rd round here. Can't quite see the scoreboard at the moment. Yeah, 1-2-8-3, which is Maya Lindridge of Sheffield. So she's in 11th place in this B final. And A final is coming up at 3:20. So a bit of a gap here between these 200-metre heats. Measurements also take a bit of time to come up. Can update you on the men's long jump qualification. So at the moment we're in the 1st round of Group C, 2nd round of Group B. So best jump overall in the last few moments, Adeta Kunbo can be Mortimer, 6.82. Here's jump for Cardiff Met, Stephen Simmons, 6.69. Again, another athlete who's done quite a few events this weekend, including the hurdles and this long jump. So as things stand, 6.52 will get you through to the final, but still plenty more jumps to be had. Heat 9 features Clayton Jacinto of Bedfordshire, Portuguese athlete, Thomas O'Sullivan, Australian athlete for Brunel, Durham's Oliver Buckle, Greg Mitchell of Edinburgh, Josh Maggs of Bath, Sebastian Philo of Newcastle, Toby Nixon St Andrews, Thomas Pritchard of Leeds. bit of a groan there, I heard. We had lots of groans because there was a long disqualification hold yesterday. It was Will Hawker, and he was arguing his case, and people, it was impossible to know what he was saying in that situation, whether he wants to run under protest or what was going on. But credit to him. Someone behind me said that if they wanted him as their lawyer if they were ever involved in a legal case.
Absolutely, athletes should be advocating for themselves as long as they're being respectful to the officials in the process of doing so. They absolutely should be advocating for themselves if they don't think that there's been an infringement.
So Jacinto, O'Sullivan, Buckle, Mitchell, Maggs, Philo, Nixon, Pritchard. Heat number 9. So eventually do get underway. It was a really good start there from Philo of Newcastle. And also going well is Maggs of Bath. O'Sullivan has the fastest personal best, and he's now starting to come through for Brunel. So O'Sullivan from Maggs. Deafening noise behind us. I think from the Bath contingent, 22.29.
It's actually from the Leeds University contingent. Their athlete was gaining down those last 50 metres, but I don't think he quite managed to pick for that second automatic qualifying spot.
There you go. People don't necessarily cheer for who's necessary out front. They cheer because they're pushing someone on. It could just be that they are, trying to battle for everything they can in 5th or 6th. That was we were doing for some of your athletes as well. So Leeds, they got themselves a vantage position. They've now gone off somewhere else to cheer on someone else, but they were wanted to be there in that moment because they knew that at 1:56 p.m. this athlete was in lane 8, and you're the sort of person who's communicating that information, aren't you? The exactitude of when people are doing stuff so everyone can be in the right place.
Absolutely. I mean, certainly for the indoors and the outdoors, all of our athletes get a printed out timetable that has their events highlighted on it, and then all of the committee members will have one that has everybody's highlighted and annotated so that we all know who is where. And we also have a rule within our club that everybody has to come and watch everybody's events. It doesn't matter if you're only competing, say, like Shay Lachlan, we've got him going in the 5,000 metres tomorrow. He's been here all weekend. He's been watching everybody. He's also going to be cheering on and supporting his girlfriend in the semi-finals of the 800 metres. Lucy Baker's going in that. He's already chewed off all of his fingernails, bless him, because he was so nervous watching her yesterday in the heats. But we have that, same as a lot of unis, that you come, you support everybody and you watch everybody's events.
I love that, the idea that, because obviously you do a bag pack, don't you, like a special bag pack. You've done videos of that, what goes in your competition bag, which is quite nice as content. And you should have that as like what you hand out to everyone. So like a timetable and some like, I don't know, what can you do to stop biting your fingernails? Some people put stuff on them, like
they have like the paint on.
Yeah, that's right, which smells horrible.
Maybe that's if Shay wasn't graduating, I'd get him that for next year. But yeah, for indoors, all of ours get little goodie bags. So they have sweets in it, they have like electrolyte tabs, they have energy gels, they have a bottle of water, spare safety pins, all of that sort of stuff that just helps them. This year they also got little duck keyrings in honour of our mascot Edge Hill Bill. But it's just a little way of making sure that everybody's got everything that they need, but also of uniting everybody as a team. And it's become a little tradition that they get these bags at indoors and they all get very excited about it.
That's great. You should. Is that just for indoors, is it?
Yeah, it's just for indoors, and then at outdoors we tend to sort of prioritise more of making sure that we've got proper accommodation and all of the rest of it, because we never know where the venue's going to be, if it's changing each year.
6:89, Louis White now best jump in the long jump. And just looking, that 6:53 makes it through to the final. So Alfie Ward's been pushed out, but he can still respond. He's in Group B. So I'll just go through this heat quickly with Benjamin, Buckner, Crawford, James, Westbrook, Ankara, Duthie and Burgess, part of the gold medal winning relay quartet for Sheffield Hallam indoors. And Kai Crawford, another who doubled up, the Andalusian under-23 champion in southern Spain. So he's the tall figure there from lane 3. Well, he's not even in the race. Love that. Joel Burgess then leading this one from Tavik Benjamin. And Royal Holloway, there's a shout out, Royal Holloway. George Buckner in 3rd place, 22.10. one of my downfalls is that I often don't look at who's the DNS. I just focused on who's in it.
Well, unfortunately, from this angle as well, we're blocked of that particular lane by one of the display boards, so we wouldn't have seen it until we saw it anyway.
Well, for sure. I focus on the visual identification of who's in each lane before I've even looked at who the DNS is. But you're right, 200 is slightly harder when it's on the far side. Anyway.
But another strong run from lane 8. Another athlete that is not letting that blind lane draw undermine their race. He went out and he made a statement and said, all right then lads, you've got to catch me.
Yeah, well, he's not looking at anyone else. And also, yeah, I mean, I know indoors people like the outside lane because it's a kind of slingshot off the bend. But also, yeah, he's focusing on his own race, and he's got not too much option but to really go out hard and just see what happens down the home straight. So probably didn't find it too bad. All the Sheffield Hallam guys are high on confidence after their relay victory. I mean, obviously that was on their home track, but I'm excited to see what they can do, because in that situation they were without their fastest athlete as well, Corey Nealon Richards, who was a 100 finalist here.
Yeah, those 4x1 relays later on, especially the men's relays, definitely going to be one to watch, even just for the heats. They get very, very competitive because it's the time trial. Everybody has to give their best in the race, so it's going to be interesting to see which of those teams make it through. And that is an opportunity for some of the smaller teams that maybe do only have 2, 3, 4 strong sprinters, that they can come and bring a good team and try and push some of the bigger unis out of that qualification spots, and hopefully it'll be a good race.
Yeah, teams like Sheffield and Oxford I put in that category of often putting together really well drilled relay team that can make a final, maybe sneak a medal.
Yeah, Sheffield, University of Sheffield have definitely been, certainly in the men's relay, they've been very strong in the past. They've given Sheffield Hallam a run for their money at some of the things like Steel Cup and other indoor events, and then some of the outdoor events. They've started to sneak up on Hallam a little bit as well, so I definitely think they're ones that you shouldn't count out.
So women's hammer B final. Yeah, still the same top 3, Appleyard, Waters and Clark. We are still coming to the end of the 3rd round here. So this is 1-2-4-9 we're looking at here, which is Robert Gordon's Harley Keith, 30.71 for 7th place at the moment.
And that looks like an improvement from here. So we're coming up for the 11th heat of the men's 200 metres here. We have Nuamat of Kent in 1, Kalala of Brunel in 2, Miller of UWE in 3, Jameson of Hartpury in 4, Voss of Stirling in 5, Steele of Swansea in 6, Zahid of City in 7, and completing the lineup we have Brudney of Bristol in lane 8. It's going to be interesting to see. We've got quite a spread of PBs in this race. Keeping an eye on lane 2 and lane 5. They are the fastest on paper, but as my dad always says, you do not run these races on paper. It's an excellent start from the athlete in 2 from Jason Kalala. As they're coming onto the bend, he's already made up the stagger on 3 or 4 of the athletes. But also, it is lane 6 and lane 5. Rory Voss from Stirling that is going strong. He is making up ground on the Brunel athlete. Is he going to get him on the line? Not quite, but both of those athletes look very comfortable over that last 80 metres. They didn't really need to pull much out. That's to 22.7 and a minus 3.7 headwinds. That wind's picked back up again. It is blustering around a little bit, but the times across the heats have been fairly consistent, so it makes it difficult going into the semi-finals to predict who's going to finish where when those winds have been swirling around.
Absolutely, extremely tough. Jason Kalala, he just missed out on the 100 final, but had looked good up to that point. Again, he may be part of the relay as well, which was looking strong. We've already seen Innes, O'Sullivan, win for Brunel in these 200 heats. So Rory Voss is someone, I think he PB'd in the 100 metres potentially. Certainly he squeezed through to the semi-finals. So yeah, the Stirling sprinters is another university that's improved this year. They've got some middle distance medal hopes as well. So, and they were saying actually that they support all of the Scottish universities. Yeah, just kind of, if they pull together and support the Scots, then they have a bigger chance of kind of beating, I don't know, Loughborough and others, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly cheer a little bit louder for the universities from the northwest that are the same as us. That there's a little bit of area pride as well, I think, that comes out in some.
Yeah, so well, UCLan, obviously the one that you mentioned. Who else?
So both of the Manchester unis and all of the Liverpool unis. There's a lot of Liverpool unis that are around, but certainly like University of Liverpool and Liverpool John Moores, we have a lot of shared friendships across those teams. So we try and make sure that we're supporting everybody. So for example, I was taking photos for some of the John Moores athletes yesterday and today. So for Rio Booth in the men's 100 metres power event. That we always try and make sure that we're banding together a little bit. Like you said, it's just everybody's ganging up to try and make sure that they're catching Loughborough. Maybe if we could enter a northern team or a Scottish team, then maybe we'd have a chance. But at the moment, I think certainly Edge Hill as a university are possibly a little bit small to be challenging for that.
So men's long jump qualification, still with pools B and C. And obviously both men's and women's long jumps finals coming up tomorrow. They're both at the same time, which is a little bit brutal in terms of showing both. Obviously plenty of
gets the white flag there.
Plenty of field finals tomorrow. The main one to watch out for today, women's hammer, looking forward to that. Men's pole vault A final at 2:30 as well.
Another athlete with the white flag there. It's kind of hard to tell from over here what some of the university vests are. A lot of them look very similar. But this is unmistakably a University of Manchester vest that we can see there, the purple and yellow.
I think it's Sam Ebonine, the decathlete mentioned before, judging by the hair.
Training partner of Stephanie Jones from Edge Hill University. Heat 12 is lining up for the men's 200 metres.
Yeah, just 2 more heats to go.
Great jump from the lead Beckett athlete there. Just sat back a little bit at takeoff, but very dynamic off the board.
So this heat with Krensel, Bourne, Seeley, Arkle, Venkatasamy, Halton, Kumar and a Seaway. So Venkatasamy, gold medalist in the relay, similar to Houslin, who already we saw winning his heats. Very, very close between Arkle and Venkatasamy here. So 21.90 on the clock. Both of them will go through to the semi-finals. Certainly the closest of the heats that we've seen so far.
Do you think they planned that? That almost looked like they got level with each other, had a little look and went, cool, we'll relax a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of a handshake metaphorically across the line. Venkatasamy, of course, who had 4 rounds of the 60 metres indoors because there was 2 athletes with exactly the same time. And if you may remember that. And David Chapman is saying actually he would have preferred to have the drawing of lots. He'd just go with the luck and avoid the race before the final. So, don't know about you, what you think of that. Because it was only about 25 minutes before the final that they had that rerun.
It's a hard one. When you're an athlete that's going into a final and you know that the possibility of you medaling is not the highest, then I personally would always take the runoff because I would always back myself over luck. But if you're somebody who you think you've got a chance of medaling, would you really want to expend that energy so close to the final? I don't know. I think it very much depends on the athlete and depends on where you think you have the potential of finishing in the final and how much you're willing to sacrifice for it.
Yeah, and I wonder how it works, whether they both have to agree. Well, what happens if one athlete says, I'd like to do one thing, and one says, I want the other? I think in that case, they probably would do the drawing of lots, I think, because that, I think, is in the rules.
I have no idea, but I sincerely hope that I never find out.
I think that's what's in the rule book. So, yeah, you can't, I don't know if you could subject the athletes to an extra race and if they didn't want to, but anyway, there is often some leniency and some consideration of what the athletes want in these situations, particularly at this event. So maybe that was it. Yeah, so just having a look, still it's still 6:53, but it's a different athlete actually.
So that will be on countbacks potentially as to who's got the further jump there.
Absolutely. So Sam Ebenine actually is just in, and there's another athlete on 6:54 who's just in, and one on 6:52 who's just out as well. So it's extremely close to make it through to this final.
Just decelerated slightly into the board there. But he gets the white flag, doesn't look too pleased with it. You can always tell from a field event as body language as to whether or not they're pleased with the jump or the throw.
That was Dante McNichol of Durham. This is Callum Charlson of Bangor. This is one of the Nottingham athletes, of which there are two. I think it's Wilf Lavalette, 6:48 so far. So, yeah, only needs a few centimetres improvement. So, Oki, Oyedeji, Matusiak, Evans, Russell, Conte, Thompson and Mendes in this one. Toby Thompson out front here for Loughborough from Matusiak, 22-26. Yeah, again, another 22-2. We've had at least 3 of those so far. Makes it interesting for who can make it through as a time qualifier.
It's going to come down to hundredths of a second, I suspect, with how consistent these times have been across the heat.
So coming into this, there are 2 athletes on 22.76 who are both just about in. So it'd be agonising if they are separated just by 0.004 of a second in versus out of these semi-finals. I have a feeling it could do, actually.
That's the width of a vest almost, isn't it? It's nothing really. As we go back to the men's long jump here.
A reminder to all universities.
Oh, and he does not look happy with that little toss of the sand, but it does get the white flag.
You must play your team 2 hours before.
And instantly has gone back to the coach, and you can see often with certainly with field athletes that they go back to their coaches and they know what they've done wrong without the coach really even to tell them. Unfortunately, that is a red flag there for the athlete in green. Unfortunately, there's a lot of green universities. Does make it rather difficult to discern which one is which.
Yeah, that was Maurice Sainsbury of Exeter, 5:65 so far for him. As we were saying, 6:53 is needed. This is Archie Street of Glasgow. He has 6:91, so looking good.
Nice, confident approach on that.
Which is your favourite event to compete in? Obviously you've done triple jump here and relay potentially as well.
I think I've done a lot of events over the years, but I think my favourite event is the relay. I know that's a little bit of a cliche, that's what everybody tends to say, but there's something about, I swear I can run faster in a 4x1 than I can in a flat 100. Maybe it's the rolling start, maybe it's the adrenaline, maybe it's not wanting to let the teammates down, but I swear that I can knock at least half a second off my 100-metre BB in a relay, but there's just something about it of being with other people. It's the only time that you really get a taste of a team event within athletics, really.
No, for sure. And I think, I mean, I was always someone that is a big communicator within the team. So I think people have the impression that I'm a faster relay runner than I am, just for that reason, or just because I'm someone who takes care with the baton. But if you're someone who's seen to be a bit of a team captain, then other people get even more from that, and then you will enjoy the fact that you are a team leader in a way. And I think that certainly seems to be your approach.
Yeah,
as well.
and certainly with the relays, the team always joke that they can hear me before they can see me, because I'm usually on one of the latter legs and I'm usually screaming for everybody. It's a wonder that I have a voice left at the end of these weekends, honestly, because I spend so much time screaming for people to run faster and to keep going. But yeah, it's good fun as a relay. We do love it.
So this is the Oxford Navy vest here of Oliver Bazin. So 5:22 so far. So yeah, some of the athletes, they're not in contention necessarily to make the final, but big group of long jumpers. We saw there were 59 of the women and 58 of the men, so huge. Yeah, I don't think that a couple of years ago there were 3 pools of long jumpers, so I'm not sure quite why that has happened, why that's changed.
Yeah, certainly not. We were having this conversation in the actual triple jump competition yesterday that we're not used to there being this many triple jumpers entered. There was 2 qualifications pools for triple jump, and there was quite a lot entered. And also the entry standard, it's not the entry standard, the qualification standard was very, very high for that, with it being 12 metres 30, of which there weren't many athletes. I think there were only 3, maybe 4 athletes that got the auto qualifying. So it was, especially when last year, I think the lowest qualifier for the final last year jumped 11 metres exactly. So it's a big step up to have the auto qualifying as 12:30. But I think that is because there have been so many more entries in the jumps events, because we've had a lot more field events come through in the last couple of years.
Yeah, interestingly, in the men's shot put qualification, within a couple of minutes of it starting, like 8 people had the automatic mark, or 7 people. So I was really surprised at that. It was, I can't quite remember what it was, but yeah, people were rattling through. It might have been 13:20 or something. It was something that was really low, and that's very unusual, yeah, for BUCS, certainly. But yeah, this is a crucial point now towards the end of long jump qualification. So this is Matt Indom of Loughborough. So he is 10 centimetres off.
I'm not sure that is going to be enough there. Seemed to just chop into the last couple of strides approaching the board. It gets the white flag. He seems unsure as to whether or not that's going to be enough. I'm not sure if that's going to be an improvement on his previous round attempts. As we wait for the distance to be shown on the scoreboard. It's fantastic having the digital scoreboards here that the officials are using. Makes it much easier to see what's going on.
So we've had a comment in support of Edge Hill up the edge on the live stream from someone you know, I believe.
Yes, that would be my mom. Hi, Mom.
Yeah, I mean, you're not the only person who's come on commentary for a bit, and their parent has been watching. So yeah. Why not? At least she recognises your voice.
Yeah, she'll be pulling apart everything I've been saying about the long jump, because she's also a long jump coach. So she's actually my long jump and triple jump coach. So she will be having conversations with me later of going, why were you saying that?
No, there was a great one. David Chapman said he's from Sheffield, and his dad texted him saying, "You're from Rotherham. You're not from Sheffield."
The parents have always got to correct things. It's their job.
For sure, but I think he was just saying the bigger place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. So Matt Indom, look at that, he's improved to 6:54, so he's made up just a bit more than the 10 centimetres that was needed. So it means that the 2 who did 6:53 earlier are out at the time being, and I think Sam Ebenein has had all 3 jumps, because we've seen him jump since then. So yeah, it's now super close, but that was a real clutch jump there just to make it through to the final, and he's not even certain that he'll be through just yet. Yeah,
there's still a lot of very powerful, very fast athletes coming down this runway that know that this is their last chance to get into that box final.
Stephen Simmons of Kent, who I think made it into the hurdles final earlier, he's got 6.69, but you know, might as well continue jumping. He's pretty much safe, but he gets the 3 efforts. He kind of builds his rhythm, right?
You say pretty much safe, but all it takes is one jump. You never know that you can never rest on your laurels with the jumps. You have to go out and give it everything on every single one, because all it takes is for the last person at the last jump of the competition to go out and beat you, and that's you done. So you've got to go out and give each attempt everything as if it is the last jump. He
has improved to 6.72, so that's 7th overall. So he's maybe 2 places higher than he was. He's one of the sterling athletes, I'm going to say, the slightly brighter. And this is Daniel Bruce. So he doesn't have a mark at this stage, so he's under pressure coming into this final round.
So,
3 athletes in that position, actually. Sam Danson of Loughborough, one of the gold medal contenders, I would have thought, is also in that situation.
And a lot of the long jumpers will be struggling with getting no jumps, particularly with the wind, because you have to do a lot of adjustments when you're running into the wind with your run up. And if the wind is gusting, you could make an adjustment for a very strong headwind, and then on your next jump that headwind could be gone and the adjustment you've made isn't correct anymore. So it's a lot of trial and error, and given that you only get 2 practice jumps and then in this qualification you only get 3 jumps in total, it's a very short window to try and get it right.
For sure, and you know, think about athletes who've gone to major championships and only had 3 rounds in order to qualify for a final there. And I mean, using shot put as an example, Scott Lincoln had said, well, I hadn't got any momentum with the first round. The second round I didn't grip the implement properly, and then the third round I was under pressure. And that's it, that's the competition. Yeah, so you could have similar issues with your run up in the long jump.
In lane 6, representing Sheffield.
We have a Birmingham athlete.
So Craig Moncur, again, this is probably his 3rd event of the weekend.
So currently sitting in 6th. He's got a best of 6.77 so far. Not many athletes, I don't think there's any athletes so far that have made that auto qualifying of 7.15 meters.
So to the women's 400 meter semi-finals. Natasha Harrison, Monica Davidson, Caroline McConnell, Anna Bavis, Katrina McFeet, Ava Griggs and Jessie Tappin on the outside. Huge cheers here. Sophie, you're holding your headphones to your head to actually hear anything. Natasha Harrison, big favourite here, formerly of Loughborough, now of Manchester Met, going well. Catherine Reynolds as well, always performs well for Sheffield. Monica Davidson, also in this, you've got a PB in the heat, one of very few to do so. Harrison now motoring down the back straight, Reynolds on her outside, the black and yellow of Sheffield. Also going nicely is McConnell of Glasgow, right on the outside here, but look at Harrison, she's very focused here and looking relaxed. 2 going through to the final tomorrow. Harrison going for gold once again for Loughborough. Reynolds in 2nd place is also through to the final. Strong run from Davidson of Nottingham, close to her personal best once again. But yeah, Natasha Harrison, we've seen her do similar things in the past, and there'll be no doubt that she's going for gold here. You know, an athlete who's capable of mid-52 seconds, didn't have to actually work too hard once she'd done the early stages really well over the first 200 metres.
Yeah, I've always thought with Natasha that she has a very consistent stride length throughout the entire thing. With most people, once you get to that 200, 300 mark and the lactic's hitting as you go down the 400, you see the stride length change. You see people start to stretch a little bit more for the strides as they get tired. But Natasha just seems to have this metronome built in where she keeps her stride length the same. She keeps powering through in almost a sort of mechanical kind of way, that she just has this consistency that she can demand of her body even when she's feeling that lactic, though I doubt that she'll be feeling it quite as much as some of the others in the field.
Yeah, she just got through the bend and into the home straight, and she kind of looked down just as if to say, this is my next phase of my race, this is the continuation of everything I've been doing. It's really, I mean, the most metronomic athlete I've ever seen, I think, is Max Bergin. Just, he's extraordinary. It's almost like he's programmed to run a certain time.
It's certainly intimidating as an athlete running alongside them when you can feel yourself dying and you can feel that your stride length is changing. When the other person that you're chasing, that they're just keeping it consistent, it's incredibly intimidating. But it's one of her great strengths, is that she has that ability. And it's something that when she gets into the final, that often you don't see Natasha straining too much in a final. You tend to see that she can keep cool under pressure, and hopefully that will do well for her in the final, which I believe is tomorrow.
Yeah, final coming up tomorrow. Just having a look at 12:40, just before the men's final, 5 minutes later. So confirmed time 54.75. Kat Reynolds through in second place.
For those following the field events as well, the Birmingham athlete that we saw just before we got to the 400 metres unfortunately did get a red flag on that jump, so did not improve on his final round there.
So thank you to Sophie Warden of Edge Hill for joining us on the live stream, and also leading a bit of commentary as well. But some of the athletes also kind of managers, kind of playing mothering roles in some respects, as well as their own events. And yeah, nice to chat about everything Edge Hill. Second semi-final, women's 400 metres. Obviously some of the finals blink and you miss it, but really interesting just to watch the semi-finals and see how the narrative unfolds of athletes establishing their credentials for medals. In this we've got Anna Babis of Cardiff, Katrina McFeet of Glasgow, Gabriella Sutton of Sheffield Hallam, Eva Tyler for Cardiff Met, Mia Oldfield for Nottingham, Holly Pater for Sheffield, Natalie Groves for Oxford, and Camille Madden represents Loughborough. So Camille Madden, Irish schools 400 metre silver medalist with a best of 55.74, I should say. Natalie Groves 55.69. She improved her personal best in the heat here. Holly Pater, another one to watch out for, 56.37, her personal best. So now underway in this second semi-final. Groves, Pater, Sutton may be the ones to watch. It could be pretty close for those top two automatic spots through to the final. Pater going well in the black vest of Sheffield. On the outside, Holly Pater, Natalie Groves, I should say. So easier to get sight as they come into the home straight now. Black and yellow, we're in 1:2.85, that's Holly Pater. Then Groves, 1:2.22 of Oxford in the navy. And then Madden of Loughborough. So these three contending for the top two spots. And Groves closing as they get towards the line here. Won't matter too much apart from lane draw. 55.81. So both through to the final then for Sheffield and Oxford. Second semi-final we just saw, won by Natalie Groves in the end, 55.80 for Oxford. Third semi-final about to get underway with Amelia Hart of Bath Spa, again not a university we say often, Charlotte Williams Cardiff, Olivia Bochi Warwick, Asha Root Canterbury Christchurch, Layla Zool Stirling, Jenna Breen Loughborough, Annabelle Howes Birmingham, Amy Gregg Leeds Beckett. Top two going through to the final automatically. Well, 57.11 is the target time for athletes outside the top two here. It's Madden and Davidson that are waiting to see if their runs will be good enough to progress through to tomorrow's final. Asha Root, the athlete who was a bronze medalist indoors, previously of Newcastle, now of Canterbury Christchurch. Shout out to them. Personal best 54.77, making her second best ranked overall. Big chance of improving on that bronze medal. Going nicely here. Also in this, Jenna Breen, personal best 55.16 earlier this year. So it's Breen from Root, the first two, looking very, very strong out front. Fighting over third place, Annabelle Howes from Layla Zool Stirling, who did well in her heat. Potentially just outside. Let's have a look at the times. 55.76. Going to be close with 57.11 for third and fourth place. Maybe that third place does make it and fourth place doesn't, but we'll look for roster and photo finish to confirm all that. 55.76, again, it's a decent time for a semi-final at this level. Harrison, we expect to be a class above the field, and it's be interesting to see. She may not be pushed hard in the final. We've seen the likes of Poppy Malik, Jess Astle, Steph Coro, who's in the 400 hurdles, Emily Newnham, all be strong in the past. Going further back, of course, Lavia Nielsen, Maya Bruni, Kirsten McCaslin, even Kelly Massey. Pretty much all of the top GB competitors have come through BUCS. Zoe Clark as well, winning 60, 100, 200 and 400 across her BUCS years. Kelsey Stewart, so yes, in actual fact, Natasha Harrison, she may not have anyone really pushing her come that final. Her PB is more than 2 seconds faster than anyone else, even though it is from 2023. She did run within 600ths of a second of it, with a season's best of 52.67 last year. Harrison had the luxury of trying the 200 metres indoors, in which she was 5th, similar to what we've seen Alex Haydock-Wilson do over the last few years, doing 1s and 2s rather than 4s, working on a bit of speed work. For him, he was involved indoors but not here outdoors. So yeah, it is definitely the case, similar to Aaliyah Sibbons in the 100 metres. She's the clear favourite for gold, and I have no issue saying that. So following the women's 400 semis, we'll have the men's 400 semis. Just looking to see if the full confirmed result is in from the 3rd semi-final. So it appears it is, and we can say that Jenna Breen of Loughborough 55.80, same time as Natalie Groves in the previous semi, and then Asha Root, 7th fastest time overall, 57.03. So it means that Camille Madden, 56.99, and 57.11 for Monica Davidson. They both make it through to the final, and likes of Annabelle Howes and Layla Zul do not. Their times were 58.05, 58.27. Moving on quickly then to the men's 400 metre semi-finals. Athletes already been called to their marks here. We had 10 heats yesterday, which yeah, quite common for 1s and 2s, but not necessarily so for 400s. So Will Parkinson, Henry Stewart, James Shaw, Harry McPhee, Cole Sinnott, Jordan Duncan, Alex Cooper, Khalid Ali. So it looks like a DNS there from 4, no McPhee. But Alex Cooper, again, overwhelming favourite, this time for Loughborough, the tall athlete with the tash and mullet. Quite a unique combination, but hey, what a combination you need to be a great 400 metre runner, to have speed, some endurance and strength. Obviously they're different types of 400 metre runners, as we know. But Cooper going as you'd expect here from Khalid Ali of St Mary's there. Newcastle's James Shaw also fighting for the 2nd spot. Very, very close battle behind Cooper. Jordan Duncan involved, but it looks like Sinnott's going to get there for Kent. Behind Cooper, who wins the semi-final in 48.96. Well, Alex Cooper is one of the athletes for whom I had to spend ages, looking at the BUCS medals that people have won, because yeah, some people come in having won 4 or 5 BUCS medals and having made something like 8, 9, 10 finals. I know Mika Moore has been watching some of the races. I think we counted at one point she'd made 16 individual BUCS finals, which is an extraordinary amount, and that didn't include relays. Obviously making finals is something that you expect to do when you're an international athlete. Yeah, but Alex Cooper winning the title indoors and then also winning it outdoors last year. But then you've also had athletes like Ben Higgins, Alex Houchin involved that have been ahead of him. But Cooper make it his 1. 2 in the last year, and then 1 before that indoors. So he's looking for a 4th BUCS title. And he also has a silver medalist from 2023. So, the third semi-final coming up very shortly. The last of the semi-finals, and oh no. My mistake, getting ahead of myself. We've only had one so far, of course. We'll have Mark Roberts of Birmingham, George Wincup of Liverpool, Harper Adams, Matthew Hughes, Nathaniel Dias of Manchester Met. So another situation where we have one big favourite, but then behind it's kind of all to play for. And similar to Asher Root behind Natasha Harrison, Nathaniel Dias behind Alex Cooper has a big chance to improve on what he's done previously, because he's made BUCS finals indoors and out. 47.93 his personal best for Dias, but he's one of a contingent of Manchester Med athletes with big medal hopes here, along with Elliot Savage and Lucy Armitage and others. In the middle distance, of course, they are. And yeah, Natasha Harrison obviously leading the way, having moved from Loughborough to Manchester Met. But she's from Stockport in any case, so potentially move back home there. Ellis Cameron of Loughborough, another one of their hopes in this. Certainly may well be part of the 4x4. Andrew Peters of Stirling. Thomas Abbott of Sheffield. Cardiff Met's Joe Wheeler. Andrew Peters of Stirling, one of those who PB'd in the heat, one of few, 48.87, that new personal best. So Peters, the athlete, in form. Dias, the athlete, with the biggest medal chance of all of these. And watch out as well for Mark Roberts, personal best of 48.40. Previous English schools bronze medalist, only one competition this year, so don't necessarily have a full flavour of what form he's in. You can see here going nicely on the outside is Peters in the green as Stirling, and on his outside is Abbott of Sheffield. And as expected, Nathaniel Dias starting to come through, as is Ellis Cameron in the Violet of Loughborough. Going to be very close for second spot though, behind Dias. He's holding on, but look at this from Peters. Very strong in the green of Stirling there. 48.46, I think he did get second place, ahead of Sheffield's Abbott and Cameron of Loughborough. So coming into this, by the way, third and fourth in the first semi-final, Duncan of East London and Shaw of Newcastle, 50-12 and 51-20 for the non-automatic positions. And that's a big, big gap to slot into as we wait for the second semi-final result to come up in terms of third and fourth versus that 51-20 target time. Tell you, by the way, we're in the fifth round of the Hammer B final. Amelia Appleyard still leading that first round effort we mentioned at 36.78 from Jasmine Waters of Sheffield, 36.77. So it's only 1 centimetre in it now, and Lily Clark 36.68. So yeah, 10 centimetres between the top three. Obviously medals most likely to come from the A final. Nathaniel Dias here in the navy of Manchester Met. Still that result not yet confirmed. But watch here for Peters as Stirling. Took a bit of a breather, came back huffing and puffing down the home straight. Abbott also ahead of Cameron there. That could help. It was supremely close on the line. Look at that. Peters had the advantage, but Abbott ran right through that line, had the energy. So athletes are out there for this third semi-final. Confirmed then, Thomas Abbott and Ellis Cameron both much, much faster then third and fourth in the first semi. And they do both make it through at the moment, very close on the line, as you can see. Abbott 48.83 and 49.10 for Cameron, so it makes it a bit harder for the athletes outside the top two here. A man to watch potentially, Jacob Lambo, ranked 5th overall. He has a personal best of 48.42, and he was 4th last year. And I think only Alex Cooper has returned from those who were ahead of him previously. So we've seen the indoor gold medalist, we've seen the indoor bronze medalist in Cooper and Dias. What about this third semi-final? Athletes being asked to stand up. Big anticipation for this last of the 400-metre semi-finals. Women's 800 semis coming up in just 5 minutes' time. So, in core of Leeds Beckett, Bart Thomas Sugden, Ryan Cherian of Oxford, Jacob Lamble Cardiff Met, Hulls Adam Fox, Evan Wilson Heriot Watt, William Inglis Cambridge and Finn Whiteman of Sheffield. So Finn Whiteman, who did the forward roll, of course, in the indoor relay. I'm sure it'll be a more orthodox race this time for him. Ryan Cherian of Oxford also one to watch in this. Second best on PBs behind Jacob Lamble of Cardiff Met, who's got a lot of work to do at this particular stage. This could be really, really close. Adam Fox going well for Hull through the centre there with the white vest on the front. Now Lamble motors through this bend, so looking to finish strongly here. Lamble of Cardiff Met from Fox of Hull. Big, big battle on for that second spot. Cherian of Oxford may get there, as might the Leeds Beckett man core, but I think the front two are just going to hold on. 48.85 on the clock, so we'll also be close with the times outside the top two. 49.10 was the target. Thinking about it, they may just be outside there. So the 400-metre semi-finals just completed. Lenny Saville of Newcastle has joined me. Nice to chat to you. Nice to chat to a Newcastle athlete, because we were just saying you're one of the loudest loudest teams consistently, always cheering on your athletes.
Yeah, I think we have just this. How do I even say it? Just like we've got this morale. We always train together. We always. We support each other so well. We always want to be known. I think we always love the idea of just supporting everyone. I mean, everyone does, obviously, but I think it's the idea that we all train together, so we've just got this team spirit.
For sure. And the other big thing to mention is that last year was an incredible BUCS Outdoors for you, because you got 2 gold medals, Joy Eze and Etienne Morn, in the 100 hurdles, and for a university that has had that spirit and enthusiasm, that must have been an incredible thing to enjoy celebrating together.
Yeah, I think with Joy and Etienne, they're exceptional athletes, aren't they? They are unbelievable at what they do, and to have that is almost a little bit of recognition of what we do as a club and stuff like that. It's just really nice to see that it's almost like Newcastle on the map. We've obviously get people getting semi-finals and finals a bit, but that's the first massive recognition we've had in a few years of winning in BUCS, and I think that's it's a good sentiment of where the club's going.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, and you're supporting Asha Root as well, who was a long-time Newcastle athlete, even though she's at a different university now. Certainly heard your contingent cheering for her, which I thought was nice as well. Yeah, for sure, because I actually train at the same club as Asha at home, so I've got that other connection with her as well. So we're really looking forward to see how she does in the 400 final later. Yeah, absolutely, because Natasha Harrison, we've just seen the semi-finals. In fact, Natasha Harrison, a standout athlete, but it's all to play for behind that. So just going to break away from chatting. So there's Lenny Saville, who's alongside me from Newcastle University. Great to hear what you just said, because we've been dying to find out a bit more about your club, indeed, and cheering on the athletes. Great to hear that firsthand, really. So 800-metre semi-final. We'll go through the lineup with Kate Bain of Exeter, Katie Johnson of Birmingham, Josie Maudsley of Durham, Sophia Vidak of Stirling, someone who's got 100 up to 800 speed, Charlotte Buckley, the indoor gold medalist, Charlotte Young of Loughborough, Ella Colborne of Cambridge, and Darcy Bass of Cardiff Met. Really love watching the 800 metres and the pace to burn in the final stages. And yeah, once again, just like the 400s, the 800 final can go by quickly, so to see the semi-finals, don't know about you, but I love watching the semi-finals just to see who's in great shape.
I think for the 800 as well, it's a really interesting event, because especially in the second lap, as in with the 400 as well, with the win today, it's a massive battle down the final home straight, and you'll see that obviously with the semis you only get 1 or 2 qualifiers getting into the finals, and then obviously it's just about the small queues as well. But I think the 800 it goes over so quickly, blinking you'll miss it, especially with these kind of athletes on display.
So hitting the bell, 64.89, so not bad pace for this level. Katie Johnson in a good position for Birmingham there, just in second place. Scottish outdoor silver medalist, personal best 2:06.04. You got the Loughborough athlete just in front of her. I think that's Charlotte Young just in front there, 2:07.75 at best. You can see they're now strung out, and you can see that Sophia Vidak, just as she did in the heats, kind of using her pace there. We were mentioning that maybe a slow race might help her with the final kick, but showing good strength as well, and a real multi-talented athlete. 2:06.81 she improved to this year, but that was indoors. So I'm sure that she's capable of running what she did earlier. Can she hang on though, as the athletes with more endurance maybe start to come through? Buckley, gold medal winner indoors, 4th year biomedical sciences student for Oxford. And this is looking very strong for Charlotte Buckley. She's through to the final with Vidak. And Young there will have to wait and see whether that time's good enough. 2:09.58 on the line. Well, Lenny, you're someone who mainly runs 200 and 400s, am I right? So really interesting to see someone who doesn't necessarily have as much experience there of 800s. That was Vidak in the green, how she would hold on against the more endurance runners, and that's why 800 could be interesting, because you've got some people stepping down from the 15 and some people up from the 4, so that's another reason why the 800 is a great event to watch.
I think the kick, well, we saw the kicks there of Vidak and the Oxford student as well. The kicks are unbelievable. I definitely would not be able to hold that as a 400-metre athlete for another lap. But yeah, you've got range, like the range that you get in the 800, people coming down, people coming up. It really shows what kind of athlete you are. I mean, if you front run, if you just hold the pack, if you just wait. But I was really impressed with that, with the Oxford athlete's kick there.
Absolutely. So what else are we looking out for from a Newcastle point of view generally across the weekend? Obviously Etienne Morn we saw in the hurdles heat. There's just the 2 rounds for them, so a nice bit of rest before the final. Anything else to look out for?
Well, actually right now, the high jump, we have Anna Fitzpatrick and Katie LaRouche, who hopefully should both be on the brink, if not easily qualify, hopefully, if all goes well. We really hope Anna, our captain, should get through. Katie will be on the verge. and they'll come in a bit later. I can see them both just over there, just chilling at the moment. They'll be on a bit later. Tomorrow we've got a bit of shot put action. We've got a girl called Alex Hartemick who should be able to throw some decent distances. What else have we got? I'm just trying to think now. We've got Henry Christa, obviously, in the...
He's done fantastically well, hasn't he?
Yes, he's first year at Newcastle, and he's been doing fantastic as well.
So we'll go through the lineup in a moment. The second semi-final women's 800. So Annabelle Eater of Durham, Sophie McElroy of Nottingham, Alice Bennett of Birmingham, Ruby Vinton of Loughborough, Abby Ives, the favourite for Birmingham, Annabelle Hedge, silver medalist indoors, Oxford 1-2, landmark stuff, Maddie Casey of Bath, impressive heat winner, and Poppy Elton of Leeds Beckett. These are really strong semi-finals. You've got 2 Birmingham athletes, they're both ranked in the top 6 overall. Bennett was the England under-20 800 silver medalist with a PB of 2:06.94. We were commenting when we saw the heats yesterday, big jump between Ives and the rest on PBs, but we know we don't get fast races here, so it will be neutralised, and we will see athletes trying to hold on for her for as long as possible. So Ives obviously out front as you'd expect, and someone who has gone down to the 4x4 as well, and won gold medals with the likes of Isabel Boffey and Orla Brennan, gold medalists here in the past. So Ives from Bennett, from Casey at the bell. 63.41 on the clock, so a touch faster, but they're all just trying to stick with Abigail Ives if they can.
I mean, it's going to be hard. Abby's obviously on PB, she's a lot faster. I've heard from the Birmingham lot that she's in good form. Obviously, this track, you said that it's not the fastest track in the world, but I mean, look at the distance already. She's pulling away. I want to see if anyone's got a big kick on them to finish in the last 200.
Interesting to see here. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Well, Maddie Casey, she was 4th at BUCS Indoors. She'll be desperate to have another medal hope here. Bennett with a bit of work to do. Don't forget, it's just the top 2 going through. Casey in that position at the moment, but Ruby Vinton of Loughborough making a move now. Vinton looking strong on the outside in the violet. Casey fighting really hard, as is Bennett. Elton back in 5th now. Abigail Ives doing exactly what was expected and predicted. Ruby Vinton, determined eyes. She has run the most impressive race, you'd have to say, because it was always going to be very close for that second spot. So whoever did it behind the quality of Ives was always going to be one that deserved the plaudits there to get that second place.
That's actually unbelievable how early she could just cruise through that. I mean, that just shows her pedigree. Obviously, like, she has gone sub 2. I believe is the only girl in the competition who's gone sub 2. So, I mean, it just shows her pedigree. 1:59 is crazy. Obviously, going through in, what, 2:09? And just cruising to that is unbelievable.
So, leaves us with one more semi-final to come. So, run you through the lineup early, just quickly. Jess Norcutt of Loughborough, Charlotte Wormley of St Mary's, Lucy Baker of Edge Hill, Ella Fryer of Oxford, Eleanor Strevens of Birmingham, Saskia Huxham, Loughborough, Isabel Burke, Leeds Beckett, and Beth Hunter of Bath. So, back to the high jump now. So just to mention that 172 automatic mark through to the final. Probably won't need that. At the moment, I can see that the bar looked to be at 140. We've got 2 groups of qualification though, and in one of them the bar's moved up to 145, but no one has yet cleared.
Representing Bath University, Beth Hunter. In 3rd and last semi-final.
This is Ashritha Kulandaisami of Manchester. Lots of athletes clear at 145, so we'll definitely need a higher height than that. Whistle has gone, though, just adjacent to them as our camera pans over. So athletes call to their marks then. 3rd semi-final, women's 800. So Eleanor Strevens, another Birmingham athlete in this. English schools champion, BUCS cross-country winner as well, 2:05.93 at best and ranked second overall. That came from a race win at the Reykjavik Indoor Games, or certainly that's one of her achievements so far this year. Decent 1500 metre PB for her earlier this year. UK Indoors. Strevens just settling in second place behind Ella Fryer. So, yeah, Oxford have more chances for medals with Buckley and Hedge, and Fryer hoping to join them. Also in this, Saskia Huxham, England's senior silver medalist in 2023, so she's just there in the shades towards the back of this pack. Poppy Elton just missing out on a place on the final, but her teammate Isabella Burke in the middle of the pack in the lilac vest of Leeds Beckett. 65.76, so just a touch slower than what we've so far seen.
They're quite bunched up at the moment. I wonder who will take the kick on as we go with 300 metres to go.
Yes, at the moment 2:10.06 and 2:10.47. Charlotte Young, Maddie Casey, waiting to see if their times will be good enough. Very much neck and neck between Fryer and Strevens. Strevens waited a little to make the move. She hung on that shoulder. She's now pushed off and away. So it's Birmingham from Oxford, from Leeds Beckett and Loughborough. Fryer is still there though. She's intelligently just held her ground, and if she's got something saved as a kick for this final 100 metres, then she'll make it through to the final. But Burke still there on the inside, looking strong, still working hard. Fryer is just gonna have enough. Remember, 2:10 the time they're looking out for, and I think it's just gonna be the first two there. It is gonna be the first two only, so unlucky for the two Leeds Beckett athletes in the last couple of semi-finals here. But yeah, another Birmingham athlete making it through then. And Fryer, another Oxford athlete in control. Another great semi-final to watch.
Yeah, BUCS supremacy, it looks like, in the middle distance events. I mean, from BUCS cross country all the way back to the track as well, they just seem on top form in the middle distance events. I mean, you said, I believe the Birmingham athlete there won BUCS cross country. I mean, it just shows, doesn't it? So easy, just over the line, just cruising.
Yeah, she was one of those, I think, who missed the indoors along with Tyler Billiard and Will Barnacup. But yeah, back here, and interesting to see what she can do come the final. There's a chance of a Birmingham 1-2, certainly. Just having a look then. We have confirmed final lineup now. Ives, Buckley, Vidak, Vinton, Young, Casey, all will be involved. Well, the third result hasn't come up as confirmed yet, but we saw Strevens and Fryer across the line there. So yeah, two Birmingham athletes. Alice Bennett just missed out, unfortunately, but two Birmingham, two Loughborough and two Oxford. Annabelle Hedge, silver medalist indoors, just missed out here. I think, yeah, when the bigger teams have more than two athletes, it does make it harder sometimes for some of the smaller universities.
For sure. I mean, you got to think on the other hand, though, they probably have one of the better training groups to be in. I mean, to be fair, I mean, I know BUCS, there's just constant trains that they're just going around. You see it all over their social media. It's unbelievable how nice it is to see that middle distance running is really, you know, at its height in the UK at the moment, especially in BUCS.
So we're watching high jump qualification. Katie LaRouche, your teammate from Newcastle, gone over at 1:45. Handful of athletes have done that, so we may need to go higher. 6 athletes appear to have done that at this stage. Warwick's Lucy Lane next to go here.
Nice clearance.
Straight on to the men's 800 metre semi-finals. We'll check in with the pole vault before too long. as that is an A final that's underway. We'll make sure we're involved at the higher heights in particular. Men's 800 semis, now the focus on track, and again, another great event to watch. Really excited to see how these semi-finals go. We've got Jacob Alexander of Bath, one of the time qualifiers through to this. Harry Wilshaw of Sheffield, they've got big middle distance medal hopes. Nairobi Smith Mills of Nottingham. David Race looking for gold, though he's been a bit unlucky in the past. He was very close to pipping Ben Gardner on the line indoors for Loughborough. Tom Barnett of Cardiff Met. Jay Sispal, another heat winner for Birmingham. Elliot Savage of Manchester Met, and Zach Old of Leeds. So Harry Wilshaw leading them through here. Let's have a look at the time and mark it down. So 56.97, so not too bad. Wilshaw giving them decent pace. Smith Mills in second place, and then looks like David Race on the outside, or just on the inside in fact, and it's Sispal making a move now with Savage. Lots of movers here down the back straight.
Yeah, I'd like to see where David Race now kicks. He's looking like he's absolutely sending it now, trying to get into the, I believe it's a top 2 qualifier. Yes, top 2 qualifier with 2 small Qs as well. David's really pushing now. Gated area, we see him a few times at the track out of turn time, but now look at this. Into the final straight. Savage is looking strong, so is Race. The Nottingham student unfortunately getting beaten out, it seems, in David Race. Wow, look at that finish. Unbelievable power to the line. Finishing in the 1:51 dead. Great time for the Loughborough athlete.
Well, it's the sort of thing he'll need to produce if he's to get that first BUCS gold. You know, silver and bronze in the past. He maybe was in a difficult position initially, but trusted himself. It worked out okay, and he had that great kick towards the end. We know he's got that good 400 speed as a European under 24 by 400 meter gold medalist 2 years ago. So yeah, it's interesting. It's that slingshot effect of the 800 meters. Sispal was making a move, and certainly he found himself behind others who made a move fractionally later, and that's why it was so exciting to watch.
That was incredible by David Race. He just sat and kicked. I mean, it works, especially in the when you know you've got that pace, you've got that. I mean, I'm not sure what David's his PB is, but my goodness, he was running within himself up towards 600, and then he just let it all out near the end there.
Yeah, 1:47.21 PB's run a couple of seconds off that this year. Silver medalist indoors just behind Ben Gardner, as I mentioned. He's had a second, he's had a third, he's had a fourth, he's had a fifth. Can you guess what he wants this year? It's a gold.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, high jump, bar at 150.
Yeah, Katie LaRue still jumping now. I believe this is well within her. She jumped 160 a few weeks ago, so hopefully this is a nice jump for Katie. Yeah, nice jump, well done. Oh, as she almost stacks it there, but Katie nicely over the bar at 150 there. And she'll be hoping to get at least 10 centimetres higher. That's well within her.
Yeah, it may be that only 150 is needed in qualification, but 5 athletes so far clear, so it's going up and up all the time. Obviously, there are 2 pools of qualification involved here. Still plenty of athletes left jumping as well. This is Tolu Obide, I believe, of Nottingham.
Yeah, I reckon you'll need probably a 160 to qualify, I assume, for the high jump. Maybe something a tiny bit higher than that as well.
So Race and Savage safely through to the final. 1:52.96 target time outside the top 2. Second semi-final now underway. Oscar Logan, Glasgow, Connor Hood, Cardiff, Will Hoare, Leeds Beckett, Samuel Davey of Birmingham, Miles Waterworth of Loughborough, Oxford's Jack Organ, Will Annable, Loughborough, Max Carter of Sheffield. So Sam Davey, top-ranked athletes in this particular semi-final. PB of 1:49.65. He's the reigning Midlands 800 champion, so it looks like he's at the front there wearing 389 with the red vest. Another strong Sheffield athlete is Max Carter then, just on the outside, and wearing 915 is Will Annable of Loughborough. This may not be the strongest of the semi-finals, certainly without the likes of Fisher, Race or Savage. We've also got Waterworth involved of Loughborough, Commonwealth Youth Games silver medalist for England a couple of years ago. 57.39 at the bell, so 6/10 off what we saw previously, but still not too bad a pace.
I mean, this is looking like over the bell, it's so close, and it's still very close in between all 8 athletes. Anyone can win it at this point. But look at that kick from the Birmingham athlete. Wow, that is unbelievable how quickly he's just turned it up. He's just ramped it up. And I believe there's that the Oxford athlete in second there. He's now pulling away. And I want to see if the 2 behind got a little bit of a kick as well. The 2 Loughborough athletes, I wonder if they've got anything left in the tank.
Yeah, so Sam Davey of Birmingham from Jack Organ of Oxford, and then a real battle between Waterworth and Annabelle, who's just behind his teammate at the moment. Waterworth just in front, but the top 2 away and clear. Also going to be a little bit off, 1:52.38, so similar splits through the race, really. A few tenths off in each case, about 6 tenths off, both through 400 and at finish time. But yeah, Oxford again very strong over middle distance. I know Matt Seddon, who's heavily involved obviously in their coaching these days, will be very, very pleased with that, as Oxford were delighted with that 1-2 with women's 800 indoors, and I'm sure that will encourage that sort of result, as your results last year in the women's sprints. That will encourage people within the club. You know, maybe they've spent a bit of time away from athletics or not been taking it as seriously. That will push them back in to try and make the most and see that BUCS medals are potentially there for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a great coach, and then you can do anything really, as long as you know you've got the drive to get there. I mean, I think anything's possible. I started 3 years ago. I'd never done like formal athletics before university, and now I'm not up there with the best, but I'm up at almost at semi-final level, and it's not been long.
So, pole vault action underway then. So this is the A final for the men. So Andrew McFarlane, at the moment, one of those who's cleared 4:46. Oscar Whitcomb, Sully Alls, Adam Hoole has been involved in lots of events, hurdles, long jump and others. Angus Bowling, Conrad Winter, Oliver Adlett, Mark Herbert Ruiz, Will Lane and Reed Foster. The latter 2 have not yet entered the competition. Pole vault, bit of a weird one sometimes. Can be that half the competition is out and people haven't yet entered. And so Will Lane, one of those that's, I think he's going to enter 4:66 potentially. Again, lots of Loughborough representation in some of the specialist events like this, you might call them. So Whitcomb, Wheels, Loughborough's, Lane and Adin all involved. The bar still at 4:46. And this is Oscar Whitcomb going here. Personal best showing is 4:65. So some 20 centimetres thereabouts below, and over nice and cleanly there for Whitcomb of Loughborough.
It's just so satisfying watching the pole vault. I love watching it, especially in diamond leagues and stuff like that as well. It's just such a beautiful event as they go over the bar. I mean, it looks so satisfying to just go over with a mega clearance as well.
So one more semi-final, the men's 800 metres, and just looking at things at the moment, Nairobi Smith Mills of Nottingham 151.8 and 152.9 for Jay Sisbal. They're on target to make it through to the final. One more semi remaining, obviously 2 non-automatics spots, or small Qs as you call them. Back to the pole vault, or remaining with the pole vault, but just focusing on what's on screen here. Again, 4 Loughborough athletes involved. Bar still at 4:46, looking here at Sully Alls. So Whitcomb and McFarlane clear at 4:46. Keep you up to date with that. So 1:52.96, keep that time in mind, because we know that it should be close. between a second and third place, trying to make it through. We've got Aidan Walker of Cardiff, Keel's Josh Rura, who looked good in the heats. Again, shout out some of the smaller universities. Will Steadman of Loughborough, Josh Redmond, Liverpool, Ben Gardner, indoor champion for Birmingham, Henry Fisher, previous champion for Birmingham City University, now had been of Birmingham, Jonathan Marshall, Stirlingham, and Rayan Lenoir, Birmingham, one of those who stepped in when likes of Billiard and Barnacut weren't involved indoors and did really well, along with the likes of Tommy Shaw. So yeah, fascinating to see this one, because Fisher, BUCS indoor champion 2023, personal best 146.56, sorry, fastest in the field, a great athlete. Wasn't at BUCS indoors this year. This is his outdoor season opener. 54.78 though at the bell, much quicker this time around, and Fisher really keen to push on and make sure that he isn't caught out.
Gardner set the pace well there in the first half. Fisher's just looking like he's just pushing on that little bit more. I wonder if Gardner's got much left in the tank. Obviously BUCS gold indoors. Let's see if he can hold it outside with an athlete right on his tail.
Yes, so Josh Redmond it is in third place, so going well at this point. Redmond personal best 151, compared Gardner 148 and Fisher 146, so real range of abilities close together. It's what we love to see in the 800 metres. Gardner, the indoor champion here, really pushing Fisher. They're both going to make it through to the final. They're both being absolutely roared on here. Redmond doing a fantastic job. He needs to be sub 152 here. I think he just does it. So that could be crucial, yeah. But Fisher pushing Gardner, that's what we love to see. And that was certainly, you know, no mistake. Yes, they're both through to the final, but there was part psychological as well, because they're going to do battle again.
I mean, yeah, they were literally looking at each other with 20, 30 metres to go. They were really looking at like just having a nice little chat, looked like, over the line there, as they were just cruising in towards the end there. Ben Gardner taking the win there. We were 150.97, but both of them safely through to the final tomorrow. That'll be a really good one to watch.
So Lenny Saville joining me from Newcastle University. It'd be fantastic to hear a little bit more about your club, because we've always known that you had great enthusiasm. Yeah, just tell me a little bit about what it means to you to be part of the club and to enjoy these weekends.
No, yeah, so Newcastle as a club, we are probably one of the, I'd say, well, I don't know every club, but we are so friendly. We know everyone. A few years ago we had, I'd say not humble beginnings, but we came from a club of 50 and now we're a club of at least 130. We've really built up over the last few years. I mean, you've heard our support throughout the years. We're always pushing each other on to the absolute maximum. We just really hope for the best for every single person involved, from the highest level to the lowest level. We're really pushing everyone to try and get as good as they can, really. And yeah, long live Newcastle and long live the energy at BUCS. It's unbelievable, and I hope after I've gone, I'm still listening on streams and still absolutely hearing the bellow of Newcastle. Yeah,
I love that, because you said to me that I'd mentioned something and I was like, did I? But I was like, I'd actually said it yesterday, so you definitely were listening. I love that.
We put it on our group chat.
You know, some people are connecting these to their TVs, their big TVs at home, which is also fantastic. I mean, it makes me a little bit anxious about if they're watching the whole time what's being said, because I think the last 5 seconds of each race tends to be exciting, but obviously you've got lots of downtime in between. But thank you for providing some energy and some insight in between. It'd be great to chat to you and meet you.
Thank you so much.
So Lenny Saville, our latest commentary guest, and hope to have Zach Davis, shot put gold medalist, joining us soon as well. Lots of action going on in the field. We try and keep across all of it as much as we can. We've seen that the bar at 4:46 in the men's pole vault. McFarlane, Whitcomb, Winter, Wheels and Hool also now going clear. So no, you've been keeping an eye on the pole vault as well. So confirming, by the way, I say tentatively, but it looks like Jonathan Marshall of Stirling and Nairobi Smith Mills of Nottingham make it through to the final. So they beat the 152.9 of Sispal, who's knocked out. But it's third place athlete from the first and the third semi-finals make it through to the 800 final tomorrow. Talking middle distance, on from 8 to 1500 semis, making it impossible to double up. But you know, no matter really, because most universities, particularly the powerhouses, have lots of athletes to try and get in to these middle distance races. 12 athletes in this first women's 1500 metre semi-final. We'll run you through the lineup when the gun goes. We'll keep an eye on high jump qualification, pole vault A final, women's hammer final as well.
So, semi-final, women's 1500 metres underway. Meanwhile, let's call in briefly on the women's hammer throw A final. Katie Head, in her own throw, has gone out to 59 metres 13. She finished second at these championships back in 2019 when she represented Brunei.
So, in this first semi-final, by the way, it's the top 6 coming through to that final tomorrow. We've got Sarah Calvert, someone who's represented Great Britain at European Age Group Championships, choosing the 1500 here. Personal best of 4:10.60, some 8 seconds faster than the rest of the field. You've got McAndrew, who's represented GB at the European Under-20s 2 years ago, 4:20 her PB, the national champion at Under-20 level indoors in the past as well. Lucy Armitage, silver medal in this event behind Ty Brockley Langford. Was very close at the end of that race, dramatic as Brockley Langford fell to the ground. You've got Zoe Hunter on the outside for Birmingham as well, the indoor bronze medalist last year with a personal best of 4:26.90. So it's a fascinating race. Iris Courtney was 7th this year for Cardiff over this distance, 4:24 her best. Ellie Ravenscroft of Southampton, a previous bronze medalist over 400 back in 2019. At that point she was a Birmingham athlete, now as I say for Southampton. And yeah, well, that's not all in the field really, so it's an extraordinary depth in this race. Couple just off the back here, Amy Callow of Edinburgh, and indeed looks like Bronwyn Stratton Thomas just adrift of this lead group. 800 to go. So this is an exciting race, but of course we still have another semi-final to come after this.
Now, is that group of about 7 beginning to break away? 6, 7. Only 6 to go through. The pace beginning to quicken, isn't it? The gap's beginning to emerge.
So in this first semi-final, we've got Armitage in the navy on the inside, on the outside, Carver in the green of Edinburgh, Zoe Hunter in the red vest there of Birmingham. They're all looking round because there's going to be some big movers here. 6 going through to the final. We've got just about 6 here, so they'll be probably counting 3:20 at the bell. And just off this lead group, I think that's Valentina Costa of Loughborough there. So this is going to be really close. She's actually joining to make it a lead group of 7 here in contention for this final. Back to the field in a moment. Calvert leading the way. By far the fastest on PB. Similar situation with Abigail Ives, but Ives we know has got gold medals here in the past, and Calvert a little bit more of an unknown quantity. Maybe she had her best years a couple of seasons ago. So seeing what she can do here. Hunter still in this lead group and just trying to hang on there. Courtney in front of her. McAndrew looking strong on the outside, the tall athlete there for Loughborough. Calvert of Edinburgh, McAndrew of Loughborough then. Ravenscroft, Southampton, Courtney of Cardiff, Hunter of Birmingham, and Armitage. Interesting that she's just run out of things a little bit here, but will still make it through to the final. 4:27.72, first of 2 semis and no time qualifiers, of course. So lots of action going on in the field. We saw that the bar was at 150. It's now moved up to 155 in one group and 160 in the other. So more than 155 will be needed to make it through to the final tomorrow, of course, across the 2 pools. In the men's pole vault, the bar up to 456. We're going through second attempts. 3 athletes involved. So first of all, let's look at the pole vault here. We've got 4 Loughborough athletes. Whitcomb, Wheels, Lane and Adney all involved. So looking here at Wheels, he's trying to make it over 456. 460 I believe is personal best, so getting close to that territory. And actually this could be a wide open pole vault final, whereas sometimes we've had a big favourite like George Heppenstall, Jake Watson, Harry Coppell going back further, Charlie Myers, they've all been involved, Adam Haig. But Wheels does make it over, and celebrating that clearance with a fist bump next to me, Zach Davis, who won shot put gold yesterday, and that was another great battle between Loughborough athletes. Your teammate Dylan Claydon, we've seen you both battle in the discus and shot put, so you would have known that that would have been part of the battle going in, so it must be very satisfying to come out on top again.
Yeah, it was really good, and especially with this being my last ever BUCS, it meant a lot to be able to come to these championships and have the opportunity to retain my title. And with the win off indoors, it kind of gave me a bit of confidence. And indoors was a little bit down on performance-wise, but in the grand scheme of things, it was needed to then basically push me to throw further and end up with the win.
Yeah, and especially I checked that, do you both have the same PB of 16:57?
Yeah, so last year BUCS I went 16:57. Dylan came 3rd on countback, and then at the under-23 national championships, Dylan beat me with the same 16:57. So yeah, since yesterday we've had the exact same PB.
Yeah, and so I mean, you came into this both with 4 BUCS medals. You now have 5 BUCS medals. You with 4 gold, is that correct? And
yeah.
Him with 1 gold. And obviously we've got the discus to come. So that's really exciting. That you must kind of thrive off I mean, not everyone sort of counts actually how many medals they have, but you know, we saw your celebration at the end of the competition. You finished it with a flourish as well, and it must be really pleasing to go through your BUCS career, because you mentioned it's your last one, and just be, you know, achieving your potential pretty much each time.
Yeah, my journey at Loughborough has been really good. I was under 20 in my first year, and I was trying to make it to the under 20 World Championships. Unfortunately, I didn't make it in the end. But had a really good set of my old coach, Stuart Carlaw, and he left in 2023, and then I was actually coachless going into BUCS Indoors 2024 and BUCS Outdoors 2024, and I didn't have a coach, and I still managed to grab a win, but it's been really good though.
Saw another Loughborough clearance there in the high jump at 160. I think it was wasn't Bavell or Paul. It might have been Bavell actually. There's so much going on at once. We'll come to the hammer in a moment, because I know that final's ongoing as well. High jump just qualification for tomorrow. Pole vault, we can see the bar still at 456. Katie Head, though, really impressive. Just quickly to see Katie Head, someone with such pedigree, you know, won UK medals, really experienced athlete. She'll be going for a good distance here and be glad to have a hammer competition opportunity.
Yeah, so Katie was obviously at Brunel for a few years, and she has decided to do a Masters in Loughborough, London, I think, which was then connected to the actual Loughborough team for BUCS. And yeah, she's really excited. It's obviously a brand new setup, brand new team, and she's been suffering with a few injuries, but she's seeming on somewhat good form, so hopefully 60 metres easily.
We'll come on more on that in a moment. Katie Head leading the way early stages there. She's had two efforts, 59.20 her best, some 9 metres ahead of the rest. So a second semi-final of the women's 1500s, as you can see on your screen. Big athletes to watch out for in this. Alice Bates of Birmingham, you can see at the front there, from Jess Bailey, her teammate. And we know how strong Birmingham are over middle distance. Megan Harris also in this for Loughborough in the middle of the pack, and she's next to her teammate, Kira Brady-Jones. And we've also got 1-2-2-8 of Oxford, which is Jemima Ridley, near the sharp end of this race. Once again, top 6 going through automatically to the final. Jess Bailey top ranked with a 4:18.82 best, athlete with a mountain running background. European under-18 silver medalist in Jerusalem a couple of years ago, in 2022 in fact it was, over 3,000 metres. Alice Bates, a BUCS silver medalist last year over 3,000, behind Emily Parker, best of 4:22. So yeah, as we were saying in the 800 semi-finals, slower races mean that athletes with differing abilities, sometimes that is neutralised. They're closer together. They certainly are here. We've got a group of just about 8 athletes here, and also involved near the front there, Rösler trying to hang on to this group for St Mary's in the blue and white. But at the moment it's Bailey in the red of Birmingham, her teammate Bates, Brady-Jones, and then Harris, the two Loughborough girls, and then Ridley of Oxford in 5th, Millie Dickinson in just about 6th place. Real battle there. Susie Lecoutre of Swansea. Birmingham 1-2 in this heat. At the bell now we come up to. So 3:18.95 at the bell. Birmingham 1-2 here. And then a bit of a gap back to the 2 Loughborough athletes. So that chasing group occupying 3rd to 7th.
Ahead of position 8, 6 can go through.
Bar moved up to 466 in the pole vault, by the way. More on that in a moment. No one has yet cleared. Bates and Bailey, they can now afford to really relax here. Harris in 3rd place. And 3 have broken away there, you can see. Lecoutre involved, Brady-Jones as well. So top 5 is pretty clear. That 6th spot, Millie Dickinson holding on at the moment, and she may well just have enough to make it through there. So we'll try and catch him with the hammer final shortly. Bates coming through here, and actually Top two relaxing, the gap has closed, should still be fine though. But look, 5th and 6th, that's where the battle is important now. Dickinson is strong, holds on from Ridley. Others miss out, kind of brutal. Do you have any track experience at all? Have you always been more of a thrower, discus shot put?
Well, when I started athletics, so I've only been doing the sport since 2019, and I was originally going to be a multi-eventer. My coach at the time at Bracknell thought to give some sprints a go, see how that went, and it was going okay. Like I ran some, obviously everyone says their training times are good and everything, but I ran some good times in training. Never really portrayed it on the track. I have a couple 200s. I have one 100 that was a windy one, and then I have a 4x1 as well.
Yeah, people can stalk you on Para 10, of course, if they want more information. Yeah, so lots happening at the same time. So I mentioned that the bar 466. Looking to see if anyone has cleared. Doesn't look so yet, but sometimes results a bit delayed on roster. Looks like we're going through first attempts there.
Women 4x400 meters.
8 athletes have vaulted so far. Still Lane and Foster waiting to come in.
The men's 4x4 declaration due in at 5 minutes past 4.
So one of the 4 Loughborough athletes involved in this, unfortunately, not able to clear this. So that's Will Lane. So he's entering the competition. So, I mean, you know, psychologically, it's a bit unusual in the pole vault sometimes, waiting quite a long time, especially at BUCS. If you're a quality international athlete, you're waiting in order to come in. Must be, yeah, quite difficult to manage that.
Yeah.
Here we are with the hammer, though. So second round of the competition. Katie Head still leading. Yeah, again, so she will know that she's the standout athlete coming into this. A bit of a different picture, and yeah, be interesting to see what she can do really, and how close she can get to some of her best competitions. You know, an athlete capable of over 70 meters.
Yeah, Katie's been like very consistent, especially in the past few years, around the 69-meter mark, and she's had a few near 70, but not quite 70 just yet. But I feel like in due course, 70 will come.
There was an incredible explosion really in the women's hammer throwing, possibly inspired by Sophie Hitchen's bronze medal at the Olympic Games in Rio. But yeah, you had something like in 2018, you had 2 athletes over 65 meters, and then you moved to close to 10 athletes over 65 meters. So yeah, I don't know whether they were inspired by Sophie Hitchen, but there has been a real depth in hammer throwing in the last few years. It's been good to see.
Yeah, women's hammer throwing, especially with like Charlotte Payne, and then excuse me, and obviously Katie herself. Like, these girls are getting very, very high distances and world-class distances to put into competitions that actually highlight the sport of throwing better.
Yeah, Anna Purchase as well. Amber Simpson went to the Commonwealth Games for Wales, so back to that in a moment. Rachel McLennan is in second place. We just saw the effort there while you were talking of Ava Lee of Loughborough, who's in 4th at the moment, so only in the second round, of course, all can still change. So just the 2 semi-finals that we had of the women's 1500. In the men's we'll also have 2. And in this one, big athletes to watch out for. Tyler Billiard, previous champion here. Of course, again, feel like I'm saying a lot of Birmingham athlete names as contenders. McGill of Glasgow, Jonas of Loughborough, Rabjohns of Loughborough as well. Rabjohn's another who's been to the World Under-20 Championships, made the semi-finals over 800 meters. It was his BUCS debut indoors, where he was just tripped, ended up on the inside of the track, so be hoping to make amends for that. But Zach, we're seeing Loughborough have specialisms right across the board, don't you?
Yeah, the caliber of athletes at Loughborough is immense, and when I joined, I didn't really it didn't really hit me until I realised training at Loughborough, with it being obviously elite training facility, you see the likes of KJT at the time when I was joining Loughborough, Sophie McKenna, Sophie for shot put, and Lawrence Okoye also trains at Loughborough a few times, and recently my new coach, Greg Thompson, has relocated to Loughborough and is now technically a Loughborough-based athlete.
Yeah, and is one of those athletes who's recently been there and done it. Is kind of across, I don't know, maybe modern coaching techniques, but he has that recent experience, which must be of some benefit.
Yeah, with Greg being obviously in the past few years, him going 65, it's definitely given me the edge to know that he has the knowledge of elite throwing as well as just elite throwing in himself, and it's good that he worked with me and Sinead Dutoit, who was in the discus earlier, won the silver, and we've come off leaps and bounds, and I've changed techniques and gone to the rotation from the glide, and he's just got the knack for it, and it's just made my throwing a lot more better and a little easier to work out. Yeah, and there are other examples like Di Green, Ashley Bryant, who I've seen here as well, who, decathlete, recent international experience. We see them hit the bell, 250.54. Tyler Billiard on the inside, expecting to be the gold medal favourite, but I think it's closer than some of the other athletes of which we've called the favourites. They may have an inter-team battle as well. Although none of the other Birmingham athletes are quite on a par with him. Sam Charig maybe will be the closest. Billiard was absent from indoors. He was going for a time to try and make it to European indoors. Didn't quite manage in that quest, but it did have a successful indoor season. PBs and UK indoor medal as well. But you can see there, he's been overtaken. Billiard. I think that's Henry Jonas there wearing 942, so the fourth member of the Jonas brothers, so to speak, ahead of Billiard and ahead of McGill of Glasgow. And Will Rabjon's also involved, as well as Tommy Shaw makes it through, and then also qualifying, it looks like, was Adam Dre of Cambridge. And everyone else brutally misses out. So brutal. 3:46.99. So, of course, in a moment's time, we'll see that second semi-final with the indoor champion Sam Charig. But don't forget, the final comes up at 4 o'clock tomorrow, so that will be the time to watch out for. Meanwhile, in the field, so just continuing to keep an eye out. Still at second attempts at 4:66. We're getting to heights now. We're getting first of all, a couple more athletes involved, and also maybe higher rate of attrition. Just having a look to see who is actually still vaulting. So Conrad Winter, Oscar Whitcomb, Sully, Wheels, Reed Foster and Will Lane all involved. But no one's yet cleared apart from Foster and Wheels. Let's have a look here. So this happened a moment ago, so we're bringing in something great to catch this. So Reed Foster, American athlete, yeah, over 4:66, first time of asking. So yeah, he's had to be patient and enter now. Definitely is the case for Loughborough as well. We've seen more and more international athletes involved. Hadn't seen it before a few years, but we got, Loughborough have Italian, Indian athletes. I wonder whether that's been something that they've been trying to attract a range of athletes. Yeah, well, with Loughborough, especially in the throw-in, we have obviously Sinead Dutoit, who's Australian-born, South African raised. And then with in discus men's, Andre Pereira Canero, who's obviously Italian-born and came over when he was 13. And it's really good to have these different athletes from all these different parts of the world, because then it gives us different experiences and understandings of what their life was like in athletics when they were younger in different countries. And it's just good to just have a chat and see what everyone's life's like. So that was Sully Wheels just clearing there at a 4:66. So he becomes the second athlete with that clearance we saw to go over at 4:66. That's where the bar's still at. Will Lane, 2 failures at that height. Same with Whitcomb and McFarlane. Winter, I believe, with 1 failure. So 6 left in the pole vault. So we're getting closer to deciding those medals, certainly. Back with the hammer at the moment. It's still Katie Head, still with 59.20. Second semi-final of men's 1500 metres. Dan Galloway, another GB junior athlete involved here. He was 6th over this distance at the European Under-23s 2 years ago. 3:44 at best. Sam Charig, PB of 3:38 though.
silver medalist outdoors last year, gold medalist indoors for St Mary's, so he is on the outside. Now look round, this is a real Sunday stroll here, coming through now. 3 laps to go. And also in this, Chris Bain of Edinburgh, been impressed with his heat earlier, the athlete from Guernsey running for Edinburgh, 3:46.20 PB, but has looked to be in good shape. We've also got Sam Mills of Leeds Beckett. He was 11th at the European Under-20s, 3:44.86 at best. Coached by Laura Waitman. He was 6th at BUCS Cross Country Championships to open up the year, but has also been to the European and World Cross Country Championships, including the one that was in Bathurst, Australia a couple of years ago. So certainly good cross-country pedigree. Having a look here at our leader is Dexter Thompson, though, of Loughborough. English schools bronze medalist, personal best 3:46.99. And tucked on the inside, Johnny Brooker-Bath, who squeezed through, did really well and overtaken the latter stages to make it through to the semi-finals. A lot of screeching and screaming. There's going to be a lot of noise, I feel, tomorrow especially, when we have bigger attendance maybe for all the finals. I think people know that lots of medals are being decided, and the noise raises, doesn't it?
Especially the relays.
So Dexter Thompson there on the outside, just about leading, but it's a huge group of athletes queuing to get past. Be lucky if we end this one unscathed, really. Ryan Martin, one of Sterling's medal hopefuls, in the mixture there as well. Dan Galloway for Cardiff, just at the back of the pack. Maybe he's just trying to keep out of any squabbling. Really, the noise do the talking there. Some people sore throats by the end of this. Ryan Martin, Dexter Thompson, just behind Sam Charig, coming up to the bell. 3:02.46 at the bell for Charig. Martin and Thompson also there. Don't forget, 6 going through to the final. No time qualifiers though. One of the Birmingham athletes just behind. It'll either be the Vess of Richardson or Strictly. It looks like it's Strictly there, 4:17. Personal best 3:48. Galloway's done really well now to get into 5th place. Bain in 6th. So Dexter Thompson just being run out of it now, having been leading previously. Rowan Mail-Ingram of Loughborough, one of those who's overtaken him. Bain, though, also out of it, unfortunately, but Charig wins 3:57.34 there. Makes for nervous watching, really. See athletes battling so closely there. So 3:57 the win for Sam Charig in that second semi-final. So it'll be him against Tyler Billiard, you'll think, in that final. So we're going through third attempts, pole vault 466. Foster and Wheels still the only 2 clear, so that could make a big difference as far as medals are concerned. Suddenly, this height could change the picture. In the women's hammer, we're in the 3rd round now. Looks like we might be the end of the 3rd round, in fact. Katie Head, 59.20. Rachel McLennan, 50.87. And Ava Lee, 50.31. So she's the improver in the 3rd round to get that bronze medal position. But you tend to see 4th and 5th round where, especially if athletes have got in a good effort, you really see them pull everything out the bag to try and perfect that technique. It's the same for you in the shot put and discus, isn't it?
Yeah, well, my best throw yesterday was in the 6th round.
Which is quite unusual. Often, sometimes when people have won the competition, there's kind of pressure off, and it works both ways, can work either way.
Yeah, it's definitely a nerve-wracking thing to go into the 6th round, obviously after the last person's gone, knowing that you've won it. And in my head, I was very nervous. I was very shaky, but I knew that if I just focus on what me and my coach have been working on, hit the technical cues, a big throw could happen, and then obviously me going nearly 40 centimeters further in the 6th round.
Yeah, that was particularly impressive. I think we caught sight of your celebration. It was really good to see, because you know, not everyone. Some people just stay so composed. I mean, partly because we haven't seen that many medals awarded so far. Let's have a look here. We can see it was just caught because there was a race on at the same time.
Yes.
And so
I may have stopped a 400-meter from starting due to starting a clap.
Nothing wrong with that. Obviously, not perfect angle to see, but that's nice. You know, to have that on your social media. That's a nice little sort of B-roll. This was a celebration.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. It's obviously not like the distance obviously I wanted 17, but I thought it was 17, but at the same time I'm still really happy. I've had a really difficult few months due to personal things and training situations, but in the grand scheme of things, I really focused in the past few weeks to just hone in on good taper, good technical cue work, and it all came together today.
Which is great to see, and obviously you still got the discus to come, and Dylan potentially, you know, he'll consider himself maybe the favourite for the discus.
Yeah, well, especially this year, we've got a lot of guys coming in, the likes of Nick Wedderman, who has a PB of, I think, around 56.5, which is quite deep. I'm not sure what he's thrown this year, but it's definitely going to be a good battle between Nick, Dylan, and then one of the boys, Ruben Vaughan, who's also a 50-plus meter thrower, and them three are really going to go at it. And myself, I'm looking to probably try and creep near towards 50, but whatever happens on the day, really. I know that there's some big guys throwing there, so I'm just going to go out and focus on me.
So let's try and focus for a moment on this hammer final then. We now moved into the 4th round. What do you think, by the way, of the B finals and A finals that we have?
I think it's a good concept. I think it definitely allows people who are of a lower standard to get the experience in a championship, and it's also good in the sense that if a B final person does actually do better than an A final person, they will get ranked obviously accordingly and everything, which is, it's good in the sense, and as I said, it gives people that championship experience without obviously contending for a medal if they are in the B final.
So this is Amelia Fettis here of Loughborough, the Welsh athlete. No marks so far. So, you know, if this was a situation at another competition, she might have been out of the competition. So, again, that's another positive.
Yeah.
Are there any disadvantages in any way?
Yes and no, because especially with certain competitions, with ours, it's kind of strange. They did say beforehand it wasn't going to run the normal format. It was going to be, there was 12 of us, and they were just going to do 6 straight throws, which usually it's 3 throws, and then top 8 get 3 more throws. So at first we thought it was going to be 6 straight throws, which the lower guys were like, okay, that's cool. But then they changed it after the 3rd round, which it didn't affect me per se, but it kind of made some of the other lads, especially our 4th pick, Ollie Adnet, it was like, a little bit of a shame, but it wasn't too fussed.
Yeah, I think the key is that everyone knows the situation going in. You would expect, ordinarily you would expect if there wasn't an A and a B final, then it would be top 8 having 6. As you say, yeah, really great for the experience of the B final, and also some of the top guys. You don't have to go through qualification if you've got you're straight through to the A final. Some people might appreciate that, and some people might think, well, I don't have too many competitions where I have 2 rounds, so I'd quite like to have 2 rounds as well, just for the experience of that as well. Why do you think the shot put was not part of the A and B final situation? Any reason why?
I'm not too sure, to be fair. I think they've kind of just run that same format for the shot put specifically for a while, and I think it's because there wasn't as many athletes, and I think with the men's discus is A and B because there's nearly 30 of us who have entered, and I'm not too sure on the numbers for the men's shot put, but I don't think there was near 30.
Yeah, I think one factor could be, or I could be wrong here, it could be that there's not the same competition for the long throws space during the timetable. Again, I don't know if that plays a factor, well, we've been commenting that actually some of the field events, really high participation. What's that, 24 shot putters were on the entries, obviously some DNS, but that's not bad. But yeah, for example, long jump, we've got 3 pools of qualification in long jump, close to 60 athletes, which is super high. I mean, naturally, that's probably because some people know that they've got sprinting talent, you know, one of the most straightforward and high participated things, and they think, well, if I could just transfer, I might have a higher opportunity. And something like hammer, you know, it is quite specialist, it is quite technical, and not everyone has peaked yet at a sort of 18 to 21 age as well. But let's just focus on these throws here so you can give us a bit of analysis potentially as well. This is Maisie Harvey of Bath, so she's in 8th place, 41 metres. So just short of 40 there we are. So we're still in the 4th round indeed. Back to the pole vault. So this man could be a gold medal contender, certainly. Reed Foster, he had that first time clearance for Leeds Beckett at 466, now up by 10 centimetres. And yeah, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 athletes in, and now we've just got 3, so we know who the medalists are very quickly. Foster, Wheels and Winter, in that order on countback. So at the moment, that's the Loughborough silver medal. Will Lane, he might be a bit disappointed there to come out with no mark in the end. So obviously you have to choose where you enter the competition. We saw it with Molly Caudry, didn't we? At the Olympics here, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I'm sure he'll reflect on that, but he would have felt confident. That would have been why he would have gone in later. But still, all to play for with gold and silver there. Back to the hammer we go, though. So in the 4th round,
according to the World Athletics website,
I think this is Freya Brennan of Winchester. So just tell us a bit, building that rotational acceleration, obviously, unleashing, tries to get the angle right, the balance right, using her strength as well. Have you dabbled in hammer as well? Obviously, you've done shot put and discus, which tend to complement well. Lots of athletes doubling up in those.
Yeah, I haven't done hammer in a competition per se, but I've messed around in training. And Owen Merritt, our Loughborough hammer thrower, we had a session together, and he said technically I didn't look too bad, but I would say the hammer threw me more than I threw the hammer.
Yeah, I love that. And when people walk into the circle with the hammer dragging it along, it's kind of, you get a sense of, because otherwise you don't really get a feel watching how heavy it is, obviously.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, shot put and hammer and even discus, some people don't understand how heavy these things are. I was having a conversation with my girlfriend, and she was like, so how heavy is a discus? And I went, 2 kilos. And she went, really? I went, yeah. She picked it up and went, oh, that is actually quite heavy, because it's 2 kilos in such a small diameter. And especially in shot put, we throw a 7.26 kg grapefruit, basically. That's how big it is in comparison, and it's a lot different than picking up a 7.26 kilo dumbbell.
So Jasmine Richardson we saw throwing there. She is in 5th place at the moment, so still a potential of a medal. She's actually improved to 49.65 there, as you can see. So these are the athletes in the medal positions. Ava Lee now in 4th place, so she got a little bit closer to the medals. She's 56 centimetres off, unfortunately no measurement there. So back to the vault we go. This is Conrad Winter in the bronze spot at the moment, guaranteed, I believe, at least a bronze, so this is a big moment. 2nd time failure, 476, would need to make it over and hope that Wheels does not. But Reed Foster has gone over at this height, so he's in a really commanding position, the Leeds Beckett student. And we know they don't get too many opportunities for gold. Back to the hammer though. So this is Katie Head. You can see her technique efficient. Hammer goes up high and close to 60 metres. So she's trying to get back to her best, isn't she? Obviously, she hasn't got anyone quite pushing her in this competition, but she's got a great opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been struggling with some injuries, but she hopefully on the up. Hopefully on the up.
Yeah, it comes from a great hammer throwing tradition as well. Her dad and brother, I believe, as well, also hammer throwers. Yeah, Tom Head.
Yeah, good family. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time with Katie, especially we had a training camp in Cyprus together, and Tom was out there as well, and it was good fun. It was really good fun, and through NALs and everything, with our clubs being in the same league, I see him quite often, and yeah, always a good laugh.
57 there. Yeah, National Athletics League, I run their website. It's quite a big competition opportunity again for the hammer throwers. We see Jake Norris, we see Charlotte Payne, even sometimes as a guest. At one point I think she threw a major championship qualifying mark as a guest, and that was she was just glad to have the competition opportunity. There's one other athlete I'm falling off the top of my head, but we do see quite a bit of involvement from some of our top hammer throwers. And Jake Norris, somebody who went to the European Championships last year, and he's trying to improve. And obviously Nick Miller was the leader for some time, but kind of hasn't competed the last couple of years. So, yeah, there's an opportunity for someone to really be the British #1 on the male side. We already talked about the female side, but you always got the feeling that the improvement there, the potential for a medal is an outside medal chance is there, and as well as being an exciting event to watch, it's got lots going for it, the hammer.
Definitely.
Right, so it's difficult when you've got 4 Loughborough athletes to recognise all of them. You probably do better than me, but I think this is Sully Wills. And I said it would be a crucial moment. So Barr coming down there at 4.76. So if Conrad Winter can clear, then he would be silver medalist, at least, but most likely anyway. So he's got a bit of a wait here to see if it definitely is silver.
It's not bad for a multi-eventer too.
Absolutely, we've seen him in a few events across the weekend as well. Right, so into the 5th round of the hammer we go. And obviously these quite long rounds with all 12 athletes having the 6 efforts. We'll talk about Loughborough specialisms across the board, of course. We have had Becca Walton, another great thrower. Owen Hurd, Holly Bradshaw also involved, and I mean partly because they're doing sort of later in life degrees, but Holly Bradshaw, she came in once everyone had finished in the pole vault, did 1 vault and broke the championship record.
Yeah, I saw that. I was a bit confused when I saw her on the team sheet. I was like, are you at uni? And then yeah, she was. I was surprised, but no, it's good to see, and it definitely allows the other pole vault girls to be a bit inspired to know that someone of that caliber can come in and to be with them in that same competition.
That is a personal best. He'd already gone out 56 metres in.
Are there any throwers that have inspired you in particular?
Yeah, when we're looking at some old school throwers, especially when I was gliding, David Stuhl, the German thrower who has retired recently, he definitely was someone who I looked into a lot to see what a good glide is and everything. And I'd say in more similar to like my coach, obviously now, Greg Thompson, I'd say he inspires me. He's going to love him saying this, and I'm going to get it when I get back to Loughborough, but I'd say it definitely helps having him as a coach.
Just break away for this. Conrad Winter trying to get the silver medal. Oh, it's just too much in the end to get over 4.76. So we now know the order. Reed Foster, only man to clear 4.76. He only needed 2 vaults.
That's impressive.
That's very impressive. And well, yes, I mean, he's not an athlete that I heard of, because we all know Owen Hurd and Bradshaw very well, but obviously coming over from the US to take part is Foster. So 4.90 is a recent personal best of his, so he still had to be not too far away from his best, but Leeds Beckett, they'll hope for another gold from David Chapman in the 200 metres tomorrow. Impressive that from Reed Foster. Don't get too many American athletes here. I recall Shari Hawkins, you may know, the multi-eventer. She competed at the Olympics in the heptathlon last year. Making her Olympic debut kind of later in her career, over the age of 30. But she won lots of medals for Bath going back about 5-6 years ago.
Oh wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, it was unusual. Obviously, there's loads of choice in the US for facilities, universities. So to opt for Bath, I mean, there's a great for them. I mean, yeah, again, with internationals opting for Loughborough. Right, so we're in the 5th round here. And I think they're keeping the throwing order that was originally the case early on. So it's a little bit more, maybe less intuitive to follow in some respects. But Amelia Fettis, so look at that. You know, she would have been out had there not been all 6 throws, but 56.79 in the 5th round just then a moment ago, showing as a personal best. Sometimes it's not always the case if there's a recent improvement. So she's recently improved to 56.11. This is her BUCS debut. It was a 2-meter PB at the Charnwood Open, which is massive. Wow. 2 meters in the hammer. And it's even further than that. So just think how much she's improved this year. That's incredible.
That's really good. That's really good.
I think it might have been her dad that was watching on earlier. It's some way back in the chat. Maybe I'll find it, but was looking out for her coming up later on. So really impressive. And yeah, you were saying you were nervous coming into the final round. It won't be the case for Katie Head really,
no.
but the others, you know, that battle now resumes. You've got a Loughborough 1-2 as well.
Yeah.
We've seen plenty of those.
Just a little bit.
So this then is the Winchester athlete. Not many of those. Great to see Freya Brennand in the top 8 here. 47.16. She's just improved there. Not enough to improve positionally. Some big gaps opening up as well. But I think the main gap we'd look out for is between 3rd and 4th. So it's Fionn Palmer, USW. 51.10, Rachel McLennan in 4th, 50.87 for Robert Gordon. This is Jasmine Richardson. She has a chance of a medal as well. 51.10 needed. Good acceleration there. Made the release look effortless.
Out near 50.
Yeah, may not be enough to get among the medals, but could be enough for an overall improvement because she's on course for 6th at the moment, Jasmine Richardson. So this is also her BUCS debut. Interesting that we've got kind of a new wave coming in, seemingly in this event anyway. But it's hard to say sometimes. I know kind of when the pandemic finished, it definitely felt like a new wave because people hadn't competed for a while. But then some people hung on as well because they tried to experience what they'd missed, I think. So what was your first year at BUCS?
My first year was 2023, yeah, 2023, and that was my first proper BUCS because obviously my first year I was under 20, so it was definitely a bit of a change to go from the 6 kilo shot put to the 7.26, and it was fun. I enjoyed my first BUCS, and I came 7th in the shot put and 6th in the discus, I'm pretty sure, and yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time.
So looking here, Ava Lee, that effort we've just seen, has improved to 51.33. So she is up from 5th to 3rd with that.
Wow.
I said it could all change and could still again. So
definitely.
Rachel McLennan still with her effort in this 5th round. So red flag appears to have been shown there. So just Katie Head to go. So interested to see if she could get over 60 meters now. This is her season opener, in fact. Obviously, a number of athletes doing the Winter Throws Championship.
Yeah.
Which is a big tradition in other countries. Only in recent years, I think, has it become more prominent.
Yeah, it's been really good, the addition to the Winter Throws, and I've watched a few of them. They're really good, and it's definitely a good thing because they have the European Throws Cup, which usually happens in Liera. I think I'm saying that right. And yeah, like my good friend Ben East obviously won the javelin yesterday. He's been out and he went out to I can't remember where it was.
Nicosia, Cyprus.
Yeah, that's the one. And yeah, he he did pretty well at winter throws and did well out there in the European Throws Cup for the under-23 category, which was really good to see.
So I saw he also has on his car, I hope you might mistake, he's got like a personalised plate that says Javelin on it.
Yes, he has had that for many years now. When I first met him, he gave me a lift and I walked up to his car and I was like, there's no way you have Javelin as your number plate. He went, yep, and he's kept that number plate for his new car as well.
Love that. Reed Foster certainly feels confident because he can now do what he wants, really. 4.96, a little bit like you yesterday. You know, the gloves are off, really. He's won the gold medal, and slightly different, but you know, he's still trying to go for something big. 4.96 in this case. So Amelia Fettis then. You know, she's 2.5 meters off the lead. I think we know she's capable of big PBs, but I think that is still a big ask. In ordinary circumstances, maybe not, but you know, she's already got a PB by some 3 meters this year. So
yeah, she'll still be happy with that.
Yeah, I should hope so. Reed Foster in the pole vaults had 2 failures, it appears, at 4.96. Final round, though. What's your approach to the final round normally? You know, if you're chasing, for example, if you're in the position of, you know, Ava Lee or Jasmine Richardson.
I think my approach would mainly just be to really focus on technical cues. It's very easy to get caught up in the adrenaline, the excitement of a competition, and sometimes, especially in technical events, such as Hammer being an extremely technical event, if you get too amped up, too excited for it, there is a possibility that it's not going to go well. And how I feel going into final rounds, if I'm not too ahead in the competition, I just try and really just focus, take a deep breath, and just think about what I've been working on, and if I can execute it, then that's the main thing that matters.
By the way, the Hammer B final won by Amelia Appleyard earlier, 36.78. Some poles get passed above our head. By the way, so Ava Lee, she improved from 3rd to 5th, but Fionn Palmer just then with that throw we saw 51.71, pushing her out again. So I think that's the big change that we may continue to see. Palmer 51.71 in 3rd place. Lee of Loughborough 51.33, and McLennan Robert Gordon 50.87. So half-metre gaps. Not as close as it was in the shot put, but still fairly close. I think that's Emma Harrison of Manchester Met, so she's in 10th place, 40.04. So who's here coaching supporting the throws?
So since my old coach Stuart Carlow left, we haven't had another Loughborough coach due to some complications and everything. There have been offers for other coaches to come in, but some people can't make it due to distance for travel and everything, or the family commitments. So Loughborough itself hasn't had a set shot put coach. We have a set discus coach, Gary Harrington, who works with a lot of discus throwers, Dylan Clayton included. Javelin wise, we have Scott Knighton, and with the more higher up people, it's for John Trower, who was Steve Backley's old coach. And for shot put wise, we haven't had anyone for a while, so now that's why I made the decision to go separately with Greg Thompson, because I feel like I needed something, because I was coachless for a year and a half until just after the last year Outdoor BUCS.
Looks like Christiana Camdom Kamenya of Durham in 8th place here. So 43.52, looking for personal improvement. Keeping an eye on that battle for the bronze medal as well. Final round here. Pole vault obviously concluding with that third failure for Reed Foster at 4.96. The last track action of the day in 12 minutes time is the 4x1 relay heats. Apart from your own events, what events do you enjoy watching?
Pole vault's definitely one. Pole vault is definitely an event I do like watching, especially obviously at the world stage with like Mondo Duplantis and everything. I'd say always, especially at BUCS, the relays. The relays are so fun to watch, especially because everyone just gets involved. Doesn't matter what event you do, everyone just gets really hyped, and it's just a good atmosphere to be in. And then even though I will be doing it tomorrow, discus is always I'm going to be biased. The discus is always a really good one to watch. Like especially at the pro level, with obviously what's been happening out in Oklahoma with the new world record being set. It's a very amazing sight to watch.
Yeah, I mean, what's your opinion on Oklahoma? Because it's, I mean, it's quite clear, obviously, that we get better distances than we do elsewhere. Do you think that in future that might be looked at as if to people to say, well, is it similar to, I don't know, La Chaux de Fonds, where we get altitude performances? You know, I don't know enough about. I know that it's kind of like a wind tunnel, just the layout, isn't it?
Oklahoma has had winds up to 60 miles an hour, or kilometers per hour, which one, I can't remember, but either way, it's...
Probably miles, I think.
Probably miles, yeah. When you watch videos from Oklahoma, you cannot hit anything but the wind, and I think something does need to happen, because yes, they are impressive throws, I'm not going to lie, but at the same time, when is it going to get to the point where it's too much? If we're ranking runs and like sprints and jumps on wind and taking away people's times because of a wind is helping them too much, what's the difference in discus? And yes, I know, like, I'm not saying that I wouldn't like a wind to happen, but at the same time, if I'm literally thrown in a tornado, then it's gonna be a bit fake.
So, no improvement there for Amelia Fettis, 52.49. Fionn Palmer improving though, so she retains her position. Ava Lee in fourth, no improvement, 51.22. So it looks like Rachel McLennan's the only one now that can challenge the order. I think we've got two more throws to go. One more is Katie Head. So this will also be a crucial moment. Well, one other thing as well is if you're an athlete who can't quite get an opportunity to compete there, I mean, you hope that everyone does, but then you might feel like you miss out. I know it's sometimes a case where one comparison, not the best comparison, but some athletes can't always get into the diamond leagues, or some athletes can't always get hold of the same shoes, for example. So if that's difficult for other athletes, then that gap grows potentially between those who are able to get, maybe they got connections or something. But again, no, we've seen a decent amount of British athletes, Jade Lally, Nick Percy and Kirsty Lowe have all been able to compete in Oklahoma. I think it's maybe a bit of we have to take a bit of a pinch of salt. We know that maybe that will be your season's best.
Yeah, I think the only reason to go to Oklahoma is to throw far, and people are playing a game. They're like the game is to get standards, and especially with throwing with certain history of selections, it's the best place to be if you want to solidify yourself going to a World Championships or an Olympic Games. And yeah, it's as I said, it's a place to play the game, and people have been successful at that game.
Katie Head, final throw there. She is the gold medalist as expected. 59.20 came in the second round. Maybe she would have liked a bit more distance today, but Amelia Fettis, personal best once again. Perhaps the surprise in terms of distance there, that another big PB, 56.79. Fionn Palmer getting the bronze then. So Loughborough 1-2 and USW in the bronze. And Amelia Fettis, 4 no measurements initially. I mean, sometimes it's the case where an athlete deliberately goes over the line because they don't want it measured, but we didn't quite see the footwork, obviously, in each go. But no, she'll be really pleased, I'm sure, with that silver medal. Well, Zach, it's been great to talk to you, and I'm sure you're excited about the discus that's coming tomorrow. Chance of more medals. Yeah, just generally trying to think of a way to round this off. What else might come up this season for you? What else apart from BUCS are you looking out for?
Obviously, it's a bit of a big ask at the moment, but as it's my last year as under-23 as well, I'm aiming to try and go to the under-23 European Championships. The standard is pretty high. I'm not gonna lie. The last under-23 to throw 19 meters was when I was born, which was 22 years ago. So it's gonna be tough, but that's the main goal. But then at the same time, just focus on other comps, trying to progress, and trying to stay in the sport as well. In my head at the moment, this might be my last year of athletics, but I don't want it to be, but I feel like it might. But at the same time, I've got a good setup and everything, and I feel like if things go well, it will change my mind, and I'm open for it to change my mind. But yeah, that's the main goal this year on the 23 Europeans. Well,
good to hear that's that honest conversation. Really, not the first athlete to mention that. Certainly, especially when you get to 23-4 age. Obviously, Serena Vincent getting a silver medal at the European Under-23s a couple of years ago. Big shout for Britain on that kind of stage, because we don't get many medals at any age group. I remember the stat at the time roughly being it might have been a first international age group medal since Sophie McKenna or something like that. And obviously someone like Lewis being dropped out of the sport to focus on also weightlifting, powerlifting sort of thing, which there's a big crossover there. So what was I going to say? Yeah, so that kind of showed that there is potential. But yeah, if you make it there, it will be great to see you there. I'm hoping to be there, and that's always a fantastic event to see the next generation coming through. The Inga Britsons, Mihailo Kokans, Yaroslava Mahuchik. You see them there before they make the Olympic Games, possibly. So we've seen some great. Christian Che, he won gold. So discus medalist, and. Yeah, that was his first big title, really, European Under-23, and Slovenian team boss told me, he came from farming and discus has saved him. Yeah, I was like, yes,
there's a lot of stories like that, a lot of stories where farming, my story is I went down the beach and was throwing rocks and my dad saw I could throw far. That's how I got into it. So
brilliant. Well, it's been great to have your insight and to watch the hammer close by. As well at the same time. Another gold medal for Loughborough, and hopefully more medals for you to add to the shop. But your teammate Dylan Claydon, though, great battle. 2 athletes from the same university with the same personal best. Yeah. It's fantastic stuff. So great to meet you and chat.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
I was in the darkness, heartless, left for dead, long forgotten. Something was pushing me, pulling me straight down to the bottom. Then I came alive, I walked through the fire. My mind turned the embers to red. Got caught in the deep, but I calmed the seas, and I'll never be the same. Only thing that I can say is second guessing, fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. When you've been to hell and back, you're swearing that you'll never take what you got for granted. Rising from the rubble, struggle, I'm gonna be the last one standing. It runs through my blood, I've just begun to see I'm the one, I'm the chosen. The power inside is starting to rise. I know I was made for this moment. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'm never second guessing. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. Legends are born when the part in the fight, sacrifice that is made, and the reason we never stop till we make history. Oh, oh, oh. I put it all on the line and I made it, reminded of why when I look in your eyes. I wish I could stay, but I'm destined for so much more, 'cause I was born to be a legend. Oh, born to be a legend.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was going to go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
First heat of the women's 4x100 metre relay, of which we will have 3 in this one. Leeds Beckett, Newcastle, Sheffield Hallam, Edge Hill, Oxford Brookes, Oxford, Trent and Manchester. Big noise here. It appears actually we've only got 5 teams in this, so a couple of DNSs. Really interesting that the participation is a bit lower. But anyway, Leeds Beckett going on the inside. Have a look for these changeovers as well. Difficult to say actually who'd be the strongest quartet within these. Oxford normally quite well drilled, but maybe better in the 4x4s, but appearing not to be in this race, some of them. The sun beaming down onto the track. Looks like Sheffield Hallam running away with this nicely here. Final changeover, a little bit nervy there, but okay. Huge gaps. Obviously the top 8 qualifying based on time here. Sheffield Hallam coming down the home straight. And Edge Hill doing well with Sophie Warden coming through. Very close with Leeds Beckett. And yeah, big opportunity with just the 5 teams involved in this. But yeah, if you're joining now, then you'll be excited for what the relays are. Lots of drama usually. Been joined by Eniola Ajagbe. Eniola?
Eniola is fine. Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll go with Eni then.
We'll go with Eni.
Yeah, so obviously watching, just enjoying the relays. You are part of the Nottingham team. You had your own sprint hurdles earlier. Yeah, what's it like to be at this BUCS weekend?
Yeah, no, it's great to be here. I really enjoy BUCS because it's such a good environment. You know, it's your university friends, university team, and it's typically sunny at Manchester with a bit of rain. So it's a lovely environment with this stadium as well. And Hallam winning there, they've got such a good team, such a good facilities as well in Sheffield, the EIS and the outdoor track. So I'm not surprised they've done really well there.
I believe.
Have you got much experience of running relays at all? There's not many opportunities, are there?
No, there isn't actually. So other than taking it back to YDLs, not really. I would say I had quite a few when I was younger, but not so much now, other than BUCS. Yeah.
For sure. So it's difficult because it's a bit different. It's based on the times only. It could mean that no one gets through from one of the heats.
No, it's very true, but I would say, although it's an alternative way, I quite like it because you only get the fastest people into the final, and that's what we want to see really. So no, I think it's a good way to do it. It's a good way to do it.
So second heat involves Stirling, East Anglia, Newcastle, Swansea, Birmingham, Oxford, Brookes and Liverpool. So any from Nottingham, of course. I'm just checking to see if Nottingham have a 4x1 team. Doesn't look like they do in the women's.
We don't this year. Unfortunately, there was a bit of confusion and problems with our relay team. So we have no relay teams in the 4x1 or the 4x4. So we'll have to wait till next year to see Nottingham running again.
It can be difficult, obviously, to get a team together, you know, when everyone has their individual focuses as well.
Of course.
I think Dan Goriola not involved this year. I think he's been watching on.
Yeah,
but he could have been someone in a 4x1. And sometimes, though, people bring in athletes who aren't involved in the individual events, and you know, universities that aren't, let's say, the top Loughboroughs and Birminghams, they might have a good chance of actually just focusing on having a well-drilled quartet, and hopefully we're going to see that here, because that'll be nice for some of the other universities that aren't Loughborough and Birmingham to get some success
For
as
sure.
well. Yeah.
An underdog is what we like to see.
Exactly, yeah. As well as appreciate, because we have spoken to Loughborough athletes just now, just one before, we're speaking to Zach Davis, who won shot put gold.
Nice.
As well.
Yeah, you do get some universities to have some breakout athletes, and you know what, they do well. People can hold their own against the big universities, which is nice to see.
Yeah, and also to see Dan Goriola, you know, get 2 BUCS goals, it must have been quite special for the university to just fill everyone with a bit of a boost and a bit of confidence.
Yeah, I could definitely say that we're missing him. We're missing him, missing his goals.
So give me an idea of what's it like to be part of the Nottingham team. Obviously, you probably come up to Manchester on Friday, was it? Or
yeah, on the Friday. The Nottingham team's a tight-knit team. Like, everyone gets on with each other. It's a really nice environment. We had 2 nights reserved in the hotel, so we've gone out for food every night. No, the team's good, and our track captains and our presidents they're great. They're great.
Where did you go for food?
Pizza Express.
Yeah, people tend to go with quite a standard Pizza Express, Nando's.
Yeah, we tried Nando's, but unfortunately it was full. So Pizza Express it was.
But I've seen the weekends like this, like Nando's will say, oh, it's a half an hour wait, and I'll be like, oh, well, we're not going here then. And people are like, yeah, we are. We'll wait half an hour. That's nothing.
Yeah, then you stand there, they turn you away.
Here we go then. This second heat. So Worcester on the inside. Great to see them put out a quartet. Strathclyde, Loughborough, Cardiff, Warwick, Southampton, Manmet and University of the West of England. So this time we do have more of a full complement of teams in this heat, and going out very nicely, Cardiff there. You'd expect Loughborough to chase down. Sun really glistening through. It's difficult to see. There's a bit of a stumble there. I think that might have been Manchester Met on the outside. Cardiff going nicely through the centre. Looks like Grace Morgan, the sprint herder, picking up the baton for them on this third leg. So Strathclyde, final changeover. Loughborough well back from where you'd expect them to be. Final handover there through from Millie Gittins on the third leg. Loughborough only in a distant third place at the moment. Cardiff with Tustin and Strathclyde and Loughborough. 47-26. Well, it is really hard with the sun beaming down onto the track and so much happening on the far side, but I expected Loughborough to be closer than a distant third there. Don't know if you saw anything that happened in that race.
For sure. What I've noticed is that Loughborough have 2 different teams for their relays, so they might not put out their strongest girls, and I think they paid the price today, being back in third.
Potentially, we'll see if they qualify. There's only 3 heats,
true,
realistically, so there's still quite a decent chance.
Qualify, but they've made it tight for sure. But I will say, in the recent years, Cardiff are doing really well, especially in their relays. They get the sprint hurdles girls out there, and they're really fast over the flat as well, so it's nice to see.
Absolutely right, because Cardiff Met traditionally have always been the sprinting sort of powerhouse, and they've won gold medals at this. I think it might have been maybe 2019 actually, most recently. They had Mika Moore, obviously Winter Olympian, Charlotte Wingfield, who's been to every championship as a Maltese international, some others as well, Melissa Roberts. So Cardiff doing well is really good for them, and they've got Welsh athletes representing a Welsh team as well. Grace Morgan, Izzy Tustin too. So yeah, that may well end up being a really good time. Just having a look at the moment at the results that have come through. So Sheffield Hallam, the fastest team, 48.17, but obviously that was much quicker. So it could be that even Loughborough were quicker than Sheffield Hallam.
Potentially, yeah.
This is something you have to remember when you know that every team comes through.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Loughborough got the 48.16, I want to say.
Oh yeah, you've got good eyesight.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, because we've got like full digital sort of scoreboards, which is, yeah, it's kind of something that we've only had in the last couple of years, which is nice.
Yeah. No, athletics has gone a long way from where I used to be when I was younger.
I know, it's the most frustrating thing when something happens in the stadium and you're like, well, so what was that?
Yeah, exactly.
So what's happening?
Yeah, or beforehand with times, you had to wait for your times to get put on a piece of paper on the wall, but nowadays, check roster and it's up straight away. And it's up on the board right in front of us, which is nice.
It is really good, that. So we've just got one more heat remaining. I am a little bit surprised because generally each year participation gets higher and higher. You may have seen there were about 60 athletes in the long jump, 15 heats of the individual 100 for the men, certainly. So I don't know, I'm a bit surprised that there aren't more relay heats and teams.
No, I'm surprised there's only 3 heats as well. I didn't actually know. I thought there would have been 4. But again, I think injuries has hit a lot of teams this year. I know a lot of big names are out because of injuries, so could potentially be that or people focusing on individuals. Either or.
It could be they intended to put out a team, but actually with the heat and final to run as well, they don't want anyone to have to run, 6 to 8 races.
Exactly.
So I think Cardiff Met probably the team to watch here. Obviously they won gold indoors. No Swansea though, they're DNS.
Yeah, a lot of the teams are now dropping out.
Exeter, Leeds, Swansea, Birmingham, Cardiff Met, Brunel, Liverpool, East Anglia. Whistle blew so many times before that race, I thought it was the end of a football match. Watching out here for Birmingham and Cardiff Met, I think in particular. Have a look at these changeovers. Cardiff Met should be strong once again. Also Brunel on the outside. How could I forget Brunel? This perhaps is the strongest heat that we've seen so far. So Brunel from Cardiff Met, it looks like at the moment. Birmingham in just about 3rd place, but we'll see as the stagger unwinds, of course. Final changeover. Oh, Cardiff Met messed that up. And Birmingham coming down the home straight. Isabel Skelton from Cardiff Met regaining 2nd place. 47.90, so that's in the middle in terms of the times of the heat. So really interesting that, because there was a close battle there. Cardiff Met, they recovered to 2nd place.
Yeah, that was a nice battle between those teams.
We're now going to turn our attention to the presentation area. This is the medal ceremony for the women's.
So at the moment, Cardiff look like they will be the fastest team qualifying for the final, which is always something to watch out for. As you say, they may have run their fastest quartet.
Exactly.
Let's have another look here, what happens. Just waiting for the hand, just
there you go.
not coming in there.
She's lost all her time by that handover. But that could also be a good thing, because then they've got more in them. If they get that sorted, they could definitely be higher up in the medals positions.
And obviously with the relays, we kind of wait a bit to see if there are any DQs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Look, 3 teams have been... Loughborough have been disqualified.
Oh, wow.
Passing the baton outside the takeover zone. So Strathclyde, who was 2nd in their heat, the same situation, and Manchester as well, who I'm not sure Manchester were in the top couple of places, but Strathclyde and Loughborough was certainly in the top threes.
Yeah,
And
that's a couple more teams going through then.
yeah, so we're just waiting for that third result to come up, of course. So Birmingham 47.91 looks like from Cardiff Met 48.51. So at the moment that would both be good enough, because 51.47 with all the DQs at the moment makes it in, but that doesn't factor in the third result.
Yeah, that's the beauty and the worst thing about the relays, because as soon as that DQ happens, you might get in as a team or you might get out as a team. So
you might be in initially and then someone will protest and you'll be back out.
Yeah.
But it's looking good for Birmingham, Cardiff Met and Brunel from that heat, because we've seen there that they were... Oh, and just looking at that, I wonder whether Cardiff Met... They've disappeared from the initial result. So anyway, we'll clarify that all in a minute. But it's even exciting to watch, hasn't it?
It is. I do love relays. You know, you wait all day, but then they come around and you have all of a sudden you've got all the energy again to go and watch them. No, relays are good. They're really good. And it's nice to watch as a spectator, not an athlete.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, the relays indoors was something special, and there's less space on the track really in the 4x200, so that's a mad event. Just having another look at this race then to see if there's anything we can spot. We'll have a look for that Cardiff Met changeover in just a moment as well, because that third result still hasn't officially come through. But you can see here now with greater clarity a little bit. You've got Birmingham in the red on the right of the screen just there, Cardiff Met in the centre, and then Brunel in the navy. Obviously the eventual result was Birmingham was second ahead of Brunel. Quite difficult to tell there. But,
it was. I'm not sure what happened with the Cardiff Met changeover. Something might have occurred because they are off the official results board that we're looking at from the track side.
Yeah, and
however, we could we might need to wait for that.
Yeah, and on roster the results not yet through. So obviously they'll take a closer look at that. But what's interesting is that over the last couple of years, because of some of the DQs, teams have strategically placed people around the lap, so that if there is an issue, they can then have video evidence to disprove. It's kind of VAR culture, really, basically. Yeah, it is, yeah.
VAR culture, but in athletics, for sure.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think I'm for that, because it can help someone getting a medal.
That's correct.
So,
it could be correct.
Yeah. Protesting is made easier with evidence.
There was a situation where we had a live stream that was... there was another angle, and a team had made it through to the final, and it looked like that the extra footage might have actually looked like they should be DQ'd.
Oh, I see.
So they were DQ'd the following morning, I think it was announced.
Yeah.
And that extra footage wasn't made available at the time, because actually I thought it incriminated them and made it worse. So
yeah.
Sometimes you don't want to interfere, but yeah, there have been some really heated, particularly after the finals. Everyone wants to go home and give the medals presentations, but we've had teams, reinstated, counter protests. It gets very, very heated sometimes.
You see, situations like that are very difficult, because when it's over and it's the next day, it's almost everyone's moved past it. So it's difficult to then go back and then actually disqualify a team and promote another team. Which is, I suppose, why in football they don't do it like that. They only do it on a day within a match,
So we're waiting, obviously, for this result to come through, and that might be why there's a slight delay before the men's 4x1's coming up. Yeah, there's a bit of a break scheduled anyway. And nothing happening. I feel that maybe it would have been nice to have a field event now, but there's nothing that we're missing at the moment. Lots of people, though, here to watch these relays. It's clearly, I don't know if you were here earlier for the 100 finals.
Yes, I was, and it was almost dead. No one was here, too early.
Well, some people came in and then they went back out again.
Yeah, that's true.
Went back to bed.
True. I mean, it is pretty early for a final, 10:30 in the morning. It's even harder on the athletes, you know, having to wake up early and compete at the highest level at 10:30.
What was your start like this morning? So you were competing at around 11 or 12 o'clock?
Yeah, 11:30, which wasn't too bad, you know. You wake up in the morning, you get ready, and you come straight to the track. No time to mess about, which is fine for me, to be honest, and get ready and get going. So yeah, no, it was a good run, but unfortunately hit a hurdle, so you can only do what you can do.
But you'll be no stranger to hitting hurdles. It happens. It happens, doesn't it?
A lot of BUCS as well for me.
As we can see here, the male relay runners coming out. They come out, they disperse around the lap.
Yeah, everyone goes to their designated spots.
The 4x200, we have like, you know, people sit on benches. Or 4x400 just waiting.
Yeah.
It's like putting animals in a pen.
It is, it is. You get ready for the fire. But you know what, I do like the 4x2. It's a weird but really fun event, especially indoors. It's great.
I've noticed from watching back some of the chaotic moments that actually in some situations where people fell or dropped batons, what actually happened was that you had a tight track and you had an incoming runner and an outgoing runner.
Yeah.
That when maybe if the runner that's on the next leg goes off too early, they can't physically be reached. There's no space on the track because other teams are there. There's no way of getting through, and that's when people collide.
It's so chaotic. And before, like for example, in North, I actually ran a 4x2, and you're waiting on the bench, and they tell you which lane to go into, and it's so chaotic. Everyone comes around so quickly, and you don't know where to go. You're just waiting, and it's chaos.
Yeah, and it's very possible that lots of athletes have not run a 4x2 before, or a 4x4, or a relay. We'll let you know as soon as that third women's relay heat result comes through. So the men's 4x1, they've had a little bit more time here. And we've got 4 heats this time around. We'll wait and see whether there's any that do not start. And this appears to be the situation that Cardiff Met have been DQ'd. So again, they might protest that. It's really difficult actually to tell the takeover zone. We saw the white line there, but that's not actually the zone.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone protests that.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see. Because they were the gold medalists indoors over the 4x2, so it'd be a shame to be without them. Obviously, it would be an opportunity for someone else. You know, one like Edge Hill are in a position at the moment to qualify. Southampton, Liverpool. So this would be fantastic. You know, big celebrations for them if they could do it. At the moment, though, look at 5 unis DQ'd.
Is that a record? It has to be.
Well, I think we have seen some big amounts of DQs in the past, but normally indoors. 5 DNSs and 5 DQs. So actually, you know, you've only got 6 teams that haven't made the final as things stand.
It's the beauty of the relays.
So here we've also got a DNS, no Sussex in 3. So it's Bangor, Strathclyde, Durham, Cardiff Met, Loughborough and Manchester. It's so quiet then you could just hear a tiny bit of wind and possibly a tram arriving in the background as we watch here This heat has 4 of the teams that were disqualified from the women's 4x1. But Loughborough looking strong here, being chased down by Alex Azu of Cardiff Met. He has to slow down all of a sudden to get the baton in hand. Does so fairly neatly in the end, and Cardiff Met now leading from Loughborough. And Loughborough should have stronger athletes to bring in for the final. Bit of a lean on that changeover, but these two looking good. Strathclyde in a distant 3rd place. Battle all the way to the line. 42.18 on the clock. That's another thing, because it's only by time, you have to still battle for that heat win.
You really do. You want to go out and win your heat, ideally, because it's based on times.
So 42.20 it looks like officially. Loughborough followed by Cardiff Met. 2 teams that may yet protest DQs from the women's 4x100 metre races. As things stand, Cardiff, Birmingham, Sheffield Hallam, Brunel Edge Hill, Leeds Beckett, Liverpool and Southampton on track to making it through to the women's 4x1. Still got the 4x4s to come as well in a few minutes' time. So Eni Ajagbe, who's with me from Nottingham, sprint hurdler predominantly. What got you into athletics then?
I'd say sports days, and that's what most people say, but it's so true. You go out, you run your race, and your teacher tells you, do you know what? You're quite quick. You should think
We
about
need
athletics.
those teachers.
Yeah. Do you know what? They do a good job at picking the fast students, because most people I speak to, that's how they get into athletics as well. Sports days.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there are some unusual stories. There's an athlete who was competing for Edge Hill, who's a boxer, who I think, yeah, he got involved. There were some tater sessions, you know, he tried it out. This is his first competition at this level. He's in his 3rd year of university, and he was competing in the 200.
Wow. Do you know what? A boxer to an athlete, I don't think I've heard that one yet.
No, I haven't.
That's the first.
I've seen definitely, you know, athletes doing BUCS at 3 or so sports, volleyball, football, athletics, and that's sometimes does happen.
That's actually something we've been looking at as a Nottingham team, to try and get poach athletes from other sports actually.
That's great. Yeah, possibly they could do 2 alongside one another, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So first heat of 4, obviously we've seen, and yeah, winning time 42.20 officially. No one at the moment appears to have been DQ'd.
Yes, hopefully we don't have as many DQs as we did the women's.
It wasn't like it was obviously, you know, obvious foul play or major amounts of poor changeovers, really, I have to say. Let's have another look here. This is Alex Azu, obviously, down the back straight. He was motoring in, and pretty much stayed as it was at this point.
Again, it looks pretty clean for the men. Not too many problems or issues.
That's the line there that we're looking at. It's quite faint on screen, really, isn't it? The yellow line, I think it is. There we go. So who actually won that Battle of Pride? I think it was Loughborough.
Yeah, they'll be happy to have won it just to, you know, make a statement.
Yeah. Well, they had 2 athletes on the podium, of course, in the individual. It was won by Sean and Yogu, and Jaden Arthur was the bronze medalist. But yeah, last year, great battle with Brunel and Loughborough, Birmingham winning the previous year. So we're waiting for this next heat. It's going to feature Stirling, East Anglia, Newcastle, Swansea, Birmingham, Oxford Brookes and Liverpool.
The weather's also dipped a little bit, so I wonder how it is for the athletes currently. It is getting very cool, so hopefully they'll all keep warm inside and not being brought out too early.
It's very unpredictable here, isn't it? Yeah.
That's Manchester for you.
Yeah, we have seen, I've definitely seen more than 7 meters per second in wind.
Wow.
But also yesterday at this time, it was the hottest part of the day. It was really hot.
It was. It was. I arrived at the track around 4 p.m. yesterday, and it was so warm, so warm. I was in a t-shirt.
So just waiting for this second group of athletes to come out then. At the moment, 45.96 would make it through to the final, but I'm sure that will change quite considerably in the next few moments. So tomorrow is going to be quite a special day, isn't it?
It is. A lot of finals, a lot of fun races to be run.
Yeah, just having a look here. So things start off with the 5,000 metres, 400 hurdles, 200, 100 hurdles. It's interesting because Abby Paula obviously may be the favourite there, but Etienne Morn of Newcastle is kind of the sprint hurdler specialist, and she won last year.
She is, and I wouldn't ever count her out. And anything can happen in a hurdles race. As all of you on the start line, anyone can hit a hurdle, anyone can get put out of the race. So hurdles is so competitive, especially now. The girls are running so fast that it could be anyone's race, even though we do have Abby as a favourite.
From a Nottingham point of view, where do you think there are medal hopefuls?
Oh, for Nottingham. Unfortunately, this year I don't think we have one.
Generally across the board, yeah.
In the 110 hurdles.
No, generally across all events.
Daniel in the 110 hurdles for Nottingham. He's always our medal hope, for sure. No, he's a great athlete, a great person.
Yeah, we've seen, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but we have seen good performances from Nottingham pop up here or there, but really we haven't seen the finals yet. We haven't seen all of the semi-finals as well.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I think we had a few athletes to make semis and a couple that have made finals. This team this year has not been as strong because we've had a lot of injuries, so.
Got Brooklyn Crooks in the high jump final. Deanna Clark in the 400 hurdles final. That's the one to watch, I think.
Again, 4 hurdles, anything can happen again, so that'll be a good one to watch.
Favour Akpan in the women's triple jump final. That's coming up on tomorrow morning.
Could we have a couple of people in the high jump as well, perhaps?
Just looking then at this, this appears to be the first heat. Loughborough from Cardiff met Strathclyde, so you can see there that's 1.2 second gap between second and third for others to slot into.
And no DQs so far, so that's good to see.
Hopefully not, yeah. Danelle Arulanandam appears to have made the high jump final earlier.
Yeah.
I think that's the main one.
Yeah, like I said, this year it has been difficult for Nottingham. We've had a few injuries, but you know what? We can bounce back. We're still working, everyone's still training hard, and it's not always going to be our year.
Nairobi Smith Mills in the men's 800 metre final has qualified a little earlier today.
Yeah, I think he's in the Masters at Nottingham, so yeah, it's good to have him in the team.
Monica Davidson, she set one of very few athletes to set a PB in the 400 metres at this event, but doing so, and then as a time qualifier, last at the time qualifiers, making it through to the final. So that's quite a good achievement for her.
No, definitely. She's done really well. And it's nice to see athletes make finals, you know. You want to see athletes make finals, and when they do, it's great. It's great.
And also to respect that is what maybe someone was looking out for. You know, we can't all be at the top step of the podium.
Yeah, exactly.
So where are you at then, Annie, on your university journey? What year are you in? What are you studying?
So I study mechanical engineering.
Okay, that's fairly unusual.
Yeah,
athlete engineers.
The same thing.
Well, yeah, because it is.
Yeah, well, obviously, like as you can probably predict, it's quite a tough course. So I am technically in my second year, but I've split it into part-time because I wanted to do athletics as well. So I'm on a part-time year, still doing my course, and still doing my athletics and having fun.
So how does that work then? How does what does the part-time structure look like?
So quite a few athletes do it. I know a lot of Loughborough athletes do it, and it basically is just taking 60 credits for the year instead of 120 credits. So again, it's just sliced down the middle. You have half the amount of workload, and it gives you more time for training and kind of living your life, having downtime, because training takes a lot out of you. You don't want to go and do some studying after a long and hard training session. So it's great having that downtime and being able to actually, survive at uni without having the.
So that will mean that your overall degree would likely to be 4 years, or would it be even 4 years anyway?
Yeah, so it will actually be delayed by an extra year. So yeah, instead of 3 years, it'll be 4. Yeah. So I don't mind that. You're at uni for however long you are. It's fine.
I'm trying to think if there are any other kind of similar degree crossovers with athletics. I think Becca Walton, the javelin thrower, does some kind of engineering. Might have been mechanical engineering.
I do know one person. We have another guy in the athletics team in Nottingham, Archie. He does mechanical engineering as well. So yeah, there's quite a few of us that do engineering and athletics. Quite a few, it's dotted around.
Yeah, it's not impossible that there be some
No, it's
crossover.
not.
Yeah.
Laura Mia did veterinary medicine, didn't she? And look at her. So, you know, it's okay doing a hard course in athletics.
Yeah, I think Ailish McColgan might have done maths as well.
Oh, really? I didn't know that one.
Yeah, I mean there is some element of, I don't know, mathematical brain or, you know, engineering. It's kind of
somewhere around that
It's
element.
finding solutions for things, isn't it?
It is. It is.
6, Birmingham.
Okay then, heat number 2. Sterling on the inside. Now Sterling have had a couple of sprinters do really well. Rory Voss was doubling up, squeezed through to the semi-finals. Stuart Greenhalgh just missed out on the final, so they should be in with a good shout of doing well here. East Anglia, Newcastle. Newcastle have been like the loudest team, partly because they're sat right next to us. Swansea, Birmingham, winners of this title in 2023. Oxford, Brooks and Liverpool. So also, have a look at this. So tape being put down, just measuring run-ups. Professionals here. Yeah, exactly.
Smart.
I mean, even then, the kind of the best laid plans, you still have to really concentrate and adapt
Exactly.
what's happening in the race.
It's hard because you don't want to look back for too long, but you also need to get out. So it's really a skill to be able to do a good changeover. So I'm not surprised the team's practiced this for a couple of weeks before BUCS to get it just right.
So interesting there. So he's put the tape a little earlier, and this is his starting position. So I just wonder what the significance is of where he's put the tape. Maybe it's a signal to his teammate coming in.
Yeah, I think it would be for him to start running when his teammate reaches the tape. That makes sense to me. So, well, hopefully they get it right.
Another DNS, no Oxford Brooks there. So Stirling, East Anglia, Newcastle, Swansea, Birmingham, Liverpool. So big noise once again to get the athletes going. And Swansea have actually started really strongly on this first leg, almost overtaking Birmingham on their outside. Motoring down the back straight, Swansea against Birmingham here. Stirling trying to get into contention. Good changeovers from both of them, but Stirling now looking really strong here. Stirling, Birmingham, Swansea. Did look like a good changeover from Stirling. Well drilled there. Swansea second, Birmingham in third place at the moment. And Swansea doing really well in the closing stages there. Fantastic final leg that was. Not over till it's over. 42-82 there.
That was a great close down.
I feel like now the sun has gone in a little bit, it was much easier to really see what's happening throughout the race as well.
Yeah, it's definitely better for us, but I'm not sure about the athletes.
Yeah, obviously sprinters do tend to like a bit of heat out. They keep the muscles fast and loose. Yeah. Yeah, impressed though by Stirling. You know, often most of their medals come from middle distance, but that looked to be a really good quartet. Looked like the changeovers will work pretty smoothly. And so at the moment, 42.20 was the fastest time. So obviously they're 6/10 off that. So Stirling are the third fastest team that we've seen this far.
And then we've got 2 more heats, I believe.
That's right. So have another look here, see if there's anything we can pick out. I think it might be Rory Voss on the first leg for Stirling, who's already had the 100 and 200 metres in his legs. Oh, East Anglia, that was a real stretch for that change there on the inside. Birmingham Swansea neck and neck from this point. Both very clean there. Sterling running a good bend. Obviously the tight lane 1 not being used. And the benefit of the 4x1 versus the 4x2 is everyone's out of each other's way. Not too much involvement with the incoming runners getting muddled up.
And this men's 4x100 was the event last year where the sole championship best performance was set. Brunel stopped the clock at 40.13 in the final. And much celebration ensued.
It's just been announced that the personal best of this event is 40.13 by Brunel. Championship record. I wonder if that'll get broken tomorrow.
It's possible that Loughborough could push Brunel. I seem to remember that I think Brunel were disqualified and then reinstated.
Yeah, I think so.
Huge drama that was, yeah.
It always is.
Who are in the next heat?
But we saw, you know, big scenes of celebration at the end as well. You know, athletes who were just generally there, just were planning
flooding the track.
Planning to flood the track, exactly.
Yeah, you don't even see the blue anymore. You just see people's heads and bodies around. It's a great sight to see. And do you know what? I quite like it when athletes celebrate after the end of the relays, you know? It's nice to see emotion sometimes.
And it's nice to have the big characters within your team as well, because they can kind of push you, especially if you're not experienced as you are, you know.
There you go.
Some of the freshers coming in, to actually have someone who's at your corner, who's cheering you on,
yeah.
I think can make a difference. So.
No, I like it. Bring a bit of the American energy over here.
Do you have any of that, like, outside of what we see on the track? Do you have any of those team meetings or people making speeches or stuff like that at all?
We have our president make a speech, yeah. Our president makes a speech just to, you know, kind of get everyone a bit hyped up, getting ready for BUCS. But you know what? Not so much, I wouldn't say, because I feel like, just as Brits anyway, we're quite reserved in athletics. So, like I said, like, it's nice to see people, you know, outspoken and big personalities and just kind of, you know, bringing some fun and joy into it.
We have had 2 teams DQ'd, actually. I mentioned East Anglia. It was their first change. It was a big old stretch, and they have been DQ'd, possibly for that reason. Newcastle also DQ'd. Can't remember when Newcastle finished, but don't think it was significant. So 2 teams DQ'd then, and 2 more heats to go. Loughborough from Cardiff Met still much faster than anyone else. And Stirling, Swansea, Birmingham, Strathclyde, Durham, Manchester all on track to qualify, but still with a couple more heats remaining.
I'm sure many of the athletes here have gone to English schools, and I always think that BUCS is so reminiscent of English schools. It's got the same environment, it's the same track we used to do it at, and singing in a hotel, singing with your friends, you know, university mates. I quite like the little transition from English schools to BUCS. It almost feels the same.
Yeah, so what was your English schools sort of journey? What county?
Well, I'm from Derbyshire, and actually I only went to 1 English schools ever. It was my last year, and I got a silver out of it, so I've only got a one-time experience of it, but it was good. It was a good event.
Nice, yeah. And Derbyshire, I mean, not a huge amount of athletes I can think of from Derbyshire, so...
No, not at all. But we have the odd good athlete, though. We tend
Becca
to get...
Walton, I think, is from Derbyshire. Neve Emerson, maybe.
Yeah, we've got Ella Rush, the heptathlete. You know, she was a world junior. Alex Nibbs. Yeah, we've got a few.
Yeah, they often come from the Amber Valley Club.
That's it, Amber Valley. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Not many sprinters there at all from Derbyshire, I wouldn't say.
Jess Turner, possibly. I'm not too sure, though, but she was part of the Amber Valley Club, in any case. So the men are out for the third heat. It's going to feature Sheffield Hallam, Birmingham City University, who have really grown their contingent over the last few years. Previously only had 1 or 2 athletes. Nottingham Trent, your rivals.
Yeah, oh gosh.
University of the West of England, Brunel, Leicester and Cambridge. So this means business for Brunel now. They've just got to get through to the final, and if they don't, then it'll be a disaster for them.
I think this will be a fast time. We've got Hallam and Brunel both in the same heat.
Yeah, obviously Sheffield Hallam won gold indoors and Brunel winning gold outdoors last year. So, yeah, it's ended up being really strong. Of course, they may not all have their top athletes.
Exactly.
Brunel probably have more luxury of depth there. Obviously, Tevon Innes he was a silver medalist in the 100 metres. He's through to the 200 semis, I believe. Also got Jason Kalala, who was involved, a few other athletes. Sheffield Hallam, Joel Bursdis. We've seen Corey Neelan Richards, we've seen Josh Ambenkadasamy. So they've all been involved so far. And some of the other teams, yeah, we haven't seen too many of their athletes individually in the sprint event, so hard to say really.
It's nice to see some of the quick athletes, of the teams doing the heats as well as the final for the relays, so yeah, it should be good.
Yeah, I know in some situations, in some of the top universities, actually their coaches kind of dictate that they don't want their athlete in the relay. So,
definitely.
Yeah, you probably don't get that with some of the lower down universities. So that's maybe can equalise things a little bit.
Yeah.
So your English school silver medal, was that over 100 or was it over 80 hurdles?
100 metre hurdles, yeah.
Because it was final year,
I was too old then, yeah. Too old for the 80 hurdles, yeah.
But 80 hurdles, a difficult event though, really, because...
Do you know what, I never did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I only started hurdling in 2021, I want to say, around then, so I just completely surpassed all the 75, 80 metre hurdles and, yeah, straight to 100.
So what had you been doing before that?
Just sprints, 100s and 2s, yeah. Just focusing on sprints, and then I might have done the odd 60 metre hurdles actually when I was younger, but never outdoor.
So Sheffield Hallam on the start line, just waiting for BCU. We've got Nottingham Trent ready to go, Leicester are there as well, and Brunel. Can't actually see University of the West of England, so it may be that we've got a DNS again. Cambridge were initially going to be in this heat as well, but can't see them either. So it looks like just the 6 teams in this. Hallam, BCU, Nottingham, Trent, Brunel, Leicester, just the 5 in fact. So big hopes for Brunel, opening up on this first leg and charging down past Leicester onto this second changeover. Oh no, oh dear me. Big upset there with that first changeover for Brunel. Leicester still going here. Sheffield Hallam, they'll continue just as they did when they won gold in the 4x2 indoors. Sheffield Hallam nicely off the marks. Bit of a lean for the changeover. BCU, looks like Matusiak in second place. But Sheffield Hallam going to be so far clear. BCU in second place, 42.27. Well, the gold medalists from the indoors have gone through like clockwork, but there was a lot of noise there. What happened to Brunel?
That was completely missed their changeover. I don't know whether it was a throw into the hand or just a slip out of the receiving hand, but yeah, they'll be devastated.
Look, it can happen because sometimes you're thinking already about the final. You're thinking about racing Loughborough for the gold medal. You're thinking about coming home down the home straight with that big advantage.
Yeah.
And the other teams around you, you know, Sheffield Hallam are in this race. We're probably not thinking about that. Let's have another look here. So we're looking at second from the outside in the navy vest. Coming round here.
A beautiful bend as well.
Well, it looks good to that point, but...
slip.
Yeah, just slip out the hand. It was all going so well, and I think incoming runner thought that everything was fine and kind of let go there. Wasn't much in that from that angle.
No, not at all. On the contrary, though, Hallam run great in that race. Great back straight.
That's right. We can't take
bend.
anything away from Sheffield Hallam.
Yeah, we can't take away from it. They're great. They've got a great quartet, and they have done for the past years. So, but it's upsetting for Brunel for sure.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. It's not like they can protest that.
I know, you can't. You just have to suck it up, and you know what? Say you'll be back next year. That's it.
And it's tough when people might have graduated, though.
Yeah. Oh, do you know what? I've not even thought about that. That's very true. You just see the Hallam team now discussing.
Yeah, Hallam have got athletes they can bring in. I think Joel, who ran their first leg, I think it was, he was involved, and Jack as well, Jack Gibbs, who won indoors. But they've got athletes they can bring in as well.
Yeah.
So that was dramatic. That really was.
Yeah, you got a feel for them, you know.
At the moment, it looks like 2 teams may qualify from that heat. Excuse me. Loughborough, Cardiff, Met, Sheffield, Hallam, Stirling, Swansea, Birmingham, Strathclyde, BCU at the moment. So 43.68 is the time to look out for. One more heat to go then. Enya Jagbe from Nottingham alongside me. What have you made of these heats so far as we've been watching them overall?
Drama, yeah. It's a relays, it's a 4x1, and you know what? It's lived up to its name.
Watching that.
Yeah.
And, so it really went viral, and like months later, still getting retweets and stuff like that.
Still?
And yeah, MJ was just saying that there's a lot going on here. So let's know. Maybe he'll bring the 4x2 into Grand Slam track, be inspired by BUCS.
Maybe we need some more forward rolls so we can get more known around the world.
Exactly. You might need to bring in some gymnastics coaches. Yeah.
Make BUCS global.
Is that athlete cold there, do you think?
Gosh, yeah. Do you know what? I wish they could wear their own clothes up until this point, but you know what? They've got to go straight onto the track. But you do get cold standing out there, jumping up and down, trying to keep warm. It's hard.
Yeah, well, obviously in football, when you play the national anthems and you wear the jackets, don't you?
Yeah,
and,
you do. Yeah.
He's also he's also drawn his own bib. It looks like there.
He must have ran out of them.
So obviously Nottingham not in these relays, but have you been rooting for anyone in particular beyond that?
I think the Hallam lot will kill me if I don't say them, because obviously being from close enough to Sheffield, I go down to EAS.
Oh, everyone's from Yorkshire. It's athletics.
It's the best place
glory,
to be.
it seems. Yeah, we see a lot of Yorkshire vests sometimes, the white vests. Yeah,
you do. Especially City of Sheffield, that's my club, and Dern, and they're a great club. They always have good sprinters, you know, Lee Thompson, etc.
Oh, you said you're from Derbyshire, but you links to Sheffield as well.
I live
They're
in
not that far
North East
away.
Derbyshire, so I'm basically Sheffield. So I'm just on the border,
So in this last heat, Southampton, Bristol, Leeds, Cardiff, Oxford, Leeds Beckett, Warwick and Exeter. Very hard to say with this one. Maybe Leeds Beckett?
Perhaps.
Leeds Beckett might also, I think David Chapman was on commentary. He was saying actually the 4x4 is stronger for them. But great experience for these athletes.
Yeah. Yeah, Leeds definitely got some good sprinters for sure. We've got Morgan as the hurdler going in for the flat today as well, on the back straight, I think.
In 5, Oxford.
Morgan Williams, is it? Yeah.
Leeds Beckett.
Yeah, I mean, look, lots of expertise from a range of events coming into these. Even some of the jumpers as well.
Yeah, jumpers. Yeah, it's very true. I mean, we have some very fast long jumpers that turn sprinters, and you're like, wow, I didn't realise you could sprint.
And sometimes you'll see 4x1s and 4x4s done by the same athlete.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like we've just seen Izzy Skelton in the 4x1. I'm sure she'll do the 4x4 too.
Potentially,
actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure actually she competed individually at all.
Perhaps she's saving herself for both relays. There might be more of a chance in those for medals.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. So after the action finishes this evening, everyone from Nottingham goes out for food again, do they? Or
yeah, we do. We all go back to our rooms, and then we all gather at the foyer and then out for food and out for a chat.
And who have you got with you? So have you got any coaches as well with you, or is it athletes?
Paul Blakey. He's actually got 2 daughters that sprint as well. Lauren Blakey, Ella Blakey. You'll know their names around somewhere.
Aren't they from Derbyshire?
Yeah, they are. Derbyshire based in Sheffield again. Yeah, that Derbyshire-Yorkshire link. Yeah, so Paul's down here for the weekend, staying in the same hotel as us. So it's nice to have him around.
Bench pole vaulters. You should have removed your poles from the competition area and taken them back inside. From here, we can see.
I always feel a bit sad when the relays come around, because it's going to be over for another year. I know some people want it to be over, but I feel sad when it finishes. I'm trying to savour the feeling.
It's wrong to have it early. You've got to do it at the end. You know, all the build up to do the relays at the end. It's nice. It's how things are supposed to be.
Did you do the relay at English schools as well?
I did, yeah, I did. I can't actually remember how we did, to be honest, off the top of my head. I think I was just so overrun by me actually getting a medal, so I just completely forgot about the relay.
Yeah, well, the timetable's so packed together that sometimes people have to go over to the relay and come back to the triple jump. Southampton, Bristol, Leeds, Cardiff, Oxford, Leeds Beckett, Warwick, Exeter. One final go at the men's 4x1. Having a look here at these changeovers. Big shouts of move, move, move to a guy in the England vest below us. Leeds Beckett going nicely through the centre here. Appears to be clean. Warwick going well on the outside. Be huge if they could make it through to the final then. Still Warwick just about. They had the rerun to try and make it through indoors, but it's Warwick, it's Leeds Beckett, and Leeds, Southampton, Cardiff, Exeter, Bristol in that order.
It's a very good time for Warwick.
They're going absolutely wild. I'm not sure we can be heard over this noise.
I know, it's just voices all around me.
Fantastic for Warwick though. I mean, they don't get many opportunities to win medals, so.
No, they don't, they don't. I mean, notably with one of their big names, forehurdler George Seary, when he won his medal. That was nice.
Yeah,
for
good memory.
Yeah.
Like it when someone has good knowledge. That's impressive stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously Nottingham with Dan Goriola we've seen in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Going a bit further back, Hayley Mills.
Yeah, Hayley Mills. I think she did a Masters at Nottingham or something. Yeah, that was nice. She won a 60, so yeah.
Brilliant. Well, it's been great to have you watching these 4x1s. And I've seen that you hopefully enjoyed it as much as everyone else. Yeah, great to chat to you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, well, no, thank you for having me. It was great to be here. Thank you.
That is officially
track events tomorrow will therefore be permitted to wear tracksuits to start, but they are responsible for the collection of those tracksuits after they have finished racing. There are no kit carriers.
So a bit of a pause there before the 4x400 metres get underway. It looks, by the way, at the moment that from the men's 4x1 we've got Warwick, Loughborough, Cardiff, Met, Sheffield, Hallam, Stirling, Swansea, Birmingham and Leeds Beckett all through to the final. That's as things stand. So first heat now underway. Looks like a DNS from Liverpool. So just Exeter, Manchester, Stirling, Sheffield, Leeds Beckett and Durham all involved. And this is probably quite a strong heat. Quite a few with medal potential in this. And not quite as frantic as the 4x1s. We really get a chance to see the race develop. And often those head-to-head battles once the stagger unwinds can be great to follow. Loughborough have been, over the last few years, so dominant in the women's 4x4. They've just had so much more depth than everybody else. Sheffield, always strong for a women's 4x4 medal. Kat Reynolds potentially bringing them home. Leeds Beckett, though, leading on this first leg. Initially. Might be Ashley Watson that she's handing over to there. Angelica Operinde about to have the baton for Stirling. So let's have a look here. This is surely going to be a decent-sized lead once Leeds Beckett athlete hugs the inside. Sheffield in second place then. Stirling among those chasing behind. So have a closer look once they come round, but Leeds Beckett leading by 50 metres or so. You just have to concentrate on getting placement right. Inside the changeover zone. Exeter in second, but Sheffield going to overhaul, then Manchester, then Stirling. So this is a really good battle behind. And Sheffield now in command in second place. Exeter, Manchester, Stirling, and then Durham. But yeah, Leeds Beckett, second leg runner, doing supremely well there to build that advantage. And Sheffield, look at that. Big gap now between second and third as well. And they're all in the mix, Manchester, Stirling and Exeter. So crucial stage of the race for third and fourth and fifth. First two look to be fairly sorted though. Leeds Beckett in first, Sheffield in second, Exeter, Stirling and Manchester. So Stirling athletes gone up a couple of places on this leg, but they have Leila Zoul on this final leg, and she's going to be strong here. She's their best athlete. I'm not sure that Sheffield have used Kat Reynolds, in fact, who has the individual campaign in the relay, so they'll have her to bring in for the final. And Leila Zoul really closing down Sheffield on this final leg. So only 3 heats again of the women's 4x4, so great chance for more than one team to go through here despite the gap from Leeds Beckett to second. So fantastic run here from the Leeds Beckett team, but look at this, Leila Zoul overhauling Sheffield, overtaking a big gap. And Manchester and Exeter, this could be crucial for the final. Manchester coming through ahead of Exeter. So really exciting final leg that in the first heat of the women's 4x400 metres. So Marley Sarling watching, saying up the Beckett are the faithful following Manchester and Christmas. Hi to my brother doing the stadium commentary. Aiding Christmas has been doing the stadium commentary for about, I think it might be 20 years since it was called the BUCS Championships. But yeah, Adrian, a very familiar voice and soundtrack to these championships for a long, long time. A former hockey goalkeeper as well. But yes, well known in this particular circle. There's a Lorcan Fallon, the Manchester men's captain there. Just talking to the team after that. It was a good final leg. They overtook one place. It may not be enough in the end, but we'll just have to wait and see on that. So 2 more heats to come. At the moment then, all 6 teams will qualify from this heat, and 2:19.26 is the target time, but you can see there a lot of potential to slot in between Exeter and Durham overall. Could be that 5 teams qualify from this heat, but it's probably more like 3 or 4, realistically. Another big gap beyond the top 3, 404 to 407. So then, second heat coming up here. Cardiff, Loughborough, Manchester Met, Southampton, Leeds, Leicester and University College London. Another strong heat. Well, I suppose they all are when there's only 3 of them. But some real big dogs, shall we say. Cardiff obviously fastest in the women's 4x1, but I think that's where you'd expect them to be a bit stronger. Especially with Izzy Tustin involved and Grace Morgan as well. They're experienced in competing with one another as well. Loughborough have the opportunity to bring in some great athletes in the final. Interesting to see what sort of team they put out here. But Leeds are leading on this first leg. They had a really strong middle distance contingent a couple of years ago, but since graduated perhaps. So Leeds, Manchester Met, Loughborough and Cardiff. I think Grace Morgan is back again, having done the 4x1. She's back for the 4x4, and Cardiff potentially going to be leading at the end of this leg. So super impressive to do 2 rounds of the hurdles and also 2 relays back to back. So into this top bend now, athletes running line astern alongside one another. Cardiff from Loughborough, then a big gap back to 3rd place. Saskia Huxham, who's doing the 800 metres this weekend predominantly, ready to take the baton on the 3rd leg. My mistake, it's not actually Grace Morgan for Cardiff. We did the 4x1 3rd leg. So Cardiff followed by Loughborough, then Leeds, then Leicester and Manchester Met, who've lost a position on that leg. So again, just the 5 teams involved. And great to see Leicester competitive, and they have a chance of making a final potentially. We'll have to keep an eye out, because at the moment we think something like 4:10 might make it through to the final with 1 heat remaining. At the moment it's 4:19, but that's going to change. Somewhere between 4:06 and 4:10 you would have thought. So coming towards the end of this 3rd leg, and well, Saskia Huxham we thought might have good endurance towards the end of this, and she is closing on the Cardiff athlete, really strong into this finish. Artie Faithful says, well done Margot Ward from Manchester. Just a moment ago, it's Manchester Met in this particular heat now that are fighting. Falling a bit further back though, Leicester in front of them, then Leeds in 3rd. And Cardiff really strong here. Obviously maybe this is Loughborough's B team and they brought in some reserve athletes. Will be quite different from their final team, but still Cardiff doing extremely well across both 4x1 and 4x4 on the women's side. Very impressed with this Cardiff relay performances that we've seen so far. Really excellent stuff. So Cardiff from Loughborough again holding this advantage. Decent time as well, 4 minutes 9. So I just wonder if Leeds here in 3rd place, probably going to be outside 4:07. Certainly I think that Stirling and Sheffield will be happy with that, because they're 2nd and 3rd overall at the moment, and their teams definitely look to be good enough. Leeds Beckett though, fastest time so far, then Cardiff, then Loughborough it looks like. Then Stirling, then Sheffield I would have thought. One more heat to come, of course. Swansea, Cardiff Met, University of the West of England, Glasgow, Birmingham, Oxford, Newcastle. Third heat of the women's 4x400 metres. Now, the target time to make it through at the moment is 4:12. So obviously that will require a split of around 63 seconds. We're looking out for that for the team in around third or fourth place. Around 60 seconds, 59-60 seconds to be the fastest team qualified. Leeds Beckett 3:58.78 so far. So, having a look here, Newcastle and Oxford battling. Newcastle, who we said have been the loudest team we've seen. Lenny Saville has gone right out to close by the track to cheer on these athletes then. Oxford, though, looking good in first place. Big opportunity for Oxford to make it through to a relay final. We saw a DNF for one of the earlier races, but Birmingham as well, they'll have high hopes, of course. Previous winner of this title, 2022, and some others. Isabel Boffey, Orla Brennan, among those involved. Abigail Ives even as well on a couple of occasions. Isabel Skelton too, we said she's done the 4x1 and probably do the 4x4 as well. Although their depth in 4x4 probably higher, so maybe they can spare her from that situation, but as a 2-4 runner they need her in the 4x1. But now it's Birmingham and Cardiff Met, so just wondering, Oxford have drifted back on this second leg, but let's wait and see how things pan out. Glasgow in fourth place, and then Newcastle. Some tiring athletes coming towards, changing over. Oxford actually finishing better there than Cardiff Met. That's helped them get back into contention. Well, this is a decent time being set by Birmingham and managing that gap quite nicely in behind, you'd have to say. Cardiff Met and Oxford, yes, really are back in contention. Solid in third place at the moment and pushing up to second, hopefully, if they can just continue to manage. Really strong third leg here. And this is a very good time, 2:57. Cardiff Met in second, Oxford in third. Again, this time a good finish from Cardiff Met compared to Oxford to pull away again. Now under pressure from Glasgow. Newcastle back in fifth place. Again, just the 5 teams involved. So it's teams like Exeter, Manchester, Leeds who are kind of on the bubble and might drop out of contention here. Birmingham on this final leg looking good. They may indeed be sub 3:58 faster than Leeds. Let's wait and see. May not need to be, but they'll know that time is the aim here. Cardiff men in second place, Ella Fry of Oxford in third, and Glasgow in fourth now. So Oxford holding on nicely. Birmingham do look to be just about the fastest quartet by 0.6 of a second thereabouts. Cardiff Met and Oxford also look good around the 4-minute mark. So we could see 4 teams qualify from this, because I think they're all faster than Manchester, Exeter and Leeds. First heat of the men's 4x400 metres out of 4. So in this one, Bangor, Warwick, Cardiff Met, Leicester, Southampton, Exeter and University of the West of England. So looking out here, I think for Cardiff Met, expected to be good, but Warwick, fantastic performance in the 4x1, of course. Let's see what they can do. Cardiff Met from Exeter as they continue in lanes until this second leg. Bit of a stretch there for that Cardiff Met first changeover, but all looks okay. University of the West of England there, away on their second leg. So big lead from Cardiff Met. Exeter look to be in at second place, then Warwick, I believe, in third in the maroon, and then Southampton in fourth. Southampton, who look to have a place in the women's 4x100 final. The officials just briefing all the athletes coming out. They may well have not done a 4x4 final before, as we were saying with Enya Jugbe. Cardiff Met from Exeter, from Southampton, closing up here. Warwick, Leicester and Bangor. So Cardiff Met, nice strong lead here, but I think there's potential that Southampton could close on Exeter here. They're one place up from what they were 400 ago. So once again, 4 heats, and the likes of Birmingham coming up in the second one, Leeds Beckett in the third, Loughborough in the fourth. Cardiff Met, fantastic lead here, and Exeter finishing strongly as well, moving away from Southampton, and then Leicester and Warwick now behind Leicester, and then Bangor. So really spread out now. Closest gap is actually between Warwick and Bangor. University of the West of England making sure they finish the race. They're well back on the leaders, but they've got a quartet out there, and that's what we like to see. So here we go, Cardiff Met coming towards the finish, looking to set a time and lay a marker down to their opponents. Strong finish though from Exeter. It's all about the time. Wants every fraction of a second. 3:29.83. Exeter, a couple of seconds off that. Southampton third, Leicester fourth, Warwick fifth, Bangor sixth, University of the West of England seventh. And great for Southampton as well with their kind of makeshift bibs. Great job. So looking at this result here, confirmed, Cardiff met Exeter, Southampton, Leicester, all showing us PBs. This is the fastest time that they've set, obviously, in this competition. And yeah, we're some way, hopefully, to confirming all of the relays. Obviously, there may be some counter-protests if we thought there might be. 3:29.82, 1.5 seconds ahead of Exeter in the end, as you can see. And big gap to slot into. I think that's where we maybe only see just 2 qualifying from this. It doesn't look like anyone was DQ'd from the women's 4x4, obviously less likely. 5 DNSs, so in the end I think we only lost 8 teams from those that participated. Looks like Birmingham, in the end, yes, they were indeed half a second faster than anyone else, which is something to watch out for, because they may indeed have faster athletes to bring in for the final. Leeds, Beckett, Cardiff. Cardiff met Loughborough. They'll definitely have faster athletes to bring in, but they're more than 3.5 seconds off Birmingham. And then Oxford, Stirling, Glasgow. Behind that, it was indeed 4 athletes, I think, 4 teams, sorry, that made it through from that final heat. Pushes Sheffield out, which is a bit of a shame. Don't think they used Kat Reynolds, the fastest athlete, but yeah, obviously having her individual campaign. But Sheffield would have had a medal hope, I think, so a bit of a shame for them that they didn't make it through to the final there. So we move on to heat number 2 out of 4, the men's 4x400 metres. Sheffield, East Anglia, Stirling, Leeds, Birmingham, Swansea and Sussex. Stirling with an impressive showing in the men's 4x100 metres. They're already through to that particular final, and looks like they'll be the only Scottish team involved in that. So that's important, because their president Angelica was saying how they support all the Scots. Well, it's nice for all the clubs to have a relay team through to at least one final. So interesting, just the 5 teams involved once again. So DNS from East Anglia and from Swansea, I believe. There were 7 that were entered. So still Sheffield, Stirling, Leeds, Birmingham and Sussex involved on the very outside. You can see Birmingham leading as they remain in their lanes until after that first bend on the second leg. Birmingham previous winners of this title in 2019, the likes of Mark Cotton, Freddie Owsley. Stirling in a strong second place here. Let's see if they can maintain it. Maybe Sheffield most likely to challenge them. They've had the tight inside line. And actually Stirling coming through nicely here, and they may hug the inside first when the stagger concludes. So you're watching the conclusion of the second day of action of the 2025 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here. Sheffield, Stirling, Birmingham, the top 3. Fantastic leg this from Sheffield. Thought they might close, but yes, now in the lead. This should be a good three-way battle. Good practice for the final, good rehearsal. Black and yellow from red, from green. Solid stride out here for Birmingham. Now leading Sheffield. Just that few metre advantage. Stirling solid in third place. Big gap to Leeds in fourth. Sussex in fifth. Well, probably an advantage at this point to be in second place. Have the measure of being able to chase your opponent. Take a breather and then overtake, but the door was blocked there. A chance of coming past down this home straight on this third leg. Jay Sisbell coming up for Birmingham in a moment. Stirling still in third, Leeds in fourth, Sussex fifth. I think only the first and second could change. They both finished pretty strongly there. Sisbell has a bit of work to do to push on. Sheffield doing well to push off initially and not give Birmingham too much hope. Stirling about 50 metres back, and then Leeds just handing over now. The first two already up the back straight. Sussex handing over now. Here comes Sisbell round the outside for Birmingham into the home straight. Going past Sheffield, looking very strong. He, I think, just missed out on progressing earlier. So will be grateful for do what he can for his team. 3:23.51. Birmingham from Sheffield, from Stirling. Just crossing now. Leeds approaching. And Sussex out there. So again, similar to University of the West of England, pleased to see Sussex put out a team and get to this finish line. Third leg run was tiring towards that finish, but here we go, nice strong 400 metres to end this particular heat. Well, the time they run by Birmingham is more than 6 seconds faster than Cardiff met in the first heat. And so Sheffield also comfortably faster than Cardiff met, and it's possible that Stirling has something around that third mark. So even though Stirling were well back in third place, they're probably just about the fourth fastest team that we've seen so far. So don't forget, tomorrow, obviously at 10 o'clock, we start, and we've got men's hammer, women's and men's triple jump and men's high jump all at the same time in 4 finals. And then at 10:30, 5,000 metre B final for the men, 5,000 metre A final at 10:50. So obviously we'll be back at 10 o'clock tomorrow on the YouTube live stream. It will be a different video, but you'll find it on the BUCS page, promoted on social media as well. So this is the result then, the race we've just seen there, and you can see that, well, in the end, looks like Stirling are 5th overall, with 2 more heats remaining and 8 spots available, obviously, in the final. But quite a few DNSs. Obviously, I think teams hoped to have a relay, but maybe in the end it just wasn't possible. Obviously, the entries coming in some time before the competition and before they fully know maybe who's able to declare and who's in form and who's fit and ready to go. And yeah, some universities you can maybe pull in an 800 or 1500 runner or a heptathlete, decathlete, something like that, but others, there just isn't the squad depth available at all. So that's understandable. So a couple of minutes time until heat number 3. Do let us know, by the way. Let's see in the chat what you're looking out for tomorrow, which final you are most anticipating. Be interesting to hear.
Glasses of milk for everyone all around afterwards, I think, and you should be milking every moment, and that's what we're going to introduce. Milk Every Moment, a new campaign to help students understand the benefit of milk on their sporting performance. An affordable, natural, versatile and widely available choice after exercise. Milk provides a whole host of nutrients, vitamins and minerals to help fuel your workouts. A great option if you are on a budget.
What's your favourite recipe to make using milk?
Mac and cheese. I was gonna go with strawberry milk. Pancakes.
Yeah. Nice.
With that in mind, let's talk about milk, and BUCS being proud to promote the Milk Every Moment campaign.
Milk provides high quality protein which helps support muscle growth and repair, and B vitamins to assist with energy release. A glass of milk is great for refueling and repairing those tired muscles after a physical match.
So that's the Milk Every Moment campaign, and tying in well with athletes trying to savour the atmosphere and the event. And of course we talked to quite a lot of athletes for whom it's their final year, at least they believe so. David Chapman and Sophie Warden among those. So we've asked people what they're most looking forward to, and a couple of you saying the men's hammer. Finn Hannam going the men's hammer, so obviously the final, A and B final, coming up tomorrow. Just one final, it appears to be at 10 o'clock. But yeah, certainly no field action for a while. Might have been nice to see some field action past 4 o'clock. So let's have a look then at this next lineup. As I say, 2 more heats to come of the men's 4x400 metres. In heat 3, just having a look to see which of the athletes that are on the entry list are actually out there. Cardiff appear to be in the red, Bristol in the white. Looks like Glasgow we have as well, Leeds Beckett too. I can't see though any Liverpool or Worcester athletes, so yes, looks like it's just going to be 5: Cardiff, Bristol, Glasgow, Leeds, Beckett, and then Bath on the outside. So it's a big gap actually, and it's going to be very much running blind, probably the whole way around the lap. So 3rd heat of the men's 4x400 metres. So we're probably looking at something like mid 330s to make it through to the final. We've got 5 teams that are sub 3:35 at the moment. Birmingham, Sheffield, Cardiff, Met, Exeter, Stirling. As we focus on this 3rd heat here. So yeah, as expected, obviously the stagger continuing, as I say, until that 2nd leg. Bath on the very outside here. Probably would have preferred to move inside, but there are 2 DNSs between them and Leeds Beckett, who are also going quite strongly. Bath going further, of course, around that outside to hand over. It may well be that Bailey Lawton and Leeds Beckett are leading over Alexander of Bath. Indeed, that is the case. So, just look at that. Leeds Beckett. David Chapman did say that they were going to be strong in the 4x4. Bailey Lawton, who joined us at the indoors on co-commentary, he leads the way from Cardiff in the red. Bath in 3rd place, Glasgow 4th in the black, Bristol in 5th. And that's the way it stands. So down by the finish line, the officials just getting them into the order that they were. Halfway around the lap. Bailey Lawton staring down this home straight. About to hand over onto the third leg. Cardiff still finishing strongly, and as a Bath, not out of contention that Bath could get into the top here. The top two. Leeds, Beckett, Cardiff, Bath, Glasgow, Bristol. The final leg runners watching on. And Leeds Beckett, front man, just easing off the pace a little bit, making sure he saves something for the home straight. I think Bath, as I say, very much potential for them to get into the top two here. Cardiff's relay running has been fantastic so far. They're just going to be overhauled by Bath here. Bath, previous winners of this title, 2016, 17, 18, doing the three-peat fantastically well. Cameron Chalmers involved, Jack Horton involved, Ben Claridge involved. And they're trying to throw it back to those heydays that I was delighted that current 800 medalist from Bath, Basil Rock, still remembers. He's one of those watching on for Bath down below, and they're enjoying this battle, but somewhat nervous, really hoping to be in the top two here. So Leeds Beckett out front, as we know, by some 30 metres. You can see there on your screen now. Zooming out, Cardiff and Bath, second and third. So often we see the athletes allowing those in front to stay there until down this home straight, unleashing the kick, pushing on, coming out wide here. Leeds Beckett from Cardiff. Bath not going to close though. Good final gear saved by Cardiff. 3:22.85. Nice finish to that heat. All respect to the Cardiff final relay leg runner. So 3:22.85. That's a fantastic time. It's the fastest so far. Better than Birmingham and Cardiff met the other heat winners. And I just wonder where Cardiff and Bath will slot into that. Probably around 5 seconds behind, so you'd anticipate that Bath will be fourth fastest overall and Cardiff fifth fastest, Bath fifth fastest behind Cardiff, and then Cardiff met 3:29. And that, after that it's hard to say, but yeah, target time is going to be something like 3:37 after this. Heat has all been pulled through on the results. So Glasgow also in a position to qualify, but they're in the final spot of 8. Pushing Stirling out. Southampton, Bristol, Leeds, Leicester also don't appear able to qualify now. No teams have been disqualified for DNSs. Just 5 teams in some of these heats. Manchester, St Mary's, Loughborough, Brunel, Newcastle, Cambridge coming up. It's been really interesting to see these races unfold. Some units we might not have expected to be among the top few. Cardiff have done very well. Behind Leeds Beckett there in second place. Beckett fastest team overall. Bath, Glasgow, Bristol. As I say though, we could have 4 out of 5 teams who raced there ending up in the final, although that's pretty unlikely with Loughborough still to come. You're watching live coverage here from Manchester's Sports City Stadium, also known as the Manchester Regional Arena. We have just one more race to go today before finals day on Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow as always. Emmanuel Sasanya, BUCS medalist, saying that those were the best 4x400 metres at BUCS pre-COVID. Yeah, the Cameron Chalmers and Ben Claridge days, fantastic. And yeah, I remember Emmanuel's teammate Lennox Thompson running both the 4x1 and 4x4 finals back to back. We did have some great days at Bedford, but yeah, enjoying also the glory of being at the same stadium that has hosted the UK Championships over the last couple of years. Very interested to see this final 4x4. Obviously Loughborough, maybe not as strong in the men's 4x4 as they have been the women's, but then again, Alex Cooper and Ben Higgins over the last few years. Kind of doubt that Cooper would be involved here. Who else have we seen last few years? Seamus Derbyshire as well for Loughborough. You can see Lorcan Fallon looks to be on the second leg, Manchester's captain. Quite often see that the captains come in for the relay. Especially helps if they're picking themselves, but no, captains, sometimes they are standout athletes and sometimes they are kind of the versatile athletes, but the vocal athletes are one that really enjoy having extra roles in the sport as well. Many reasons why people take on extra responsibilities, of course, but yeah, Sophie Ward and Angelica Arperinde, Lorcan Fallon, now all those with extra commitments and all those taking part in the relays as one of their key events. So yeah, really enjoyed seeing these heats and semi-finals unfold, especially when there were 3 or 4 of them compared 10 to 15, but it kind of fills me with trepidation a little bit. It's going to be pow, pow, pow. Left, right, good night come tomorrow. So thick and fast as the action come. Barely time to breathe from one final to another. 400, 800, 215. And then relays and yeah, jumping and throwing as well. And 4 finals at the same time tomorrow. Especially both triple jumps in adjacent runways. So final heat of the men's 4x4. Went really silent just then, and now noisy once more. Manchester St Mary's, Loughborough Brunel, Newcastle and Cambridge on the outside. So Brunel going nicely on this first leg. Normally think of them as better over the 4x1 and obviously 4x2 the only relay that we do indoors, but looking good so far. Cambridge then in the light blue vest on the outside, going nicely, but it's probably going to be Brunel against Loughborough here, at least in the early stages. Brunel from Loughborough, Newcastle, Cambridge, St Mary's and Manchester. So 3:22.84, the fastest time so far from Leeds Beckett, bear in mind. Brunel against Loughborough down this back straight. Cambridge moving back into third spot just behind. And Loughborough potentially about to make a move. This is Brunel's big relay chance. Obviously, baton slipping out of hand in the men's 4x1 when they could have been big gold medal contenders. Loughborough and Brunel tooth and nail here. Same with Cambridge and Newcastle. Swapping positions continuously. Fantastic fight this. Look at this. Noah's Ark, 2x2 formation. Brunel down the outside, then pushing through. About to hand over onto this final leg. So this is around 2:30, 2:31. This could be the fastest time we've seen compared to 3:22. Brunel, Loughborough, Cambridge now well clear of Newcastle. St Mary's have moved up into fourth place. And Manchester in sixth. Again, look at this. Brunel leading out, Loughborough making the move. But Brunel, man, every chance of coming back past, you might say. Let's see how big this gap is going to get. We're going to see this slingshot effect again down the home straight. Newcastle overtaking St Mary's there. They're onto a good scrap. Cambridge clear in third. So pushing towards the line. Brunel have gone through. Jason Kalala running up and down. Cheering on. Brunel, the disappointment of the 4x1. Victory in the 4x4 heat. Fastest time of all. 3:21.20 from Loughborough, from Cambridge, St Mary's, Newcastle, Manchester. So it may well be that, again, we see a big lot of athletes qualify from this final heat. It was pretty stacked with Brunel and Loughborough, but Brunel a little bit more of an unknown quantity in the 4x4. So just waiting for that result to come up. At the moment 3:33 was the target time, but I think we'll have at least 3 teams faster than that, surely. 3:21.19, I think it is. Confirmed time there for Brunel. 3:21.7 for Loughborough. So they're both through, barring any infringement of which we didn't see anything. And then, yes, it's all about Cambridge. Certainly, I think, would also make it just a few seconds behind. So that would push Glasgow out, of course. It would push Glasgow, Exeter and Cardiff Met out. So that result will eventually work its way through. You can see it on the Roster Athletics website and app. So, I hope you've enjoyed today's action. As I say, we'll be back at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and a thrilling day it's set to be. So do hope you can join us. Whatever else could you be doing on Bank Holiday Mondays? So from Sports City and from the second day of BUCS Athletics, it's good evening for now. We'll see you 10 o'clock tomorrow.